Welcome to the Ice Guys Live BetCast. We are back on Tuesday, May 24th, another Tuesday night, which means it is a BetCast Tuesday night as the Stanley Cup Playoffs roll along. We've got a big night ahead. Two pivotal Game 4 matchups here in the NHL Stanley Cup Playoffs taking place tonight. And, of course, the Hurricanes and Rangers, the first game, which is just about to get underway in a couple of minutes from now. Looking forward to that, of course. And then the Battle of Alberta goes without saying. We're looking forward to that, obviously, with the Oilers and the Flames coming up a little bit later on. So we're all set and we're ready for a very, very exciting, hopefully Monday or Tuesday night, rather, of Game 4 action here in the second round of the NHL Stanley Cup Playoffs. We welcome in everybody right now in the YouTube chat. We appreciate all of you joining us here. And a reminder, we've got spots on the BetCast. We do, plenty of them. So make sure you get involved. Make sure you send a DM if you want to join me on the BetCast tonight at any point. So DM me, send an email as well, bobano350@gmail.com. Those are the ways to get involved and get on the BetCast here tonight. As we are just set to drop the puck in just moments, it looks like, for the Hurricanes and the Rangers at Madison Square Garden. The Hurricanes trying to win their first playoff game on the road. Hard to believe, but they have obviously had their share of struggles winning playoff games on the road. We'll see if that changes tonight for them, and it's going to be very important, I think, to do that if you're Carolina, because the Rangers certainly could rescue some bit of momentum. As far as this game goes, I do have a small bet on the over in this game, 5.5. I got plus 114 on that. I just found that, 5.5 at plus 114, when you are coming off a game that had the most danger chances, the highest expected goals numbers of any game in this series. We saw that in Game 3. Now, at the end of the day, we still need to see goals, but the big part of it here is that we've got a situation where it's a situation that I think when you look at it from the Rangers standpoint, they're right back in this series if they win it. And if Carolina wins it, it's probably over. And it could be over as far as Game 5 goes. So very interesting with that. I am on the Rangers at minus 110 as well. Again, I don't feel strongly about either, but hey, you want to get involved. It's the only game on the board, but I am on the Rangers in the over here in this game. I think I just don't want to get caught into this belief that Carolina is a team that I trust on the road, like I did in the first series against the Boston Bruins. And we saw what happened there, up 2-1 or 2-0 in that series, lost Game 3, which I kind of thought they might, but I did think they would bounce back in Game 4 against Boston, and they didn't get it done there either. And we ended up going back to Raleigh, North Kakalaki, tied at 2. So the Rangers, I think, have that chance to do the same thing here tonight in this game. We'll see if they are able to get the job done. But definitely should be interesting here. We'll pause for 30 seconds. They're doing the anthem, and I'll be back in just a moment or two for the opening faceoff. All right. We're back, and we are ready to drop the puck in game one of the game four, rather, of the Hurricanes and the Rangers. Game one of the doubleheader tonight is what I should say on the Betcast. So looking forward to it. We'll see how it develops. As I said, props. I mean, hopefully you listened to the show or watched the show or listened to it earlier today. You know, pretty much when it comes to props in this game, it's Seth Jarvis again for Carolina. More than anything, that's the prop I like on their side. Marty Necas, I think, on the second line had a couple of good chances last game. And, you know, again, compared to his line mates, you get value with him. Certainly from a Ranger standpoint, very interested in Lafreniere and Andrew Kopp and, you know, basically a lot of the players that I've mentioned repeatedly. Now, it was Zibanejad and Kreider, the big guns that got it done in game three. And they're going to be obviously critical to success for the Rangers here tonight, which, by the way, we are now underway here. The opening face-off, first minute now of this fourth game, Hurricanes-Rangers. We're underway here. They're just showing the forwards. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of change, although Lafreniere, Hedl, Tyler Mott, Kakko, Rooney, and Reeves. It's very interesting that is one of the changes. They've dropped Kaapo Kakko down to the fourth line for the Rangers tonight. So obviously a situation here where, you know, I think Gerard Gallant's looking for a little bit more from Kaapo Kakko. And really, to be honest, that's kind of what we thought about the wow, what a stop just now by Igor Shesterkin as the Hurricanes were moving the puck around very nicely. It got the Rangers kind of caught out of position, and there was a brilliant chance for Pesce, and that was a Vezina-like save right there from Igor Shesterkin, who, if you watch game three, I don't think it's very unreasonable to say that was probably his best game in the playoffs, the way he played in game three the other night. And now it's going to be a matter of, can he keep it going here tonight against the Hurricanes? Very brisk pace here to open this game. If you look at it, both teams trading chances up and down. They're going early on here in this game. Marty Necas just ran over Tony DeAngelo. And, of course, DeAngelo is persona non grata right now with the Madison Square Garden faithful. So I don't think they minded that too much. But, yeah, really, really good back and forth ebb and flow here to the first 2 minutes and change here of this opening period as they go back and forth. These two teams still, though, waiting for the game's opening goal. And there was a dubbed shot from the blue line there that Trouba could have walked right into it, and he just absolutely dubbed the shot, it looked like, and really it ended up not getting a whole lot on it. But absolutely a brisk pace here in the early going. But as you can see in the playoffs, sometimes pace doesn't always get the production that should go with it in a lot of instances. So we'll see how it continues to play out. Look who's here. Good to see him. DJ Mitchell. He's been on the show a bunch as a guest on the Betcast a couple times. He's back. DJ, welcome in. What's up?
Nothing. I was having a bunch of computer problems. I'm still trying to get the game to work, but yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I'm excited about this one. I missed the first couple of minutes already, and I think I kind of posted a huge statistical analysis of the Rangers' home and away splits. And I'm wondering how that plays out tonight, because in the playoffs, there's been 15 shots on goal on average more at home than away between the two teams. It just seemed weird. It just seemed very odd.
It certainly picked up that way in game three. It picked up in that same pattern because you saw Carolina get over 40 shots. And Gerard Gallant said after the press conference, and he was right, and it was the same thing most of us saw, there was a better pace. There was a more of a wide open flow to that game. And it looks like game four started that way as well. I mean, this is just both teams are going back and forth. And now Lafreniere's got a chance on a breakaway backhand, and he's stopped by Ronta. Wow.
Okay. Now, hold on. Wait, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it is one of those things where I really do feel like it's probably not rooted in a lot of real strong math or anything of great value, but I'll be having technical difficulties again. I hope you can still hear me, but I'm excited to see how it works out, because it just keeps happening. Like I'm just seeing the breakaway now. Now everything's working, but we obviously the Pittsburgh game went to almost 2 full games, so I tried to factor that out by doing it by minute, doing it by 60, and it just didn't matter. No matter what I did, it still looked like whenever the Rangers are at home, both teams, not just the Rangers, both teams get a way more opportunity to score. And people have talked about that in the betting space. I've heard people say like the expected goals in MSG, and I'm like, is the scorekeeper just like different there? I genuinely like it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't happen like this, but like you said, here we are again with a ton of shots early on.
Yeah, a ton of shots early on, tons of chances, and lots of rush chances. And neither team's not known for playing that kind of game constantly. But we've seen that here in the first, I would say, 5 minutes. There's been a lot of chances off the rush. The neutral zone has been a free pass for both teams to just skate there and generate their speed, generate their offense through the neutral zone. And that's led to a lot of chances. I mean, Ronta just had to stop a breakaway on Lafreniere. Shesterkin robbed Brett Pesce with an incredible glove save. And now it looks like we've got a first penalty of the game here to Carolina. So the Rangers are going to get the first power play of Game 4.
Yeah, it's Wes McCauley on the call today, which is always fun to watch. I'm always enjoy him calling games, calling penalties. So I've gotten a little more into the scouting the ref stuff, but I don't think it has quite a lot of validity.
He's actually one of the refs that'll let them play.
Yeah, that's what for sure. I was expecting. They say less penalties with him, so yep. I mean, I don't think it has a ton of validity, and making a decision on a bet based off a referee is a little too far for me. I don't know if I go down that rabbit hole yet, but I know in baseball it's huge. You know, the umpires, Angel Hernandez, etc. But I did notice both of these referees tend to lead the games being under more, and we'll see how it works out. I didn't end up betting the over under. Did you?
I did just on a little bit because of where the price was. I mean, you're going to give me 5.5 at plus 114 is the price I got on that. You just don't see that very often.
No.
You know, there's even a couple fives out there in Game 3. So I figured not bad to try to take advantage of that. And certainly the Rangers moving the puck around well on this power play. Nice save there by Ronta. But this is where the Rangers finally look. It's not easy. It's number one penalty kill in the league. We all know that. I've said it a million times this year, but the puck movement's been pretty good. The Rangers in these two home games with the power play, and we'll see if they can. Because Zibanejad got a first period power play goal in Game 3, and it was huge for their confidence.
Yeah, no, it changes the whole way they play. I think, you know, in general, and we saw them make a lot of changes and adjustments last game in the win. And they roll out kind of what they started with in Game 2, which I was unexpected. Gallant said there might be a couple changes, and it's like, well, you took Hedl off the first line. They looked so good. I didn't understand that, but yeah, it definitely changes the way they play and they distribute, and they're going to put Kopp out there quite a bit more when they get up. So that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, and this is everything in a great power play right now for the Rangers except the result.
I know.
It's everything. It's puck movement. Nobody's standing around. The players are moving around. Nobody's stationary. The puck's not sticking in one spot. I mean, it's got everything you want in a good power play except putting it in the net.
Yeah, no, this has been really something. I had a couple. I had Kreider over 2.5, and he already has 2 now, so that's a hot start. I took Svechnikov early. I don't know if you saw, his opening line was minus 120 for over 2.5, and I just jumped on it. It ended up being at 150, so minus 150. So I felt really good about that. I just, like I said, I think this game will have a little more pace and a little more opportunity than it seemed like the books were giving any credit to. And I know these two teams right out number 1 and number 2 at Corsi against all season long. I just don't think the Rangers are going to be able to survive that all playoffs versus anyone, let alone the Hurricanes.
No, and speaking of survival, the Hurricanes just survived right now. I don't know how they survived that penalty kill, but I guess when you're the number 1 penalty kill, you can do no wrong. Even when you give up a shit ton of chances and shots and quality looks, and you still don't give up a power play goal. That's how it runs for the best penalty kill in the league, apparently. Yeah,
the Rangers were watching Florida last night. They took down too many tips, and but there was better opportunities there than anything Florida put together. That was great. Man, that's hockey though. The thing is, you bet the over, they're not scoring on that one. You bet the under, they score that in 2 seconds, first shot.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like if you were on the other side of that coin, they would have scored with the under, and if now that you're on the over, they have a million chances they can't bury one, and that's sometimes the way it works out here. Carolina just had a very good chance, but good save, Shesterkin. Great that's really up and down pace here to begin this game, way more than even Game 3. This pace is actually even faster and stronger than Game 3 started out.
I think so too. Yeah, no, this looks really like a lot of fun, which is not what I expected when this series started. And I mean, I think this is how Carolina wants to go. I think they would love this if they could go up and down the ice all night. But yeah, no, that was D'Angelo on the shot too. He's been one thing I've noticed for people that are betting, which is probably most people listening, is if you look at the zone deployment for D'Angelo, he almost never takes a defensive face off. I would just keep an eye on that when you're looking at point props and stuff. if they get way up in a game, they might not put him out as much. So you kind of need him to get on the score sheet early. But in the last game, they did not put him out for many draws in the defensive. I don't think 0. I think it was exactly 0. Just so one thing I noticed in the research.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, sometimes that's an issue for him in his own end. So
Yeah,
there's definitely some reasoning behind that. That's not just a lucky or a coincidence type of stat. There's a
no.
reason for that when it comes to Tony DeAngelo. So it looks like we're going to head finally a whistle and a TV timeout here. First one of the game here coming up. Scoreless, but boy, chances galore, especially for the Rangers just now on that power play. Everything but find the back of the net. So just an update on the lines, of course. 5.5 is where the total was before the game started. So right now you're seeing currently 4.5 shaded to the over at -160. And of course, the money line is pretty much unchanged, right around even money. -120 for the Rangers, -110 in terms of the live money line right now. But I'll give you a chance, DJ, because I know the Florida Panthers thoroughly pissed you off and disgusted you last night and throughout this whole series. And then I'll give Andrew Brunette credit for saying, I never adjusted the power play once during the series. But, I mean, it's nice to admit you're wrong. And I applaud him for that because some people are so ego-driven, they can't admit when they fuck up. They can't admit when they're wrong. This guy never did adjust the penalty kill. He said it last night in the press conference, DJ. He said, I just thought our power play was so amazing all year in the regular season, we'd eventually figure it out. But not make any adjustments, Coach? Come on.
Yeah, no, I one thing that I try to stress for myself, and I really try to hold myself accountable, is not to over adjust your process, not to make a big radical change. And I'm going through the game logs. I go through every one of them. I go through the hockey biz. I go through. It was a little bit more even than I really did think Florida would outplay Tampa every night. That's how I look. And then with Vasilevsky have 11 goals saved above expected. No, I didn't think that. I don't think anyone did. Yes, the adjustments not being made were frustrating because Ekblad just didn't look like himself. And just all of a sudden trying to turn Ekblad into Ovechkin in game 4 there made no, that was what they tried to do. They're like, all right, fine. He can't skate as well. Barkov's going to man the point now, and you're going to blast one-timers. That's your fix. It blew me away. Not using Giroux in the right spot. They used him all regular season on the opposite side of Huberdeau and set him up nicely. And just got away from that, put him in front of the net. I was like, what are you like? It was like they made these little adjustments that weren't working and stuck to those adjustments, which made no sense. Huberdeau, I'm going to be honest, looked terrible in game 4. He botched a ton of opportunities, very uncharacteristic of him.
I sure as fuck hope we find out he was hurt or something.
He just looked terrible. I was blown away. And Barkov not shooting the puck. It was like, that top line got so frustrated that they just got away from playing their game. And it was a very frustrating finish to what I thought was, again, the line just moved all day away from Florida. I get plus money on Florida. I took a minus, or plus 2, minus 2.5 at like plus 500. I was like, all this narrative around them going to the strip club and all this garbage. I'm like, come on, this is made up. If you give me Florida plus money in any game, let alone elimination game, I'd be all over it. And everyone else was like, no, Vasilevsky. I'm like, shut up. He's not getting 50 saves. No, I'm wrong. I'll take the L, but it sucks to take it that way. That's all I got to say.
They actually did have all kinds of chances and shots and opportunity and ozone time and possession and all that was all Florida. But at the end of the day, there was a brick wall in between the pipes apparently in this series. And Andre Vass, I'm going to have to remember this because, look, I took my share of losses last night with the full game over. Very fortunate to get out of there with the third period over pushing over 2, thanks to that very late empty netter. The third period elimination game overs, man, they're not clicking it the way they were last year. Not so far in this year's playoffs. So I'm not saying we're going to rethink it or we're going to back off, but I'm going to give it one more round. Like I'm going to bet a third period over in the elimination games in this Rangers series, the Edmonton series, the St. Louis series. But I'm telling you right now, it's not quite been the successful bet that it's been in years past where it's automatic. You bet the playoff elimination games, third period over. You bet it every time, and it's not been automatic this year.
Yeah, no, I think that making large adjustments to your process based off very limited sample size is always going to end up making you a worse better in general. And I didn't do it. Florida burned me. I've also bet the puck line for Colorado every night, and I'm up money there. So, I bet Edmonton every night. I don't tout it every night if I don't think the line's strong enough. I did, I have here or there. I bet, but I'm going to bet it tonight. Again, those are the teams that I think are a little bit better than the books are saying. This really is a test for Edmonton because I really didn't want to bet him at minus money ever. I'm kind of just sticking to it because I don't think that's a good line. But so I said it right from the beginning. These are the teams I'm betting on, and in every game, Edmonton kind of burned me against LA. You don't really come out on top in games. 7 games, you win 4-3 at minus money. You normally don't. I don't think I came out positive there. But I'm not going to go against all my math, all my work, all season long, and now all of a sudden abandon it because of Mike Smith having one bad game or Vasilevsky having an unbelievable. I mean, people talk about Ottinger's performance. He had 15 goals saved above expected in 7 games, and Vasilevsky had 11 and 4. That is crazy. That's
a crazy number. Yeah, that is.
I just there's no way. There's no way.
He was spectacular. I mean, he was absolute. He was just he would basically be in position to make a rebound save every time, and somehow he'd be right there, square to a rebound. You know how difficult it is to be square to a sudden rebound and a second chance and a third chance, and there he is, square to that second and third chance and making the save. That's extremely difficult. That's why it falls into that category of an extremely difficult save, way above average. That builds, the clout, if you will, of that statistic for Andrei Vasilevsky with a lot of the saves he made in that series.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously you're going to get lucky here or there. I mean, Hedman made. I'm trying to remember if it was game 3 or 4. I think it was 3 when Hedman made the miraculous knee save on it. Yeah, it was game 3. Bennett wide open top of the net, just miraculously kicks his knee. You know what I mean? You can't account for everything, and that one doesn't even come down to an expected goal. It's the block shot. So, it's a little bit of luck, but a lot of just great goaltending. And then watching that game, like you're saying, it felt like even though Florida was dominating with shots, you noticed that you didn't notice that many unbelievable chances because he was just keeping everything to the right spots. Everything was getting to the side. Everything was getting out of his way. A couple good great glove saves, but a lot of goalies make those great glove saves when they're in position. It was tough to watch. I had the over as well. I had the Panthers money line, puck line, 2.5. I had the whole thing thinking, honestly, I thought the game would go just like it did. And to lose 2-0 when it goes just like you planned makes it more. It's just funny, you know what I mean? I was like, they're gonna roll out and they're gonna have a million shots on Vasi, and Vasi's finally gonna let in some goals. And nope.
I think we've got some. There was a big hit in the neutral zone.
Saw that.
Trouba on someone, and Stephen Lawrence is a brave guy for fighting Trouba. Trouba does this a lot, and he showed you that he does this a lot right there. Decision to Jacob Trouba in that fight with Stephen Lawrence of the Hurricanes, which apparently he had his name changed or his pronunciation changed. I thought it was Stephen Lorenz, but
I was Lorenz,
Jim Lorenz, the great Sabre player and broadcaster. Now it's Stephen Lawrence apparently now.
Yeah, God, Trouba's been, real tough all playoffs. He's kind of a guy that I think a lot of the analytics community just abandoned. But he plays this kind of role for the Rangers and looked really good. I think him with Keandre Miller is just a perfect second pairing. You really can't get better than that. Just a really, really gifted puck mover with a guy that has good rate stats when he gets the puck. And like you just saw there, can step up and deliver a big hit. So yes. I that's the thing about the Rangers. I love their defense. And when they looked as bad as they did against the Penguins, that's kind of why I said Rangers might get this in 7. I kind of thought the Rangers could do what Tampa ended up doing, potentially, just because I thought they were due for a lot of positive regression on the defensive end, and the goaltending would be about the same. But, Shesterkin's been great, but defense hasn't quite been as good as I thought it'd be for the Rangers. It's just all playoffs.
Yep. Yeah, there's no doubt. And I'm just looking at this hit again. That was some evil intentions. Right there toward Max Domi from Jacob Trouba. He was going to decapitate there.
Oh no! Yeah, this is a lot worse than I thought. Domi's kind of going down, but boy, does he get all head? Did they call? You're ahead of me. Did they call a penalty on it?
They're discussing what to do there. But yeah, okay. Jacob Trouba was, as I just said on Twitter, was looking to decapitate Max Domi right there. There's no question about that. That was, and look, that's a carryover from what happened at the end of Game 3. Max Domi cheap shot at Ryan Lindgren right at the end of that game, and there was that little scuffle at the end, and then D'Angelo started mouthing off to Gallant, and I think we got to pop a tape or some kind of video from the past for Tony D'Angelo to get him to realize you're talking to a guy that was a very tough son of a bitch back when he played, Gerard Gallant. you may not want to mess with him. That Red Wings blue line, you never got a goddamn finger on Steve Yzerman back in those days, or else Gerard Gallant is going to have your head.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, really, it is kind of. It's funny how I think was it literally last year when everyone was talking about how the Rangers were soft and how Tom Wilson. It's crazy. I think that was last year, wasn't it? And they're just a whole new team now. It feels like where they're the aggressors, and it's kind of like why they hired Gallant. It is funny to see that turnaround, and it's kind of sad to see it work because you're not going to get the Florida Panthers in round 3. You might get the Rangers, and teams are going to be like, well, we got to go get Ryan Reeves now and play him for 20 minutes and not score goals anymore. Yeah, they definitely have a whole new, I don't know, feeling around that team.
Rangers get a power play out of that. Wow.
That seems odd.
That's, I guess, yeah. It's, it looked like he grazed him with, like he was definitely aiming for his head area. There's no question. But I think maybe it's because he didn't hit him or he barely grazed him. Or on that replay, it looks like he didn't get much of him, if anything. And they just deemed, hey, yeah, but it's actually a Rangers power play after all that. I thought for sure Carolina's going on a power play after that.
Yeah, no, that seems odd.
That's interesting. Yeah, Rangers power play. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Now, I know they had their little ref expert on the ESPN broadcast here of this game, Dave Jackson. He was just talking about it with Sean and Ray on the ESPN broadcast. And like I say, my volume's not up on the television high enough to hear what he said, but I'm assuming he explained it in a way that I simply can't right now. I don't know how the Rangers got a power play out of this. I don't.
Wes McCauley strikes again. And he's just, man, that above angle they've shown a couple of times looks really bad. Yeah. Domi's okay, which is obviously good for the Hurricane. He's been, Game 7, Domi. Oh my God!
Game 7 clutch against Boston. A terrific performance in that game, no question about that.
Yeah, I've always wondered why he hasn't caught on a bit more. I've always thought especially coming up, he'd be a much better defensive forward, but I don't know. It just it hasn't quite clicked all the way with him. We'll see. This is again.
That Madison Square Garden ice. There it is again. That puck is just bouncing like on a dirt road. Yeah. Look at that puck.
I know. I think I'm closer to you, and I refreshed everything because I just saw 3 guys in a row. Oh man,
that puck's just not settling down for anybody or anything right now.
These Rangers playoff games have been. Hockey's better when the Rangers are in the playoffs, and I'm a Sabres fan. I'm kind of indifferent on the Rangers, but it really is better. You see a lot more interactions online. You see a lot more people in general that don't always follow hockey, tweeting about hockey. So it's always good to see him play in Madison Square Garden. Oh God, Strome just took a shot at Pesci, I think, or Aho. He's nothing though. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that Hurricane penalty kill, 88%, man, in the regular season, and they've gotten worse here in the playoffs, only 81%, really bad now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good God. Yeah, they're just. It's hard to describe it. And really, it might just be having 2 of the best shutdown defensemen in the league, just on either unit. Trocheck's also very good defensively. Man, listening to, I don't even know, there's always get different broadcasters, but the way they talk about Slavin, it's like this is the first time they've watched a defenseman play hockey. They just can't believe those. It's like, yeah, I know.
We have something happen. Yeah.
There it is. Who was it?
That was a wonderful pass right there by Andrew. I believe it was Andrew Kopp that made that pass. Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
These are the 2 guys that have been singing their praises for props for weeks since they got them. Forget Zibanejad, Kreider. Bet some of these for better prices with Kopp and Vetrano, and there it is.
Yep. I honestly saw Vetrano
pass
still on the top.
Yeah, Fox to Kopp to Vetrano to the net. There you go. There's your scoring play. Vetrano from Kopp and Fox, power play goal, 1-0 Rangers.
Yeah, I've been on him, especially early. I ended the year. I was really on Vetrano, and in the playoffs, the ice time was keeps getting worse and worse. And when I saw they had Hedel up there, I talked myself out of it again today. Of course, not betting him to score, and there he is, second power play, not where he is normally getting his goals, and the Rangers are just a team in the playoffs that keeps that first unit out there a lot. So it's tough to try to find points that way. Carolina, I want to see their power play because keeping Svechnikov off of it for this long has been a little surprising to me. A team that just seemingly isn't generating a ton of high danger chances. So I really want to see their unit and see if they haven't gotten Svechnikov back up there. His point props at plus money now to get a single.
Are you shocked that he's been such a? He has been. He's been just too quiet, Andrei Svechnikov. How has he gone this long? 7 games with Boston, 3 and change now with the Rangers, and be this minimal of an impact on things?
I don't. God, that is a great question. They started. I mean, he was with Aho. They split that up. I think that second line looked a lot better in Game 3. I mean, he did have 9 shot attempts in Game 3, which was a lot more than before. It's hard to describe. It's like especially when you're watching him, it's like he's always creating something. I don't really know if there's a good way to put it. It's kind of Barkov syndrome from Game 4. It's just not, I guess, taking your chances, overthinking it, making that extra pass so you don't need to. It's, sometimes you just got to get the puck on the net when you have it. And he has one of the best shots in the league. Got to need him to be shooting. And now they're down 1 goal. So I think we'll see more of him. He's not good defensively at this point in his career, which makes some sense. So you try to, that was the line that actually saw the most offensive zone draws, the Trocheck Svechnikov unit, because they want to get him a chance to shoot the puck. He's just got to shoot it. Actually, we're top lines.
I'm tempted to do a D-Gen special, and that's what this is. I'm going to maybe wait till the last television timeout. There is one more TV timeout still to come in this period. Anybody that watches hockey as much as I do, DJ does, anybody knows that we talk under 14, under 10, and under 6. Those are our 3 TV timeouts in each period. We've got one more to come here. And as soon as that TV timeout strikes, I'm going to take a long look at this over 1.5 first period that I see, which is like plus 210 and climbing right now. Just as a little value, have some fun, small potatoes type of bet. But we are a betcast. I have not placed a live bet yet, and I feel very, very grimy about that, considering we're 30 minutes into this thing, that we're going to pull the trigger on that. Probably at the timeout, although I don't want to wait too long.
Yeah, I know. It's really don't get a whistle here. Come on.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a whistle.
You know what? While we wait for the whistle, did we just get one? No, we didn't. I thought we had a penalty. Never mind. One theory that I've been kind of thinking about, and I just started now to try to track it a little bit better, is the moment you see a penalty, looking at the other team to score the next goal. Obviously it's a bit dependent on the teams that are playing. In regular season, it's Coyotes or whoever. Oh, I got a bad feeling about
this. Happens to me all the time lately on this podcast. I'm thinking about something, talking about something, and I miss my fucking chance.
There it is.
God damn it.
Yeah.
That was Ryan Lindgren with a shot from the face-off dot, and it was a nice shot. It was right over the shoulder of Antti Raanta. Not much he could have done. 2-0 Rangers. Wow.
Yeah, that is... Wow, God, not expecting that. Anyways, what I was going to say is betting the next goal for the team on the penalty kill for the game, in general, because it seems like they juice it an awful big amount right before they go on the power play. And I've been kind of looking at that more, trying to see maybe some math behind what are the actual odds they're giving you, like percentages, and then what are the odds that team scores in the power play? Because once the power play is over, it goes right back to normal. Basically normally pick 'em-ish, especially in a pick 'em game. So I've been thinking about that more, and just again, the Rangers, the odds they're going to score on the power play, are they indicative of what the line's actually saying? Because I don't think they are. I noticed that the other night, and I don't know if anyone's talked about that or looked into it, just because I think most people think, I'm trying to get that next goal in general for the game and don't think as much about the next team to score props. Just like I said, I don't think mathematically they add out. So it's something I'm going to be thinking about.
What's funny about, we don't think a lot of course, betting, the primary reason for making a bet is because you don't think the line is where it should be. And it's funny about that Florida-Tampa series. I'm hearing everybody known to man saying, well, Tampa's up 3-0 in this series. How can there be no adjustment, toward Tampa Bay, or just barely an adjustment where they're minus 120? And everybody was saying that because of how they've dominated Florida. But then there's some people that had the conclusion you did that, hold on now, Florida's had a lot of chances. The expected goals numbers are good. And now they're being totally devalued. So it's amazing how you have that clash of thought processes going on in that series in particular. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. I mean, with hockey, more than any other sport, there's a lot of unexplored everything. And I mean, there's a lot that I'll be working on this summer. I've kind of died down a lot with all the content because just frankly, if anyone, I mean, I've told people, but there's just not a lot of value I think I add saying the same things over and over again. I don't make irrational adjustments based off of one game. I think that's a really bad way of doing things. So I don't really want to put a podcast out every day saying, well, the teams I just bet on, I'm taking them again 2 days later. And I'm going to take about the same. I didn't really see anything new. Sometimes props will change a little bit because we actually see adjustments that we didn't see for Florida. And that's where I'm trying to put some value in general. But yeah, it's tough for me to want to put out content when I don't think I'm adding a lot of value. I try to really keep all of my Twitter, all of my everything. Just, am I adding value with what I'm putting out there? And if it's no, I normally don't post it or put anything out. And I think that unexplored things like this are where I add the most value because I will just methodically track them and try to figure out the actual numbers. And I've been saying this quite a bit too. And anyone that's listening, if you ever are thinking to yourself, is this a good bet? Put it into a percentage. You can go to any odds checker and just think about what you're betting. Think about the percentage for a minute, even if you don't have any, formulas or models to go again. Just make sure you understand what you're actually saying. I think a lot of time people just sort of are like, well, I'm watching this game and this really should happen this way. It's like, well, just make sure you know what you're saying before you put the money into it.
That's absolutely right. You want it's good advice for anybody. You actually should do your full process, your due diligence before you just, hey, I'm going to look at this. That makes sense. Lock it in. No, really do your thorough analysis. Do your autopsy first, and make sure too after the bet wins or loses, and do it whether it wins or whether it loses. And I learned this from the late great Dave Malinsky, who we lost way too soon in his life, passed away a few years ago. He always did what he called a post-mortem after every bet. You look back, if it won, there are always elements of a bet that wins that you still didn't get right. Which elements were correct in your handicap, which ones weren't. And a bet that loses, find out why it lost, find out what led to it, what parts of your own thought process and handicap were correct, that maybe it was a bad, turn of events that led you to lose the bet, or what parts of it were ended up right, and what you ended up wrong, I should say, with that losing bet. Just do a thorough examination because you're not going to get better unless you figure out why you win a bet, why you lose a bet, and which elements of your handicap were right or wrong.
Exactly. No, and again, it's more frustrating when you nail it. Like I thought, again, because I think anyone that's actually doing a lot of the handicapping that at least I listen to or try to learn from, I know there's something behind it. They're not just guessing. Some people do. I'm not saying they don't, and I'm not saying people can't have some intuition and maybe have a little bit of knowledge in their guessing. But I think that what my stuff does well is pretty good at understanding which teams are going to have more shots, a little bit more volume to their game, and which teams are how they're going to deploy those shots. And that's why I've gotten more into props because I realized those are my strengths. And it's if you told me last night you were 100% positive Tampa was going to win, you watched that entire game and looked at it again and said, see, I knew I was right, and everything is here says I was right, I would say you were a liar and you do not know what you're talking about, because you could say you were right and you could say that you got bailed up by Vasilevsky and that's what you thought might happen, but to say that that was a good bet and that you confidently should have won that is, again, take your money, have fun, enjoy your life. But you see that quite a bit. And yeah, so I really try to, again, when anyone asks me about anything and people say, what's your lock of the day? There are no locks. Anything can happen. I have watched players I'm in the playoffs. Matthews had a game where he had 15 shot attempts and had 4 shots on goal. And it's he didn't get the 4.5 over. There's no way anyone could have told you that was going to happen. And, it's impossible. You could, and like I said, I bet that night and I look back at it and I'm just like, what are you going to do? There's nothing you can do. And then last night you could have had Kadri to have 2.5 like I did. And it hits. He had 3 attempts, 3 goals, 3 attempts and 3 goals. And you hit on that 2.5 over. Again, I should not have. That should never have hit. There's no way. I got super lucky. So I do that every day. I go to hockeyviz.com if anyone's wondering where I get most of this from, because I'm a visual learner. I like to look at the visualizations. Do you ever go to HockeyViz yourself?
I've definitely, I've seen it. Yep. Yeah, I've checked it out. Yep.
So if anyone's listening and they're just wondering, especially because I post a lot of the graphics now, I've talked to Mike a few. Actually, I had a drink with him one night. He was in Rochester at a convention Really, really, I mean, just way too smart. I mean, he's like a college professor. It's stupid. I was like, I don't know what you're saying. You win. But it's,
Yeah. I can't
but
keep
no,
up with you. It's like, yeah,
no, yeah.
it's like a higher level of brain power and intellect that I need to keep up with some. I've been in those conversations before. And it's like, oh, you lost me at the first couple words.
So I would really, that site, Natural Hat Trick. If you're not using these, at least to some advantage,
Yeah.
I think you're missing out. Just trying to understand, especially I think with props, it's more indicative because the books adjust very, very slowly to new information, especially with props. So if you see one night, let's just say, for example, Panarin, who has been shooting more this playoffs,
Yeah.
if he hits, but only by one, it goes up by the same amount, whether he had 15 shot attempts or he had 3 and he went over 2.5. Doesn't really matter how many attempts he had. So a lot of times it's trying to figure out the role the player is playing. And a guy like Panarin could probably hit over 2.5 every night. If Gallant told him, you need to shoot the puck as much as you can when you have a shot on net, he could hit every night. Same with McDavid, same with Barkov, same with a lot of these guys. So it is a bit of understanding the way these teams are deploying their guys, but yeah.
Which is important. That's what we're here for. And we try to incorporate this on the Ice Guys daily. We want to let you know who's moving up the lineup, who's going to the second line, who's going to the first line, who's going to maybe get power play time, PP1, PP2, who's maybe getting minutes and an opportunity with either of those two power play units that they don't normally get. Those are things you could ultimately absolutely capitalize on prop wise, DFS wise. Yep.
Yeah, no, 100%. DFS is again, that's like a whole new, I really try to, that's the hardest part is sometimes I get away from it because I do think it's a different part of my brain. Like it's not the same way I'm betting is DFS. And you think like, well, why not? Like you like this guy to score, you're not going to put it in your lineup. And it's again, like the DFS process, especially on a 2-game slate, is way different than just picking a guy. I'm picking like a one player that you think could, in a vacuum, kind of maximize one prop rather than a unit, a combined effort of maximizing an entire, portfolio of players would be the most business way of putting it.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's again, that's like looking at the lineups, looking at reading coaches' quotes, like what they're gonna do too. And sometimes, what bothers me too is sometimes these sites don't get it right all the time, whether it's Daily Faceoff, RotoWire, and you're gonna see something morning skate. And I've seen you retweeting, like half an hour before the game starts, these pregame skate line combos, because there's gonna be some shit going down that you weren't expecting, that obviously is a last minute change or a last second change. And all of a sudden, it alters your initial early morning, late afternoon thinking going into that game. Yeah. And you got to adjust on the fly, literally, to it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why I got away from a lot of the 10 lineup stuff that I was doing earlier in the year and kind of just condensed it because as the season goes on too, the coaches will make real big adjustments and it's like they're trying to hide them. Some coaches do it more than others. Yeah, I can think of a lot of examples of coaches that have really changed it up. Like in the playoffs too, we've seen it where it's like they actually, think about Rupe Hintz. They literally have him out in warmups going all the way until after lock, and then they pull that crap. And it's frustrating for the betting community. I had him in that game, and for overrun shots, at least it pushed or got voided. But when you're in DFS, you're screwed. There's really nothing you can do about it. So it can be really, really tricky to hammer down, which is why I spend a lot of time with the retweeting, with all that stuff. And, and again, like in DFS, a lot of times a guy like Rupe Hintz in that series, in that game, there's a lot of leverage there. You don't have to think about that with betting. That's like the biggest word that I would say, like DFS, leverage. Betting, there's no leverage because if my bet hits and your bet hits, I don't really care. In DFS, if I pick Rupe Hintz and you pick Johnny Gaudreau instead, you just beat me for sure because I just got a guy with 0. So it's, a lot more goes into that process in general, which is why, like I said, I've kind of stepped back in the playoffs a bit because I don't know. It's honestly, DraftKings, and I know your partner, I don't want to be rude. They're not giving us big enough contests for me to want to spend all the time and effort to win freaking 5K against guys with 150 lineups. I was like, all right, I'm not going to do that anymore then because, I want the 25, 50K entry. I want a chance for it at all. And, I took down a couple of GPPs this year. It felt amazing. And neither of them were the big ones, of course, didn't get me 50Ks or anything. But, that's what keeps me coming back and probably keeps a lot of people coming back. But, we have a really good community with the Morning Skate podcast. If anyone wants to get into a Discord, I don't talk as much as Matt Moody does. But yeah, no, it's DFS it's a different mindset. And I tell a lot of people that go from the betting to the DFS. I'm like, you got to remember that you're playing against other people. And I've had people that are like, well, what are your lineups look like? And I'm like, I'm playing against you tonight. Like, I can't tell you. And if I do tell you and you play the same lineup, you'd have to have paid me, with how top heavy these contests are. I'm really rambling now. I'm sorry for everyone that doesn't care, but how top heavy the lineup, their contests are.
This is your chance, man. This is your mic time. I'm just enjoying it. You're making great points too, and you're making sense. And you give my voice a rest. I appreciate everything you're saying.
The contests go from like 50K to first to 10K to second. So if we split that top prize, unless you paid me like 20 grand for that lineup, which you definitely didn't. So I just tell people, and it's like a lot of people just don't get that coming from betting to DFS because they're just like, wait, no one's ever, said no about this stuff because we all make money together. I don't know. I don't sell anything, so I'm really not good at this. It's a long-term goal for me, and I'm really hoping next year. I don't want to give anything away or make any promises, but I'm really hoping to have more functionality on our website at morningskatepod.com that will hopefully. There's a couple of goals. We have two main goals. One would be having the lines posted on there for all of the books. If that's possible, if we could data scrape that and show you and again, go team by team, player by player, prop by prop, and you can look it up. If we could put a lookup function, that would be a miracle, but that's a little bit more work than I think we have right now. We have someone that's going to help us. And number two will be to have, I don't know. The hardest part about this is trying to player profile and build a player profiling function that is accurate is really difficult because if anyone could do it, it'd be easy. But trying to, give people better advice based off of a full prediction model rather than any sort of outside influence. Because no matter what any capper is going to tell you, if you're not legitimately just betting through a model, you're going to be influenced by something else. So we're really going to try to have that there for people to look at and make their own decisions off of. And if if you don't like it, don't bet it. It's not a big deal. And hopefully have some sort of a ticker showing the profitability of what the model's telling you over time. So yeah, bias, right? That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can't I'm a Sabres fan, so I'm actually negatively biased towards the Sabres. But most people are biased towards their team.
Yeah.
And we're really hoping to have this, and it's going to be a process all summer, and then from there it's going to be, I guess, just trying to grow our influence in general and see if we can't get more people. But I don't know if hockey is ever going to be big enough that we could sway any lines or anything. But I like to always make the tweet that I sway the lines, but I don't.
Yeah, I definitely do, and I definitely do in the CFL. I know that for a fact, that when I place a bet and I send out plays to subscribers for CFL, the line will move. And that's the way it is, and I'm proud of that with the CFL. Yeah, the Sabres. I'm with you on the Sabres. I mean, I grew up cheering for them. Not a die-in-the-wool Sabres fan, as you know. Like, I've gone a lot of years without even mentioning, their wins and their losses and yada yada yada. But that's why it was one of my great thrills on the Ice Guys show a few weeks ago to have Derek Roy on the show a few weeks ago. That was phenomenal. And we spent, and people were pissed off. Get on, talk about the games. We want to hear what your betting opinions are. I said, no, God damn it. We're going to reminisce about 2005 and 2006 and 2007 with Derek and his friends, Chris Drury and Danny Briere and Brian Campbell and Henrik Tallinder and Tony Ludman and Ryan Miller in his prime. Hello, Newmanen, Teppo Newmanen. Yeah, we're going to reminisce about all those guys. So enjoy it. Enjoy the show.
And it's a couple of things about what you're saying there. First off, Derek Roy, like analytic darling, just no one even had the analytics yet. It's funny how people have gone back and looked at those stats, and he pops as like Patrice Bergeron level at that time. And I know, goals and assists are a little bit more valuable than a guy that plays a 200-foot game, but what an unbelievable player. And I also know he still hangs around Buffalo and he still comes to events. I had some friends that did like a fundraiser thing, and he just showed up. Didn't say a word. People didn't even know who he was. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, and he wasn't pimping a book or some kind of.
No, he just came through, donated a bunch of money, had some beers with everyone. It was like they didn't ask him. He just showed up. And so I think he's a real good guy. And it is funny how Craig Rivea still does the podcast here with Peters. Like These guys,
Yeah, the
Renee
instigators.
especially,
Yep.
you
Yeah,
know,
no,
a guy that just has no reason to stick around. You know, it didn't even work out with, he worked for the Sabres and they hated it. And he's now sticking around. It is funny how there's a lot of people that just want this team to do great. And it's just been a nightmare. I mean, absolute disaster for forever. Since really, not even 2010, it's just been a nightmare of bad decisions. And I really hope that we're getting it on track. It feels like it, but
we also, as much as we enjoyed the reminiscing and the great memories of those back-to-back conference finals, Buffalo Sabres teams, 06, 07, Carolina, that was the painful one. The first one. Like the second one when they lost to Ottawa, I have no beef. Ottawa was just better that year when they beat Buffalo. And like with Alfredson and Danny Heatley and Jason Spezza and Chris Phillips and Wade Redden. I mean, that team was just really, really good. And they had an incredible year. And they were pissed off because we knocked them out the year before in the second round with the Pominville goal. You know, now do you believe? Now do you believe? From the now retired Rick Jenneret. Yeah, and they were just better than us. The Carolina one, though, the year before, that's the one where it felt like they were good, Carolina, but if we were healthy, we could have won that series. We were 4 defensemen out. Kalinin was out. Jay McKee was out. There's a couple others, too, banged up.
Was Zhitnik?
Yeah, there's someone else. Nathan Page, who was just a young kid at the time, had to come in, and he did as good as he could, but we were just depleted to shit, beaten up to shit on the blue line with injuries, and it really hurt.
I mean, that was really, honestly, probably one of the luckiest teams ever that ran out of luck. You know, a team that literally the NHL changed like that year to make the Sabres, this young, fast team, so much more relevant and so much more playoff ready. And
first season after the lockout. Yep.
Yeah. So it was like this amazing opportunity for a team that had all this young skill to flourish. Guys like Drury and Briere, who had been awesome, just never had a chance to get out of the clutch and grab era. Now we're free. And all of the luck in the world ran out in that series against Carolina all at once. I mean, the staph infection, or I know now they say it really wasn't staph infection with Jay McKee, you know, the block shot, all that. It just the most heartbreaking way to possibly find a way to lose. And then watching Carolina beat Edmonton, who just wasn't very good that year either. You know, two teams that weren't very good, it felt like in the finals.
We're an 8th seed that year, Edmonton. Yep.
Yeah, they just weren't. It's just it was tough. I was pretty young at the time, and it kind of seemed like the glory days were never going to end, and then abruptly fell on our face just a few years later. You know, every decision you could make that would be bad, the Sabres found a way to do, and I'll never blame him for anything with Jack Eichel. I'm just not one of those people that wants to go out and crucify him for. I never met him. I don't know him at all. Some people tell me stories. I don't know him. I mean, sure, maybe he is an asshole. I just don't know. And if he does well and he wins a cup one year, I'm not going to be mad about it. But he had to go. At the end of the day, that was done. It was over. There's no way we're gonna find a way back from it. So I'm hopeful. I love Tuck.
The organization was fed up with him, and he had enough of the organization. I mean, both ways. Yep, that's what it was.
Just bizarre. I mean, that was just very unexpected that would go down like that after. Whatever. It is what it is. I mean, Buffalo, I'm not even a Bills fan, so I'm really quite miserable. I grew up, my dad's a huge Browns fan, so I don't even get the Bills. I can't get it right. We'll see about the Browns. We don't have to get into football right now. Good God.
By the way, I'm going to go ahead with a very interesting second period bet here. I'm going to do Canes -0.5 plus 140. Just I like the number you're getting there, believe it or not, with the Canes. You look at first period. I'm going to refresh here, see what we've got here. I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's 0.48 to 0.36 expected goals first period. Edge Rangers with the 2-0 lead, but 3-2 for high danger chances actually in favor of Carolina in that first period, and that's not surprising. Though save he made on Pesci Shesterkin in the first couple minutes, that was a prime chance. I mean, that was a terrific save by him. But we saw Carolina in the second period. Remember, they actually Kreider scored, then Carolina answered. But when they were down 2-0, Carolina got the next goal, made it 2-1. So we have seen Carolina in this spot in Game 3 in this series, down 2-0. They scored that next goal. And obviously, if they do that here down 2-0, you're going to be live to cash that. So I think that's not bad at -0.5 plus 140. Carolina second period puck line. I like that a little bit. Especially now that I got the range. I've got the Rangers pregame -110. Why not? You could try to cash both, maybe.
Go absolutely crazy and just do like 2-0 correct score second period for Carolina. Like, are you thinking it's gonna be 3-1? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm almost thinking about galaxy braining. What
Yeah,
you're
if you
saying
think
here.
3-1, why don't you go plus? You'll get
Yeah,
probably
right.
plus 140 or 50 on
Yeah, I
it. Both
know.
teams to score.
I'm kind of thinking. I was kind of thinking about doing the 2-0 Carolina. If they could tie it up after this period.
Yep.
You know, if they get one and they get a couple power plays, I mean, I think their power play could click. They haven't gotten one yet. I mean, that's the thing is, you know, it shouldn't work this way. But what's the best indicator of a team that's going to get a power play? And it's a team that hasn't gotten one yet and has gotten penalties against them.
Yeah.
They've, I think, 3 power plays for the Rangers, 0 for the Hurricanes. Yep. Makes a lot of sense that the refs are. I mean, they shouldn't do it, but who was the Tim Peel, right? It was Tim Peel that literally admitted, like, I had to call him the other way. And I know he was joking, he got fired and all that stuff, but they do
the
that,
hot mic.
you know?
Yep, the hot mic incident that buried his career. Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Maybe it was true he was going to retire at the end of the year anyway.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, that's you could tell that was an moment that he would have wanted back. So I'm locked in on that. Carolina -0.5 plus 140. I wouldn't even say that's a bad thing to look at the both teams to score second period. That's plus 170. I'm actually seeing plus 170 on that in a couple of places. Both teams to score second. I'm probably going to sprinkle. I like the Carolina bet more. I'll have a little more on that one. The Hurricanes -0.5 plus 140 second period, but a little bit on the both teams to score plus 170 as well in the second period of this game.
I'm not getting a next goal scorer prop in it for a team, and I don't know why it's not giving me that right now.
Many books will provide that, so why it's not up now? Yeah,
I just like it. I thought I saw it up there. It's on my phone, but it's not on my computer. I'm in the same spot. I don't know. I logged in on my phone and I see it, and it's not. It's for some reason on the desktop. Whatever. Yeah, -105. I think next goal, and then I think I'm gonna get crazy and just do 2-0 exact score. Just that they tie it up. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? I'm gonna put like $10 on it. We're just having fun with this one. I mean, it's not. This is not a. Like I said, if they could get a couple power plays, plus 400 on I don't know. Let's just go with the maximize our fun bet.
Yeah, I mean, second period, definitely. I'm liking it there. Absolutely. With the with both of those bets, I like them. I like both of them. I like the Carolina. It's either Carolina -0.5 plus 140 or Carolina to win the second period, whatever you want to call it. Same thing.
And just making your sample size as big as possible, looking at the entire series. I mean, Carolina's won most periods in expected goals. This, I think you're saying, is kind of a rare exception to that rule. With 3 power play or penalties going against them, you assume that will not happen again. That would be shocking if once again they take 3 penalties to, in the game misconduct and the fighting. So 3 2-minute penalties against them to none. Thinking that that's going to repeat itself is probably bad. So, I mean, and obviously, if the Rangers score that next goal, I'm completely screwed, and anything can happen. But I don't know. I think having the most fun would be trying to assume Carolina gets back to the mean, and we get some power plays going the other way.
Yes. I think the next power play, you got to think it's going to be Carolina's because of the fact the Rangers had 2 in the first period. They usually like to even that out. It's intermission, so we got a chance to get your thoughts now on Edmonton, Calgary later tonight, Game 4, Oilers and Flames. Look, everything tells me don't bet what you've not seen in the last 2 games. And what we've seen in the last 2 games is Edmonton's just looked better, faster, better. Their offense is just causing Calgary fits. I mean, the rush chances they're giving up. If you actually look, DJ, I've harped on this point on the Ice Guys repeatedly. Game 6 and Game 7, Calgary got away with a lot against Dallas. They weren't giving up many shots. They weren't giving up many chances to Dallas, but what they were giving up was too good. Lots of high danger, lots of quality in those few Dallas chances. And if Dallas is a better finishing team around the net, it could have been different. It honestly could have. But Edmonton's not going to miss those same chances because they just got elite skill. Way more of it compared to Dallas, and Calgary's having their problems. That being said, I'm on Calgary because I think they've got much better. I think they got another level to give and another gear to go to. They're capable of it, and I'm going to hope we see it tonight. Desperate times for them. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is. I'm not even gonna lie. As of right now, I have no bets on either money line, and I bet Edmonton in every game this series. Like I said, I don't like it at minus money. I think that Edmonton at plus money feels really, really sharp because I had these two teams very, very, very even. I honestly feel the slight edge overall. I bet Edmonton to win the series. I bet them in general, and it's worked out nicely, but it's not by much. And what I would say negatively about the Flames is that their bottom four defensemen are kind of getting caved in, especially Shillington and Gabranson. They got crushed by everyone they went against in the last game. So, to me, what this game comes down to is it's going to be Lindholm's line up against Draisaitl, McDavid, and Evander Kane at 5-on-5, which was a little bit more even than the score would indicate. Can they find a way to, like you said, take those high danger chances and convert? Which is why I think they will, and I think the over is stronger here because I would rather take. I had minus 105 on the over. I think really this game has a much better chance of the over hitting than I feel strongly about either money line being really sharp. And at the end of the day, it comes down to bottom four defensemen on each team and goaltending being a huge question mark for me. I don't have faith in either of these netminders to shut the door. As I didn't a guy like Shesterkin, which is why I couldn't bet the over here. So I went with the over as my favorite bet here. They really haven't given me a ton of juice on any of the props, but I took Matt Tkachuk for a point and a couple of parlays and Evander Kane over 3.5. Just the way he's shooting has been otherworldly. It's tougher for me to want to take such a huge minus on McDavid over 3.5. It's up to like minus 175. That's just not a good bet at that point.
Oh, it's you know what? Eventually, and I even saw four for shots on goal prop earlier in this series. So it tells you that definitely the books are adjusting. He is shooting from anywhere. I think Zach Hyman over shots is what I'd look at too. Hyman, I think that's worth a look.
I bet him to score. He's been just on fire. And last game he had the most shot attempts, the highest expected goals for any player. He's averaging 6.7. Attempts per game in the playoffs, over 10 now. So we're finally getting to that over 10, which is kind of the minimum number I like to work with for games. So yeah, I do think that's pretty sharp. Actually, you know what? If anyone wants, while we're talking about this game, shot attempts per game, McDavid 7.7, Gaudreau 7.2, Kane 6.9. Michael Stone, kind of the weird outlier in here, but if you watch him, 6.86. They have him at 1.5. I think it's worth a look. He's getting the run. As long as Tanev's not in, he's getting the run. But don't bet until you see Tanev's out. And then Hyman at 6.7 that rounds out your top five. And that includes the Rangers-Carolina game. There's all five of those guys before anyone in Carolina and the Rangers. So this game has had a lot more pace in general, and I think will continue to.
Yeah, I am back to the over, even though it finally lost in Game 3.
Yeah,
it stayed under. I mean, be careful with just saying, okay, fine, it stayed under. It could stay under again tonight. Because if you watch the first period of Game 3, was scoreless. One of the most exciting, electrifying, action-packed, scoreless periods of playoff hockey that you'll ever see. Seriously. I mean, the expected goals, I didn't actually look, but I could only imagine what they were after that first period of Calgary, Edmonton in Game 3. Because you could that could have been 3-3 at the end of that period.
I'm trying to look at the shot. Yeah, I'm looking at the pressure and stuff, and it was very, very high. Edmonton especially. Holy crap. I mean, that game finished on HockeyViz with a 7.5 expected goals. You know, you're not always going to get the expected. Obviously, you won't. Sometimes you get way more than expected, but over, the long stretch of time, they're normally pretty accurate. So, oh, wow. Turbo. Shesterkin's looked good.
What a save he just made. Yeah, I was waiting for you to see that. If you saw that incredible save that he just made. Carolina had a mini 2-on-1 down low, and he just made an absolutely brilliant save. He's locked in. Are we concerned about Shesterkin anymore? I don't think so.
No.
After maybe a little struggle early in the Pittsburgh series in the first round, although a lot of that was, hey, when you're going to leave Crosby and Gensel and Rust, that line in particular, chippies around the net, easy ones, there's no goalie going to stop those. I think the defense just fell apart a lot of times in front of them against Pittsburgh.
If this is the end of the era in Pittsburgh, that was one of the most unlucky ends because they should have. And again, like you look at your bets. I bet the Rangers win that series. They had no business beating the Penguins. They got crushed.
Me too. I was on the Rangers as well. Yeah,
in everything. I mean, you really would have to dig to find a stat that you felt was like, oh, there we go. We finally found where the Rangers look good in this series. They, other than Louis Domingue, just still being Louis Domingue. He couldn't stop being Louis Domingue anytime soon. that was the only saving grace, was he was that bad. And it may have not quite looked it because I think our expectations of Louis Domingue were like to the basement, and he was just like halfway down the stairs. But yeah, he wasn't very good at all. Gave up way more goals than expected, while Shesterkin was just pretty sound overall.
No question about that. I'm just, you know what I'm going to do? A new feature here. And I'm just going to put in here pending live bets. Maybe I'm going to, because some people just join the show all of a sudden. And I don't always repeat what I'm looking at, but I'm on 2 bets right now. Plus 175, both teams to score. There it is, second period. And there we go. I'll flash it up on the screen just now. There we go. Pending Betcast live bets. There you go. Betcast live bet. I should actually reverse that. Betcast live bets pending. That's what we'll say right there. Carolina second period puck line, or Carolina to win the second period, and also a little smaller sprinkle on that, both teams to score. There we go. At plus 175 was the best price I found on that. So there we go.
Yeah,
that's what we got.
Showing that Shesterkin save again and again. And it was perfect. You can't beat it. Absolutely flawless. Oh my God. Yeah, this is getting frustrating. They look good. The Hurricanes, I mean, like I said, I think they'll come out looking all right. And they looked really good the first 4 minutes, but man,
they're definitely bringing the urgency now. Obviously, they're down 2-0. They have to. Yeah. Haven't gotten a power play yet, though. Not that means Carolina for sure is going to capitalize on it. This power play is actually, actually tumbled. At one point early in the midway through the regular season, Carolina was like a top 3, top 5 power play. And actually their power play kind of went outside the top 10 by the end of the season. And it was definitely nowhere near as effective, efficient, or converting as much of their chances. So if they get those power play chances, it's not a sure thing they're going to capitalize on them. Oh, someone just got hit with a puck for Carolina. It was Brett Pesce, one of the guys that's just been a pillar of strength on that blue line for them.
You really don't want to lose him.
No.
Oh man, yeah. Someone was asking in the comments how is Calgary going to score, and it is
Elias Lindholm. It's Johnny Gaudreau, Matthew Tkachuk. That's how. Aren't these guys people that's put 40 goals in the net this year? That's how they score. Wake the fuck up and get it done. That's what That's how they score. Get it done.
to me, it's we're getting into game 4 now, and Edmonton has ran Hyman, Nugent Hopkins, McDavid, Kane, and Draisaitl as much as they possibly can. I mean, guys like Cassian are getting 6 minutes. It's got to be taking advantage of them when they have one off shift. And I think Edmonton's going to try to get McDavid out there against that line as much as they can. And you have to find a way to make them make mistakes. And I know it's like McDavid doesn't make mistakes. Well, he can make a mistake. He can overskate a puck. And you need to capitalize because Draisaitl's still not 100% with his skating, and Evander Kane is in a brick wall of defensive prowess. So, and their defense in Edmonton has played better this year, a lot better than I thought. But I mean, you're rolling out Keith, Ceci, Kulak. It's not great. So you just got to find a way to get it done. Make McDavid make a mistake. Like he can do it.
I didn't realize this was the Chris Pronger, Scott Niedermayer, Anaheim Ducks blue line from 2007 that the Oilers had either. People saying all of a sudden, how's Calgary going to score? Like since Cody Ceci scores a big goal against LA and they jumped up into the play, a beautiful shot, and they think he's Bobby Orr or Paul Coffey all of a sudden. Like, oh, fuck, calm down.
I'm willing to admit that Cody Ceci is a little bit better than maybe the eye test, maybe the analytics, but he's also playing with Nurse, who I think is actually very, very good. Definitely helps him a good bit, but yeah, I like I said, I have a lot of faith in Edmonton, and my numbers like them a lot more than maybe anyone else. But to think that they can't give up goals is, again, it's one game. It's Mike Smith. We watched him give up a touchdown, and he could have given up 2 touchdowns in that first game. Just completely floundering around.
Doesn't it feel like he shits the bed tonight? It's just got that feel like it's one of those nights maybe for him that it's just. It's not going to be a good night for him, or at least a average to below average. He ain't going to do what he did in game 3. I'm pretty confident of that.
No, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I do think that if I was the Oilers coach, I would have probably also said, you know what, we got the line matchups now. We want best on best. I think that's their best angle. But if you look at, go to HockeyViz, go to the 5-on-5 matchup tool, look at the line matching, look at. It's not like the shots were right now I'm looking at it myself, and pretty even as far as the units getting their attempts. You just got to bury them. I think they'll still get the attempts. You just got to find a way, because the McDavid line, when it's out there, they are trying to let you get a chance for them to get a chance, because they got Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. So I'm not too worried. As long as Mike Smith plays a little bit worse, we should be fine to get that over.
Yeah, which I do like, and I'm on Calgary. I'm going to trust in these, guys that they had a great regular season. They've had a couple of really bad games here in a row, especially the third period of game 2, and all of game 3 was bad. But this is a guy that's won cups before, Daryl Sutter. This is a blue line that I still like their blue line 1 through 6 a little bit more than Edmonton. I'll say that. And I'm waiting for them to step up. Maybe it's going to put 5 in the neutral zone and just completely clog it up, completely gum it up so that they cannot generate anything. So you force them to chip and chase, and that's not Edmonton's game. They don't play chip and chase game. I think Calgary's going to do everything in their power to force them to play that way tonight. I think you have to. You cannot get embarrassed in the neutral zone like you did in game 3 if you're the Flames. If it takes, lining up 5, making sure that neutral zone is a quagmire, you've got to do it. You got to do it. It's about winning now. It's about finding a way to win games. It's about finding a way to win a series. And clearly you cannot win a battle of skating against Edmonton. You can't. It showed you. You look like a snail compared to them. You've got to try to gum it up in the neutral zone. I think that's what they're going to try to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone asked about Mangiapane, and I mean, it's just so hard for me to want to get involved with any of these other players. Backlund, Coleman, and Mangiapane at 5-on-5 it just feels gross. I don't know.
I thought Coleman was going to get the ball rolling with those 2 goals in game 1. And he hadn't scored yet in the playoffs. I'm like, here it comes. Here's that offense, that big clutch step up, big goals from him that we saw from him with Tampa last year. But at the same time, it didn't carry over into game 2 or in game 3. So was it a blip on the radar? Because this is a guy that had 8 goals in the playoffs for Tampa Bay last year.
Yeah, you hope. That's the best I could say is when he's going, it's fun to watch. It's weird how he'll have a game. If you look through his game logs, he'll have a 9-shot on goal game just out of nowhere, and it's just like, how the heck did this guy just, So you never know when that line could get rolling. I'm just pulling up what I'll give you the numbers on Mangiapane. He has 4.3 shot attempts per game over 10, and at about a 0.38 individual expected goals per game. That's fine. I don't know. I mean, the line matchup, if you're wondering, you might be thinking, well, the Backlund line's not going against the McDavid line anymore. That might entice you a little bit. They were primarily out against the Nugent Hopkins, Puljujarvi, Hyman line. They seem to do okay against them at 5-on-5. It was pretty even. I don't know. You can look at it, but there's not a lot there to make me feel incredibly strong. Oh, I thought we were going to get a power play. Nope.
I think he fell on that horrible horseshit ice of Madison Square Garden.
Maybe not. Oh,
say what you will about how grand the arena is, and it is. It's obviously a famous arena, the world's most famous arena. But their ice for hockey has never been, especially at this time of year when the weather's starting to warm up.
Yeah, I've never seen a game there. I really want to. I've been to MSG when I was like a kid. We went there, but I don't know. I don't really love New York City. I hope I'm not hurting anyone's feelings. I just like Buffalo.
It's a shooting gallery right now for Carolina. They got the Rangers dog tired. They've been out forever.
Oh my!
You got to think there's either going to be something, penalty or something, but they need a clear in the. Yeah, there it is, penalty Rangers.
Yep.
Knew that was coming. 2.5 minutes in the zone. It's been here for Carolina.
And that was an unbelievable keep by Slavin to kind of set that up.
He's so good. That guy's
my God. That guy had one hand on his stick and just knocked it down like it was nothing. My God.
Why the hell does nobody talk about this guy? It's insane. Must be because he's playing in Carolina. This is as good a defenseman and sound at both ends as it gets.
Yeah, he's just not incredibly fantasy relevant for season long. He doesn't get a ton of points. They don't need him on the top power play. That was the big thing going into this year. It's like if D'Angelo doesn't work out, he could be the top guy. And D'Angelo, I mean, offensively on the power play, God, the guy's awesome. So yeah, I think that's kind of why he doesn't get the buzz. But when you watch him play, you're kind of always. That's what I said. Like the announcers seem to fall in love with him because maybe they just don't hear about him a lot, and then they watch him and they're like, "Holy crap, this guy is just another planet." Yeah. Oh yeah, Lindgren, Jesus, just tackle Aho. Why don't you?
Yeah.
But I mean, that it is a lot of the narrative, and for everything ESPN, I think, has done really well. That I don't watch a ton of their content. I don't know if they ever really talk about a lot of the hockey betting stuff. So I know Stephen A. isn't even not giving a lot of advice. At least I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that could be it. Exactly. I think you might be onto something there. So we've got Carolina puck line second period, as you can see, and they're going to have a power play chance. And I have the Rangers money line, as I mentioned, full game. So I'm actually, this is just me trying to get greedy here, thinking that Rangers can still win this game. I can get Carolina to close within a goal here, and we can end up winning both here. The shooting's awful. I mean, I don't want to get into it too much, but now that I do want to admit it's sad. It's terrible. It's too many of them going on in the U.S. in particular. The elementary school shootings, any school shooting, elementary, high school, doesn't matter. It's terrible. It's absolutely. I don't know what we do to fix it, but somehow it's got to be fixed. You can't have this keep happening. It's sad. No kid should go through something like that. No family should go through something like that. And our thoughts and prayers, condolences to everybody that involved in that. And certainly in your home neck of the woods there, DJ, with Buffalo, with the Tops not so friendly market apparently that day.
No.
My gosh, just absolutely awful stuff. You got to stop this shit from happening somehow.
Yeah, 2 miles away from where I live, but it kind of feels like another. It's not everyone if you from the area or not. It's just kind of not really where you go, and they picked that for a reason. And I don't know. I mean, I'm very much a type of just at this point. I don't really have a lot of words to say because nothing I say is going to matter. And I really just talk internally with people about it. I'd like to see change, but I don't really know what that change looks like, especially in my state. And I can't speak for other states because it's different. And my one friend wanted, I'll tell this quick. I don't want to get away, but I remember my one friend wanted to get a pistol. Just, he's Eagle Scout his whole life, kind of just grew up with that mentality of like, oh, got to have one in the house, And I just was like, I would love to be in on this process with you. Like if I could just follow along, because I just want to know. And I'm just there and I'm along with it. It was incredibly tedious but tedious is a word I'd use because it wasn't like it did anything. It just made it difficult for him, but it wasn't going to stop him. I don't know. I just stay out of politics in general at this point, and I try to just enjoy as much as I can of life, and just again feel terrible when something happens. And
exactly right.
Just sucks.
It sucks is right.
Just the only way to put it, and you never want to see it, but we can focus back in the game, and that's kind of how I try to roll.
What a save shorthanded just now by Ronta. The Rangers nearly potted a shorty on this Carolina. That, as I said, this Carolina power play, it's gone backwards. I mean, they started the year, first 2-3 months of the year, they were like number one penalty kill and number one, number two, number three power play. And that power play has regressed steadily ever since then. They're barely middle of the pack power play entering the playoffs.
I know that's why I thought we'd see a change. I really thought we'd see Svechnikov. Haven't yet. I just don't think they have Aho is awesome. Jarvis looks really good, but they don't have that amazing shot on that power play anymore, and they just haven't gone back to it. I don't know what else they can really do. So they got to get Svechnikov out there on that first unit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great stop, Ronta, and a huge save because you get the sense 3-0 going to be extremely difficult for Carolina if he gives up a goal there. Don't worry, he's not going to stab you with his skate like Happy Gilmore, Pyotr Kochetkov on the bench. Yeah. He basically flinched when Ronta put his skate up there to be looked at. Absolutely hilarious. Like he's not going to stab you with that or hurt you with that. He's your teammate. He's your goalie battery mate there.
No, yeah, God, I mean, it's crazy to think like he literally doesn't know English.
He doesn't.
I know. I'm still working on it. That I just
not a lick. Svechnikov's got to tell him everything Rod Brindamore's saying. Yeah.
I can't even imagine. Like, I don't even know what I do. It's crazy. That's crazy story. I actually have him on one of my dynasty teams. I don't even know why. I picked him. Like he was like, it was such a deep draft. I just ended up picking like a second round goalie. Yeah, I never know. He looked like he had decent stats.
Actually played pretty well in limited action.
I know he looked good, so I'm happy I have him. He was kind of like my fourth. Like it's an incredibly deep dynasty. He's like my fourth prospect goalie in my system. And I'm like, ooh, this might be a steal. And I just traded out Kakinen, and that looked. We'll see if we don't regret that later on if he does really well in San Jose. But all right, come on, what are you guys gonna do? Are they just really gonna?
The bells of St. Mary's just went off behind Igor Shesterkin. Post shot.
Oh, God, yeah, of course. This team is not going to score a single goal in this period. I need him to get two. I need him to tie it up.
Yeah. Yeah. You're preaching to the choir here with the puck line pending here. Yeah. At a great price, too, plus 140. Like they're absolutely tilted the ice in their favor, Carolina, but nothing to show for it yet.
No. I mean, this period just feels like the full game for Florida. Just like, I've only seen a couple, that one chance by Turbo and obviously the post, but there really hasn't been a lot of just grade A chances.
Yeah.
Just a lot of general shots, but I don't know. This Rangers team just finds a way to.
They defended very well the other night, Game 3, when they held that lead. They were very good in that game. Yep.
They defended well all season.
Yep.
It's just one bad series, and a lot of people jump ship. I mean, I was seeing people saying like Carolina's going to sweep them. Do you see how bad the Rangers were? And I was like, well, I mean,
don't you think the Rangers have a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean,
a little room for improvement in them. A little bit.
That's kind of what I thought. And again, like Tampa was the team I was like, I don't know if I have as much faith in them having as much improvement, but like I said, I kind of pulled it up, and they gave up expected goals over 3 every single game. Most of them almost 4 to Toronto, and I'm like, Florida's just as good offensively, and they're losing point. I kind of talked myself into what didn't end up being good. I'll tell you that. I think next year I'm still gonna be haunted by it, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to put it out of your mind now. I mean, it's tough. It's frustrating. I get it. And there's certainly some bets you make and some things that don't play out in your favor that you thought should have, and that will drive you nuts. But hey, if you keep thinking about it, you're going to actually end up feeling worse.
I know.
You definitely will. But I understand why. Absolutely, it's frustrating for sure. But yeah, don't think about it too much is the best thing I can say about that.
Yeah.
What do we got? I'm just looking to see here anything that I'm looking at potentially in terms of live. I'm looking at live goal scorer props. I'm trying to see who's actually getting a bunch of good opportunities here. I'm just going to take a look here because sometimes looking at that, usually I sprinkle on one for each team in this kind of situation here based on who's getting those chances. It looks like we've seen a very active night. Obviously, Strome is the one that stands out. Strome is number 2 in expected goals right now behind Kreider in this game for the New York Rangers. And for Carolina, number 1 by far is Vinny Trocheck for the Hurricanes in terms of expected goals generated. So
I only get it on FanDuel. Yeah, we have Trocheck plus 440. I just think that Trocheck line, like I said, they looked really good in Game 3. I think that they that's just a good line. That especially Natchez just I think gave him a boost. That was the guy going into the playoffs that people were so high on. I don't know how much best.
He's next in line. Yeah, Trocheck, Natchez. There you go. Your top 2 for expected goals for players for Kakalaki.
And I think it's because, like I said, they try to get them out for opposite zone faceoffs as much as they can. So yeah, but again, if anyone is in here plays any best ball or knows what that is, or Natchez is going really high. Like people were really stacking in. He was on the 4th line to start the playoffs. So I do think it's a guy a lot of touts were kind of in on, thinking this guy could really pick up some steam in the playoffs and maybe take that jump that we just didn't quite get this year. A lot of people thought, he's one of the better prospects in hockey, and Jarvis kind of ends up being the guy the beneficiary of what people thought Natchez would be. Yeah, what do they got? Yeah, they had Natchez plus 570 for those 650 anytime goal scorer.
Yep. Yeah, I'm seeing actually Trocheck's at plus 700 now, and
for next goal,
10 to 1. Yeah, just overall to score. Yeah, anytime.
Wow. I know the time. It's.
I'm going to sprinkle on those 3: Trocheck, Natchez, and Strome, just for small little excitement here. It's like a lottery ticket a little bit, but it's reasonable expectation lottery ticket.
Yeah, I don't do a lot on FanDuel these days. I just don't like them. But DraftKings just isn't offering in New York State anytime goal scorers once the game starts. It just disappears. Yeah. I don't know.
This is 365 that I'm finding this on. Yeah.
I have never used any of those other ones. I don't even know if they're available in New York. I haven't looked.
They're in New Jersey, I know for sure. Well, lots of chances. Carolina, it's a shooting gallery right now on Shesterkin. Incredible. The zone time pressure, the shots. Shots are only tied 17 apiece, but feels like it's been more than that.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, maybe the Madison Square Garden scorekeeper doesn't do it like I thought he would. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm just trying to track this for myself. I pulled up the full season. I pulled up and I went through. It didn't take that long. We go to Natural Stat Trick, and at home, the Rangers games were averaging like 2.5 more shots on goal per game from both teams. And in the playoffs, it's been like 15 per game more shots on goal. And it's, again, small sample size. You could get some outliers. I get that. And by the way, for anyone that might be thinking, well, they had that almost 2 full game one. I adjusted it. So I made it per 60 instead of per game, because per 60 makes it so that overtime the minutes will factor in. Didn't matter. So we'll see. I'm trying to.
I honestly can't believe how Carolina didn't score just now. Jacob Slavin with an absolutely unbelievable little juke move, deep move, slid a perfect pass over. And was that Natchez?
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah,
I think because they're showing him right now. I think it was, and I've just bet the fucking guy to score too.
Yeah, he's like, what if I throw it right back into Jerkin's chest? Is that what you wanted?
Fucking was Natchez.
It was. It definitely was.
He's got the wide open side there, and he just pushes it right into the right side of the net where Shesterkin is and the post is. It is wide open on the left side. Oh my gosh. God. What a setup by Slavin. And took for nothing.
Oh, God.
My gosh. That's enough to make you sick because you just bet the guy at 10-1 to score a goal. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, he almost missed the whole net.
Wow.
That's really not. It's not a great shot right there at all. Going
for the far post where the goalie is. Maybe the near post with the yawning cage would have been the better option there, John.
Good God, yeah, that's a tough one.
Wow. Talk about a missed opportunity there. No, I'm totally off the Warriors. I know the moment I bet the Warriors, Dallas is winning that basketball game. It's just that's the way it works. I've been on Dallas that whole series, and I'm ready to jump ship after Game 3. And I know if I do bet it, they'll lose. Is the NBA really going to allow a 4-game sweep in their conference finals? You have to remember that too.
I couldn't tell you. I've watched 0 games. I don't even pretend. I mean,
you're not missing much. These playoffs suck right now for the NBA. Terrible.
I jumped on with Terry, and he was like, "Are there any?" Because he was like, "Any underdogs?" And he would go baseball too, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie to anyone. I just don't even look. I used to get really into DFS baseball when it came around. I love doing it. Now it's impossible. I mean, I can't get it right. Even when I get it right, I'm like, oh, I doubled my freaking $25 entry, and now I have 50. Ooh, wow. Because I didn't get the 2 stone cold nut pitchers that one of them is pitcher's first game ever. And I don't know, something stupid.
I think Dallas will. I think the more I think about it, Dallas is going to win tonight. That's crazy. But I just struck out with Dallas Game 3. I can't say I'm in love with it tonight, but the more I think about it, I think because I know everybody's going to jump to Golden State after Dallas, laid an egg in Game 3, and that's always concerns me a little bit. Yeah, MSG with the worst ice in the league, -750. It's terrible. No, absolutely, it's horrible ice, and John knows that. John loves his Rangers. There's a lot of things to like about the Rangers. Their ice in that building is not. There's a lot to like about the Rangers, the history, the tradition. I love the jerseys. The crowd at playoff time is very loud there. I like that. Sam Rosen's a legend. I love that guy. He's one of the best play-by-play guys in hockey for decades now. That goes without saying. Lots to like about the Rangers and everything to do with the organization. Their fucking home ice surface is not one of those things.
No.
That's a very easy decision. Yeah, not one of those things.
And you'd think with like the basketball team never having to play there this late in the year, they could put a little bit more into the ice, but I don't know. That's one thing I do know is the Knicks fans, they are always sad.
Yeah.
And they're always like, we're going to win the lottery this year. And it's no, you're not that bad. You're almost that bad, but not quite.
Yeah. Look at they're going to show this Natchez chance. Look at that.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
We're blaming Jacob Slavin for miscuing that Natchez should have shot that I think Natchez was trying to pass it over to Slavin. That's even worse. If that shot that ended up hitting Shesterkin was a pass decision, instead of a shot by Natchez, that's even worse than him shooting it like that.
Oh, yeah.
How do you
He
pass
really
when you
didn't.
have that kind of open net on the left-hand side there?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You got to stop scoring that. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah. I mean, the puck was not quite centered for him. I think he just completely
Yeah.
whiffed on the shot. I mean, listen, I played hockey my whole life, and I would have probably done the same thing he did, or worse. I may have actually made worse play, so I can't blame him too much.
This is starting to look like a Vasilevsky-like clinic in net from Igor Shesterkin. I mean, he is just freaking dialed the fuck in right now. My goodness, he's just seeing everything. He's on square to the shooter. He's challenging everything.
Yeah, they got to find a way to get a puck cross on him a little bit more, get a body in front or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems like the passing lanes are not there, and they're just kind of forcing these chest shots. Yeah, it's tough. Easier said than done, obviously, right? I mean,
he is a great goalie, but
yeah,
yeah. I mean, he's just been absolutely terrific again. Carolina's getting frustrated. You can tell some of these guys going back to the bench, they're getting frustrated by this now. They say, hey, we're doing everything we can right now, and this guy's just stopping everything. Brick wall back there. Like I say, very, as Don Cherry would say, very Valinsky. Like, you know.
Is he still doing stuff? I was actually thinking about that the other day. I was like, is he even, like, I know he got, exiled. I was like, is he even do anything? I just haven't even heard about it.
Don Cherry, Grapevine podcast, and it's posted on Spotify.
I just can't imagine
all that.
Listening to that. I don't know.
It's just you miss his voice, but then I listened to a couple of the podcast episodes, and you can tell Father Time and old age is creeping up on him.
Yeah,
being able to formulate coherent sentences is not as easy for him as it once was.
No, when he get fired up before he finally bowed out, it was like, my friend, I don't know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be mean here, but I don't like to be mean to my elders. I just no idea.
Well, he's slowing down. He is definitely slowing down. Cognitively, there's no doubt he's slowing down, and it's to be like he's 90, I believe, or close to it. Like he's definitely up there age-wise. Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember how mad he used to get about the Hurricanes, and just, are you kidding me? Like,
and I kind of saw that coming right there. What just happened? Yeah. Kind of saw that coming.
Yeah, I just saw someone post something, but NDR about how many games are going by 3 goals and stuff, and I've been crap. But yeah, that is
leaky rebound for while Ronta thought he had it.
God.
He made the initial save. The puck dribbled behind him, and it was just lying there. And Zibanejad just slaps it home on the backhand right there.
Good news is
3-0 Rangers.
It did have
puck line will go down to defeat.
Kreider got a point, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, we're off to a flying start with live bets. We're going to lose Carolina puck line, and the one I would have bet in the first period, which would have paid like plus 250. That I just was a minute slow getting in on it. That should have won.
Good God,
that did win.
Yeah,
I didn't bet.
Leaving it there. Well, it's what it is. I put like $10 on next goal Hurricanes and 5 I think it was 5 on the 2-0. That was already dead anyways.
I do have Rangers money line full game pregame, so
that was like
that's actually good for that. But
that was the second good chance for the Rangers this period, kind of. I don't even think it was a good chance. It was a very lucky. I mean, eventually it became a very good chance when the puck's right on the doorstep. That's a good chance. There was no goalie there, but before that, that's literally all the Hurricanes want in the world right now. Just put one on him and let it slip, and Shesterkin just will not.
Look at this goaltending by Shesterkin. Wow. Talk about on point. Holy shit. Terrific.
Yeah. So I could not talk myself into betting the over, and I like the juice. It went down. Honestly, that was my biggest issue, is it went down during the day.
Yeah.
It went from like plus 120, I think, to 25 to ended up being like plus 115, I think. And I felt like I missed out, and I just never went back to it. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying before about the 3-goal difference is that a lot of these teams are pulling their goalie even earlier than they were in the regular season. I would, the books are not adjusting for that. That's been pretty well established at this point. And again, I just run the numbers on it.
Here he is, Wes McCauley. We got a penalty announcement.
There we go.
He's still great. He's still got the best penalty calls going. Although the best ones are absolutely the fighting ones. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the Hurricanes. I mean, that was is what it is.
Brendan Smith, the former Ranger. Yep.
Yeah, he's just kind of terrible.
If you want to find something that legitimately Carolina is really bad at and something they've still got to improve at, because look, there's a damn good team, but no team is perfect. And obviously their power plays struggled a bit more, but they take way too many penalties. And I know
Yeah.
Rod Brindamore says that we get calls we don't deserve half the time, but at some point you got to point the finger at your own team and say, you know what, we just got to stay out of the box better than we are right now.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was not quite that bad, but I mean, his stick was right up in his mouth as he's nowhere near the puck. Kind of shouldn't do that. I think Brandon Smith is not good at hockey personally, so way better than me. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I mean, man, sometimes you watch him and you're just like, what are you doing, my friend? Like, there's just no need. If the Rangers score here, that's really gonna cook it.
Who's that? They're zooming in on somebody in the crowd there. I'm trying to see who that is. Someone that's semi-famous, B-lister, C-lister, D-lister. I don't know.
Yeah, you're way ahead of me. I don't know how it keeps I keep losing so much time. Right now, we're going to let me look if I can. I'll point him out for you. Let me see. I know some people. Oh God, I don't know this person. No. Kreider jersey. Did he just I have no idea what that is. Yeah,
Just because the puck went in his area, maybe that's all. That,
yeah, it could have been.
Yeah,
he was having a lot of fun though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the best was when they zoom in on. It's yeah, and tonight we have John Jacobson, and it's just this guy no one's ever heard of. He came out for the game, and that's a big deal. All right, whatever.
How do you feel 35 save percentage in the regular season for Shesterkin, 7th highest in league history. Wow.
Did you hear the Zach Wilson comments today about how he's I love the playoff hockey? And what's your team? And he's just he literally went off about how he loves both teams, the Rangers and the Islanders. He's they're both great.
That's not allowed, man. Not in not in that area. No.
No.
Yeah, pick one.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's funny because he's been at both. Oh, look at this now. Who lost the puck? Aho did there. He would have had a shorthand breakaway too if he didn't lose that puck.
Yeah. I went to college with a lot of kids from Long Island, and it was always Islanders, Jets, Mets, and then it was Rangers, Yankees, Giants. I feel that's a very strong trend. I know there's obviously a lot of people that break it for whatever reason. Yeah, Aho there, my God, got to do a little better than that.
Yeah,
and that's okay. Stall a little. Not stall. Was it cold?
Well, at least unlike Svechnikov, we do notice you do something on the ice. Yeah.
I mean, Svechnikov, he's just. I don't know. You gotta get him back on that first power play. That's I just do not understand. If all the guys to take off that first unit.
No. And their power play sucks tonight, Carolina. That's
not
produced yet.
I don't get it. I move the puck to him. I've lost the game. Why am I getting such terrible internet at this point?
Yeah, I find internet speeds and service across the board, not just me, other people. It's been a little bit more spotty lately.
Yeah, I'm just getting it's coming back, I think.
Figure out why that is the question. All right, second period over. 3-0 Rangers. Lots of work to be done for the Carolina Hurricanes now, down 3 at the end of the second period. And look, they got the road woes continue for them. Even if let's say the home team wins every game in this series, Carolina advances in 7 and they go to the Eastern Conference Final and play Tampa Bay. Do they really think they're going to be able to win a series against Tampa Bay on the, even with home ice advantage without winning a road game? Tampa Bay won't win one game in Carolina. That's a dangerous way to live.
Yeah. I kind of really hope it's Carolina so we don't get Shesterkin and Vasilevsky and have to talk ourselves into under 3 goals a night.
Yes.
And just stupid, really dumb stuff that's going to happen. Oh my God.
You might as well make the totals 3.5 in elimination games in that Tampa Carolina series.
Oh, that's going to be painful. Very, very painful. And then we're going to have Edmonton, Colorado on the other side going for 14 goals a night. and it's
Talk
going to
about
be
a contrast.
God, yeah, that's going to be so frustrating, especially because the East Coast, getting more people just watch them. And I know I have friends that are just like, oh, you're always talking about this Edmonton, Calgary stuff. And I'm like, you're not staying up to watch it. Like, no, no. I'm like, oh my God, you're missing so much better hockey. You're missing McDavid, all the McDavid stuff. Yeah, it's tough to get the game to grow like that, but they don't really want to do much about it.
Well, the thing is, Tampa Bay, most of the time that they have been, most of the time that they've been good, these last 5 to 10 years, it's been more than just the 3 years that, the 2 years they won the cup this year. They've been good for 5 to 10 years now with Stamkos, Kucherov, and all these guys there. But early in those days, they were a high flying, up and down the ice team, that would win a lot of games, high scoring, and now they're totally okay with 1-0 and 2-1. You see it repeatedly. You saw it against Toronto in Game 7 when they beat the Leafs. They're okay with winning 2-1. They're okay with that. They love it, man, and they're comfortable playing that way. So it's not that Lightning team that 5-10 years ago we were seeing them in a lot of 5-4, 6-5 shootouts. They're not always in those kind of games now, and they're very comfortable grinding it out, low scoring, and just find a way.
Yeah, no, all year I was kind of from year to year, like 2 years ago, maybe last year, especially, I was always sort of like, you can bet on goals to come against this Tampa team. And then this year comes around and I was like, you can't bet on it anymore. They don't do that. It's not what they're doing. I used to always, in DFS, that was my favorite thing was, on a night where it felt like no one was playing against Tampa, I'm jamming against Tampa because they might win 5-4, but that other 4 could really be condensed. Not anymore. Now they're shutting it down. They're playing, very. I think that the number one thing for me in that last series that blew me away was just how good that power play was and how remember how bad it was to start the Toronto series when they had everyone, and then this series against Florida, they just looked great and they just kept scoring. Corey Berry tips it in. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, you lose Braden Point, you're just kind of messing around with stuff that every game kind of a bit of a revolving door around Kucherov, Stamkos, and Hedman, and it just didn't matter. These guys they're zoned in. It's frustrating to, like I said, from my perspective, but for anyone watching with Tampa bets, and they're probably just like, yep, this is the best. Like, love this team.
Yeah, it's remarkable how it's gone for them. It's been something to behold. No question about that. Second intermission. I don't know if I'm going to look at. You know what I might do here is I'm going to wait. I don't think the price is good yet, but it might get to the point where this is the period where both teams to score could be a really good look. Unfortunately, it's even money right now. It's like minus 105, and you knew it would be. Because they always make it a little less appealing in the third period. No one, especially with Carolina trailing, they know they've got to open it up. But all you're going to need in this third period is, actually, you know what? If you shop around, you can get plus 110. Some books actually have plus 110 with both teams to score in the third period. I think if you get a plus price, it's a good bet. Both teams to score in the third period. In fact, let's update our live bets pending
those are
screen here. Those ones are over, and both of them failed to come through. But I'm gonna go back to the well with that here in the third. BTTS plus 110.
Especially if Carolina scores that next goal. I mean, they're pulling the goalie. They might pull it anyways. So you're really just hoping Carolina gets one, and you're probably good there. So yeah. Man, I'm just trying to look right now if I can find it. It's like I said, for some reason it's not showing up. I don't know. There's so many books out there. That's the thing is, like, I wish I wish there was a spot where I could look at everything at once. I don't want to download all these freaking apps and put all my banking information or whatever in all of these. It's frustrating.
Over 4.5 minus 175 is what we're looking at with the live total. So that's essentially over 1.5 minus 175 third period.
Yeah.
Over 4.5 minus 175 full game. No, I like the value better on the both teams to score. Because look, if the Rangers make it 4-0 and you've got over 1.5 or over third period or over 4.5 live total, it could end 4-0. That's what because Carolina ain't pulling the goalie. I've seen enough of Brendan Moore to know he doesn't pull goalies down 4. He'll do it down 3. No. He'll definitely do it down 2 and obviously 1, but down 4 he won't. So if the Rangers get this to 4-0, I don't like that over 4.5 chance because, you're not going to get the empty net situation at that point, and it could just sit on that score. But if Carolina gets 3-1, you're looking good, obviously, for both teams to score, which is, I think, the bit like it's. You have to ask yourself, minus 175 over 1.5 third period, or minus 175 over 4.5 full game, or plus 110, both teams to score. First of all, what's the value bet? Second of all, expectation wise, which one do you have greater expectations for? I think if the 4.5 cashes, there's a damn good chance both teams score to get there. And that's why I'd rather have that bet at plus 110.
Yeah, I might take off here in the second intermission though. I'm going to be watching the late game and getting to bed at some point though. It was good jumping on. We'll definitely do this again. And like I said, I'm planning, unless if something comes up, I'm planning on coming on your show Friday afternoon.
That should be fine. I think Friday right now we're free that day. We actually do not have guests that day. Actually, we don't have guests. Yeah, Thursday and Friday as of right now. We've got Tyler Harkins, by the way, the cousin of Jansen Harkins, that's going to be on the show with us tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that. He plays hockey too. Tyler Harkins. Tyler Harkins plays in the Southern League, I believe, SPHL.
Are they from like Columbus or something? Are they from like Ohio?
They're an Ohio family. Yeah, they have dads and uncles and older family members that played in the NHL even or played pro hockey way back when. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, yeah, the hockey, like I said, the hockey space is going to continue to grow, and I just hope more people get into actually the sport. Like that's kind of what I've always tried to push on anyone. I get people that are like, I don't really watch, and I'm like, trust me, just turn it on tonight. Bet on two things, turn it on, watch it happen, and you get a lot more people. And I wish the hockey would adopt a little bit more. I mean, they're dipping their toes in the water. The NHL posted a little bit of betting content. Wasn't really a lot of meat on the bone with it, but it was something. And it's just like, man, I would really hope this grows because I want this sport to be bigger. I want it to be,
all do.
Granted, the talk of the town. I know in Canada it is, but even in Western New York, it's not as big as it could be. So, but all right, I'm gonna take off now. It's been,
and the Ice Guys too. I mean, incredible growth. We've gotten such a great group of players to be on the show during the playoffs. It's been incredible. Just who's we've been able to get on the show, and it keeps on. It's a good thing for the show, but again, our show's only going to grow as well if people keep getting into hockey.
Yeah,
it won't grow unless there's more people getting into hockey. So for what you're doing with the morning skate pod, and what we're doing with the Ice Guys, what anybody's doing, we need people to get excited about hockey. And to me, that shouldn't be very difficult, but apparently for some people it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's just something about it's kind of like making an event like not missable. I'm not sure if there's like an easy term to put on it. And hockey just has not had that. It's felt like a long time. And I know for anyone that watches like Battle of Alberta, obviously that's huge for us, but trying to make that into an event, like it feels like you're never going to get the Super Bowl, right? You're never going to get that big, but making it can't miss TV, making it something that it's hard. It takes a lot of time. And I just think the league in general has done such a bad job of trying to kind of foster that player, the players being themselves and allowing a bit more intrigue. There's guys like Lucic that I think could be a much bigger influence on getting people to watch in this series, but the league shuts him up. McDavid has absolutely no personality, and we wonder
that
why
doesn't
people
help.
aren't watching.
The nicest people going, hockey players. They're very, easy to hang out with, be friends with. But you're right in terms of that outgoing, huge personality, bigger than life, larger than life personality. Honestly, don't have as much of that.
For better or for worse, Kyrie Irving. I mean, man, with everyone not trying to watch that Celtics series, with all of the sports talk got dominated by that series against the Celtics, and it was can't miss stuff. And hockey doesn't get that.
No,
it's frustrating. It's frustrating, especially when you have what feels like such a big rivalry coming up with the best player in the world, Connor McDavid. I know that you can try to argue, but I won't listen to it. I know people are commenting now. NBC terrible. Yep, they were terrible. But I think the league does themselves. They shoot themselves in the foot. I mean, they go out and get these like random TikTok influencers, and they're like, "See, we're trying to get young kids." And I'm like, "Yo, these kids don't care. They don't even." Oh my God! Like it's just, I don't know. Could I do better? Maybe, maybe not. But I really do wish that we could just get. I don't even know. I don't know. And I also think that honestly, hockey fans do a bad job themselves of making the game more inviting. Just, I always, like I said at the very beginning of this, for people that come on, like I really try not to put tweets out there that don't add value. And I that's kind of how I live my life. I don't try to say things that is like being critical of a hockey personality, being critical of anything that really is not based on anything to me, just makes more people turn off. Like you might not like a commentator, and there's plenty of them that I'm just like, I don't really care for this person. But like telling people how bad they are will not get them to turn on that game and not get them to check it out. And it's like I was like, whatever, like feel however you want to feel, but like we're trying to get people to watch this game. And I just kind of, again, I don't really talk about it, but that's why I want Florida to win. Probably, maybe I was biased because I want those teams to move on. I want Florida Edmonton in the Cup final. I want to watch 12-goal games.
Exciting hockey, and that's why the prospects, we got a long way to go. We're pretty sure Colorado will get there in the West final, but what if Edmonton gets there as well?
That's going to be insane. I mean,
that feels like, man, that's the Stanley Cup final, but that's a Stanley Cup final worthy conference final.
Yeah. I know. Now that I'm thinking about it, really, like the biggest news hockey got this week was the Dawson Calgary thing. Again, just a negative thing really for the league in general, and create some intrigue and hopefully something good come out of it. But of course, that's the storyline for the NHL. It's not McDavid and the Battle of Alberta, dominating. It's just a bad situation there where a bunch of people decided they wanted to get fired from their jobs today and then send messages to like Dawson Calgary's wife, which is bizarro behavior. It's just absolutely insane to me. But all right, I'll take off. Intermission. Hopefully get someone else. I'm honestly, if I could say it, I'm rooting. I'm really like I would be really happy if any team out of the West, but overall, I mean, I'm going to be at the Colorado puck line tomorrow.
Calgary, Colorado would be good too. That would be. I know
that would be great too
as well. That would be, yeah.
As long as it's not St. Louis, I don't think they're a very fun team. They're just not a shot volume team. They really rely. I mean, like I've said to everyone, this is the team that had the highest shooting percentage all year and the second highest in the cap era ever.
Yeah.
Well, I guess just in the cap era, but yeah, it's crazy. Like they rode some incredible luck, and that can be fun too. But
a great power play, dynamite power play. But 5-on-5, they were mundane. They really were.
I always wondered like why that power play clicked like it did, because there was a revolving door on the point all year long. O'Reilly seems to have lost a step, but didn't matter. Perron was kind of hit or miss all year long. It was like someone found a way to pick it up.
Yeah,
it was Tarasenko, Busnevich, and Thomas for a while. They kept finding a way, and I think their luck runs out. Is it 3-1 then? Yeah, so it'd be tomorrow.
Could that's tomorrow, game 5, St. Louis. Before you go, what are your early looks there? Early impressions?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm going to have the puck line for Colorado. It's a lot worse than I wanted it to be. Like I said, I bet it every single night. I don't deviate very far from my plan unless if I really think the number is wrong. In the regular season, you're going to find that. You're going to find numbers that you just completely disagree with you, and you might go against more logical convention. And I've talked about this a lot. I'm going to make a big overarching point is that betting on a team at plus 300 and minus 300 are completely tangential things. And like, though, if you think about them as, well, I think this team's going to win at minus 300 and you bet 100 on them for 10 straight games and they win 7, you will lose money.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm saying here. Like I do check the lines to make sure, but almost definitely Colorado puck line, because it's not going to be quite that bad. Just keep kind of these things in mind as you follow my betting. If you do, if you don't, that's fine, because my betting is a lot more of a long-term idea, which is why I want to kind of get more long-term stuff with it rather than what I have now, which is kind of just me tweeting stuff. Point of everything I'm saying is I have a long-term kind of mentality, and I can't imagine Colorado isn't going to be a heavy favorite in mine because I have them very, very high compared to St. Louis, because my metrics don't reward teams for getting lucky or having high PEOs, and kind of that's what St. Louis has ridden all year, which I thought had a better chance against Minnesota. And I did actually kind of have that 1-7 in Minnesota, just squeaking it out, but Colorado's a lot better than Minnesota. So
you are right about that. Yeah, you are right about that. Because Minnesota disgusted me against St. Louis. I don't mind you losing to St. Louis. They're a good team, but you're not even close. You're not even within a goal or something in the last couple of games. I mean, just they're 5-on-5 offense. I want to know where the hell Fiala and Hartman and some of these guys that were darlings for the Wild offensively all year, what happened in that series? I legitimately want to know.
I mean, I hate the expression, this guy peaked too early, but man, did Fiala ever feel like he peaked too early? My God. I hate that because it's like good players don't ever peak too early. Like McDavid never peaks too early. Like I thought I love Fiala. I mean, he's just such a dynamite player, I think. So that sucks, but I'm just pulling it up
And you
right
can't blame
now.
Kaprizov. Had a hell of a series. Can't do it all though.
Yeah, no, Kaprizov is great. I know. I love watching him. I mean, I honestly, what I think I'm going to end up doing is waiting for the props tomorrow. But I really do think I'm going to find actually the props posted. That's actually a good question. We might actually get some good value here before I go. I think I'm going to get back to the McKinnon line a little bit more. I was really worried about the lineup matching with O'Reilly, which it was. I mean, every time McKinnon stepped on the ice, it was all of the guys. And like that was people were like getting frustrated. Because I stopped betting. Like I went into game 3 with a kind of a new mentality on the props, just because I actually you know, and if you talk to Matt, which is my podcast partner, he doesn't like the lineup matching stuff. He doesn't get involved, but props DFS, like I said, different spaces. I was worried about it, so I kind of just said, I'm not taking McKinnon over 5 shots anymore. Like I'm done with that. People were like, it is every night, and I can't do it. I'm sorry. What is it now?
FanDuel's got props already for Blues Avs goals and points.
Yeah. They have McKinnon minus 120 now over 4.5. Landeskog was with him minus 145. Yeah, none of these are super strong. That's the problem with this series. Is all of the props are minus. There is Busnevich, Taves, and Kyra are the only plus money props listed on DraftKings right now. I just don't like that. I mean, it's really, really hard to. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it.
That is tough. Yeah,
I don't I don't bet a lot of minus money props unless if I really, really think it's just agree. Like that was what I thought about the Calgary one, like 2.5 minus 150 or whatever it was. I'm like, that just doesn't make any sense. And he barely got it. So it's tough because I mean, shots on goal are it's kind of arbitrary how they score it. B, block shots happen pretty randomly. You can't like when a player shoots a puck at the net, they think they're gonna hit the net. It's not.
I'm on Kachuk, Lindholm, and Gaudreau, all shots over tonight in this Calgary because they got to be the guys. Shoot the puck, get going. You're the guys that stir the straw that stirs the drink for Calgary offensively. Or no shows in Game 3. Those are the 3: Lindholm, Kachuk, and Gaudreau for shots on goal. And for Edmonton shots on goal, I like Hyman. That is by far my favorite.
Hyman is a great parlay piece. I have Evander, the Chuck Gaudreau for my 3 that I like the most, and then for points I did the Chuck and Kane because I don't know. I mean, can you bet McDavid over 1.5 right now? Yeah, but it's now like minus 150, and just my God, I mean, I know he's really
most players you get plus 150 at the very least with them.
If they price that up, you can't. I just feel like you can't bet that. You just can't do it. It's just not. It's just a bad bet. So. All right, I'm going to take off. Enjoy the third period, everyone.
Yeah, enjoy the third, my friend. And I'm going to actually refill the beer, so I'm going to just shut the camera and the audio off. We're not going anywhere. Betcast will be back. If you want in on the Betcast, let me know. I'll send you the link. DJ, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Yeah, you as well.
See you.
Take care, everyone.
There he is, DJ Mitchell. All right, I will be back. Going to take about a 5-10 minute intermission. I know the third period's gone, but, going to take a little intermission, refill some beer, and we'll be back for the latter half of the third period. Again, I don't expect to be betting anything other than what I've already got here in the third, and that is what you see on the screen right now. Carolina, New York Rangers, both teams to score plus 110 in the third period. I don't feel like adding on too much in this game. 3-0 game. You're never quite sure. Rangers are going to probably try to put it on cruise control a little bit. It's just a hope that Carolina can find a way to break through Shesterkin, who looks like he's having another one of those terrific nights. We'll see if they can break through here. But we'll be back with about probably halfway through the third. I'll be back on with you, and we will see the end of this game. And we'll also get you ready for the big battle of Alberta. Again, if you want in on the Betcast, send me a DM. I will send you the link, and you can join me here on the Betcast. I believe Alex was a little bit under the weather earlier today. That's why he actually left the show this afternoon, as he was feeling a little lightheaded, a little, dizzy, those kind of, symptoms. So he may not be feeling well enough to join us tonight. We'll see. But either way, I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. More Betcast, plenty more coming up. And of course, we'll be here for the Battle of Alberta, which is coming up in about 45 minutes from now. So I will be back in a few minutes as the Rangers continue to lead the Hurricanes 3-0. And we've got the Rangers and Hurricanes, both teams to score plus 110 pending in the third period. Back in a little bit. All right, we are back here on the Ice Guys Live Betcast. We are back. There we go. We are back. All right. We are back just in time to see both teams to score cash in. Carolina had made it 3-1. Teravainen with a bullet shot about 5 minutes ago. And just now the Rangers get the 3-goal lead back again. And call a cop. Andrew Kopp makes it 4-1 Rangers and restores the 3-goal lead here in the third period. So there you go. We're finally on the board here on the Betcast with the both teams to score plus 110. Cashing in the third period. Andrew Kopp, man, what a addition he has been to this New York Rangers team. Absolutely terrific. Great to see him playing well. And playing well at both ends of the ice. He deserves a lot of credit for the way he has played in terms of his defensive game. It's been outstanding. It's been exemplary here in these playoffs. It's really been exemplary his entire career so far. You go back to when he was with the Winnipeg Jets, just how good of a player he was, 200 feet. And great job here with the Rangers since coming over from the Winnipeg Jets. Fifth goal of the playoffs for him with that one. So 4-1 New York Rangers. Great stuff indeed. All right, 4-1 Rangers. And I've got Rangers full game. And I've also got the Rangers and Hurricanes small bet as well, over 5.5. So we are definitely looking at a situation here where, I think when you look at it here, will they pull the goalie down 4-1? Down 4 goals, they definitely aren't pulling the goalie. Down 3, it is coach by coach. It is game by game. It's situation by situation. And what a time to bring our friend John Massey on the Betcast, fresh off a big Ranger goal, to give them a whole lot more comfort and cushion here in Game 4. John, what's up?
The Rangers are up right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is good to see. And Carolina on the road continues to be not like how they play at home. But I had the benefit of seeing during the last media timeout while everybody else was watching commercials. I get to see the ice view from within the arena, and Gerard Gallant was letting the forwards from the Rangers have it. And he was telling them to get their asses skating again and to get on the forecheck and to apply some pressure because he knows he wants to keep 2 back. He wants to keep his 2 defensemen from attacking. So he's been really having the forwards attack. And you want them to get back up and, win the game instead of trying to settle and defend the lead. And lo and behold, coming out of that timeout, they forced the turnover at the blue line, go the other way and put it in the net. So it's nice to see that. Now,
that's what he's here to do. That's what he's here to do. He's here to push some buttons. He's here to keep players on their toes, which he will often do. It's what David Quinn sometimes, sometimes the message didn't sink in with David Quinn, in years past with the Rangers. And Gerard Gallant's in a situation where, look, you've got to be smart with the bleed. He demands that from his teams. And good on him. Good on him, because some coaches think, we're still leading 3-1. Do I really need to come down hard on my guys, on my players for something? Yeah, you do, because you're trying to build good habits that are long lasting, good habits that will not have you just winning tonight, but maybe winning this series, maybe winning an East Final or more than that.
Because if they play those first 2 periods that they did in Carolina in Game 1 more often, including in Carolina, they win the series. I mean, they came closer to winning a game in Carolina than Boston did in their 4 chances.
Yes.
And you could argue that the Rangers should have won Game 1, but they didn't. And they got outplayed in the third period, and they tried to absorb the Carolina pressure as if it were 2014 and Tortorella was still a coach of the Rangers.
Yeah.
So I prefer, the other team can't score if you have the puck. And sometimes when your defense isn't great, you want to attack more.
That's right.
and score more goals. And ultimately, that's how you win the game.
Yeah. Oh boy, Mika Zibanejad's going now. You could see him. He was rushing to get that new stick replacement there, and yeah, I think the message was received. Yeah.
Oh, and caught Carolina by surprise that all of a sudden the Rangers forwards turn the throttle back up, which is usually something you don't see in these games.
Yep.
And they they turn the puck over, they give up a goal, and then they get aggravated and they take another stupid penalty, which is another thing that Carolina does, especially on the road. And I really wanted to see Gallant fight D'Angelo a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
He was going to. And one thing I know is that you don't need Ryan Reeves to be punching out D'Angelo. Gallant could handle that himself.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, he could still handle himself. I don't care what age he is and how long he's been retired from playing hockey.
He's still
feisty.
Want
to mess around with him.
Berube's still a racist, and Gallant's still feisty.
Yeah. That's. I'd forgotten about the Berube racist incident with Pete Worrell from the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was not good.
He had a couple other ones too.
Yeah.
So
he's got some. Yeah, he's got some issues with that. You're right. And then he brushed aside what was going on with Kadri, so that wasn't good.
And what you choose not to say reveals a lot about you, also.
Yeah, the whole organization, not just him. Where is the tweet, as Jimmy said, where was the tweet from the Blues Twitter saying, we condemn the actions of some of our fans or some people regarding Nazem Kadri? There's no place in this world for that. Did you see anything like that? No.
I would turn people's attentions to the best fans in baseball Twitter page for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
And it kind of, it's why I'm not surprised. Let me just leave it at that.
Yeah.
So, and I wish I'd be surprised, but there are a lot of things that have happened this week that disappoint me, but don't surprise me. And that's sad.
Yeah. Someone asking Rangers next goal, if you still can bet it, because I know that we're going to start seeing the live options get shut down here in the next few minutes. But yeah, if you can still find it, look, it depends on if Carolina pulls the goalie. I wish I knew, because it's in that gray area right now where it's, a 3-goal lead with 4.5 minutes left. Some coaches are already saying, you know what, we're going to lose anyway. We're not going to pull the goalie. And some coaches will say, you know what, we're still going to do it.
Carolina's pushing, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're skating and implying pressure and buzzing around the crease to get a goal.
They are, yeah.
But also that leaves you open for the counterattack.
Yeah.
I'm happy, though, because you're talking about the both teams to score in the third period instead of the over 1.5 in the third period. That was our first round approach.
You're right. We talked about a bet like that. You reminded me of that with LA Edmonton when you were on a betcast late at night. Yep.
The draw.
Yes. That's right. That was game 5, right?
Yeah. Both teams to score in the third period and the draw.
Yep.
And both.
Man, you parlay both. Incredible what that would have paid.
Yeah, I don't.
That would have been a big payday for sure. Yeah. Good sound play by the Rangers here. They're just pucks in deep. That's the message. They're hammering that home.
That's also one of those win the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Like, keep them hemmed in.
Yeah.
And empty the cage and let Shesterkin go for it.
Yeah, and Shesterkin, another exemplary night, marvelous night for him in net once again tonight. Are we concerned about him anymore? I think not. No.
I don't know. That goal he gave up in Game 3 to Niederreiter, that was as soft could be.
Which it was, but he more than made up. I don't care that he gives up a goal like that. He stopped the rest of them, and he made a couple of phenomenal saves, and he more than made up for it.
I agree. And unlike what was said earlier, I wouldn't mind seeing over-under 4.5 Tampa Bay Rangers. That would be a problem I'd love to face personally.
Yes.
We have some 2015 that we'd like to get back at Tampa Bay for.
Yeah.
The 7 games of the Eastern Conference Finals.
This all of a sudden, Tampa Bay is just thinking, wow, now with the Rangers winning tonight, this series is going 6 games minimum, which means it's going to be going until Saturday at the very least, because Saturday would be game 6 back here at the Garden. And here we are. We're going to get we're now looking at probably a full week, if not longer, of rest for this Lightning team and a chance to get Braden Point back for the Eastern. I mean, you're just loving life right now if you're Tampa Bay.
I wonder if they hit up Trance last night.
Yeah.
After winning the series and when they know they won't have a game for at least a week. I wonder.
Yeah, I think at some point toward early next week, even the end of this week, or maybe not the weekend, but early next week, you got to think maybe we got to get these guys on the ice at least once, so that they're just not sitting totally for like over a week. Because we always say, when's rest turn into rust for a particular team with an extended amount of time off?
And it's I don't know. Like I don't know. You want to get guys back healthy. I mean,
especially Braden Point.
Especially Braden Point. But you get during these playoffs, you get banged, bruised. They blocked a lot of shots. They controlled the lanes. I mean, you've had McDonough and Hedman log in some serious minutes. So it was a physical series for them against Toronto, which went 7. So you know what? They're not going to turn down getting the opportunity at this point of the playoffs. And I mean, if they lose game 1, they lose game 1, and they feel they can go anywhere and get the game back.
Yep.
So they don't fret about that.
No.
And I mean,
I think the rest is important for that team because just how much shots they blocked, and just look at that Florida series to know exactly how many shots they blocked. It was an incredible number, and those things hurt, and you're in a situation where you want to basically get some rest, heal up those little bumps and bruises, and then at the meantime get Braden Point back. And look, you played 7 games against Toronto. You played 2 years where you went all the way into the end of the year to win the Stanley Cup. That's a cumulative effect of a toll that takes on you physically and mentally. So to get this week off is just, it's worth its weight in gold.
And you consider it that they've played 11 games in the postseason. I mean, and you wanted to, that averages to 5.5 a series. So 1-5, 1-6. And that's what you would want coming into the playoffs. Like, you don't want to go 7-7-7 because then in the Eastern Conference Finals, you run out of gas.
Yep.
So, I mean, I wouldn't turn down the week off. And that's why you want to finish series quickly also. What, they're supposed to lose game 4 so they play another game? No. Win the series and get it over with. Survive in advance.
Yeah.
And we worry about game 1 when it happens in game 1. And now we recharge the batteries and see we face off. There are obviously things we can clean up, but think of the rubber that Vasilevsky's seen also.
Yeah.
He's been sharp. So, like, giving him a blow. I mean, even the talk that they were thinking of going Elliott for the second game of the back-to-back, which, I mean, if you're up 3-0 in a series, you entertain it.
Yeah.
But then, let's just win it now. Win it now.
Yeah, you end it when you can end it. You end it at the first chance you get. Always going to subscribe to that theory. Wow, Reeves, we got some hacking and whacking going on here. Reeves and Domi carry over from the last game.
I think I would take Reeves.
Yeah. Look at Gerard Gallant staring at the the Carolina bench there.
But here's the thing.
Saying, you know what, you had your friggin' muscle out at the end of game 3. We're gonna put ours out tonight. That was like, see, we can do this shit too. We can play this game.
But here's the problem if you're Carolina and trying to play a game like this.
Yeah.
Look at the Rangers rivalries. Like, pretty much the entire Metropolitan Division.
Yeah.
Like, we hate their guts. And, like, the Rangers, the changes that they made to their roster coming into this season were because of this.
Yeah.
And it's like, we need to add toughness and we can't get pushed around. And now it's like, all right, and you're going to pick on the 22-year-old, 20-year-old defenseman, 21-year-old defenseman, and he's going to hold his own. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
And you know what? Leads to the stupid shit in Carolina. This is what got them into trouble with Boston. And does it carry over into game 5?
Yeah.
If the Rangers take a lead in game 5, do we see the stupid shit at home?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Yeah. Brendan Smith in there, which you would expect. Like, he's definitely on there just in case things get, like, this is like cops on the ice. It's not just hockey players, it's cops. They're trying to police what potentially might happen there at the end of a 4-1 playoff game.
But here's the thing that I hate.
Yeah.
It was with the sticks. It's the little slashes and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's like medieval archers. That's
Yeah.
like Mariah shit. If you're going to fight and you're going to lay a hit and you're going to punch somebody, then do that.
Yeah.
Like, I respect that a
Do
lot.
it with your hands. Yeah.
Do it
exactly.
yourself.
Yeah.
Don't use the equipment.
No.
Face me up and hit me. Square me up. Even if it's after the whistle, hit me.
Yeah.
Don't do this stick shit.
No. Don't swing the swords, as I like to say. Yeah.
Well,
don't swing those swords. Looks like cooler heads, though, have prevailed. They're both teams going off the ice now. So 4-1 Rangers. But yeah, that's 2 games in a row. Nothing like bench clearing or line brawls or anything, but testy moments for the second straight game at Madison Square Garden at the end of it. And now we've got ourselves a series, 2-2, and the Carolina Hurricanes can't figure it the fuck out on the road. This is now 0-5 for them in the playoffs on the road.
It always was a series because nobody had lost on home ice.
Yep.
So, it rolls over. Isn't that the old idiom? So who gets one on the road?
I'll be honest, though. I've got a little bit more faith after tonight in the Rangers winning a game in Carolina, though, than I ever had Boston doing it in the last series. Like, I was never scared in Game 5 or Game 6. Honestly, I wasn't. Maybe I should have been, but I was never scared in Game 5 or Game 7, Boston, Carolina, that the Bruins were going to win in Raleigh.
Carolina's got to do what they did in Game 2 again. I mean, they have to suppress and put to sleep.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers had what felt like 0 opportunities in those games.
Yeah.
In Game 2. But even with the shots and the pressure, I mean, if Carolina's special teams don't wake up, if they're going to take penalties and put the Ranger power play on the ice, that's going to create problems for Carolina. And if their power play doesn't get better and the Rangers have shorthanded opportunities, well, that might be how the Rangers steal the game in Carolina. It's simply special teams, which I'm used to being how the Rangers lose in the postseason.
So there we go, 4-1. Rangers there getting the dub over the. Oh, you got someone asking about the Betcast. Okay, let me send this person the link. Hopefully, they didn't send it half an hour ago. I didn't even check the emails, but here we go. We'll see if we can send the link to them right now. Okay, there we go.
Who's messaging me? I'm not that popular.
There we go. That's Olaf. Yeah, I've seen your name in the Olaf FUB Olaf Fub in the chat. I don't know if you're in the YouTube chat right now, but I know you sent me an email, Olaf Fub, regarding the Betcast. Joining it, I've sent you the links, link to your email. So there you go. If you want to join in, Flames and Oilers are about to get underway. Like I said, for the props here in this game. I like Hyman props to score a goal, point, and shots on goal. That's my number one prop tonight is Hyman. Hyman has just been terrific, shooting the puck a lot. I like all of those type of props with Zach Hyman in the game tonight. I think that it all makes sense to look in that direction as far as his props are concerned. What else am I seeing here? Yeah, Hyman, without a doubt. Goal score prop, point prop, and shots on goal. You have to lay some juice with the minus 160 with the shots, but it's worth it. Juice worth a laying. He's going to get 3 shots minimum, especially when you got Edmonton, getting the type of chances that they've had so far. For Calgary, I don't think you want you could go Cole. I think Coleman and Dubé and guys like that are worth a little value sprinkle, but I think for them, if you're going to look props, you got to look at the 3 guys that everybody's calling them out after Game 3. Johnny Gaudreau, Matthew Tkachuk, Elias Lindholm, a trio of 40 goal scorers for this Calgary Flames team that got totally dominated in Game 3 by the Edmonton trio of McDavid, Draisaitl, and Evander Kane. It really is that simple. I mean, we could talk about how the defense struggled. It's the Edmonton big 3 that made everything happen in Game 3. The Calgary big 3 did nothing. It was a quiet night for Johnny, for Matthew Tkachuk, and for Elias Lindholm. So for me, that's shots on goal, point. I mean, those are the 3 guys that have got to kickstart it and find their offensive production tonight. if Calgary's going to get this very important game and even up the series.
I also think Calgary's got to stop turning the puck over at the blue line.
Way too many. Blake Coleman, how about that nice drop pass to nobody?
One of the sloppiest line changes that you'll see ever.
It's like a stroll through the park trying to get off the ice. Just a little stroll through the park here. Nothing urgent. Yeah.
Calgary turnovers in the offensive end by the blue line generated the natural hat trick for Evander Kane. It became a 3-on-1 rush the other way because of Calgary mistakes.
Yes.
So it wasn't wholly the top three for Calgary being dominated. It was quite literally Calgary giving Edmonton live breaking chances going the opposite way within the game flow. It's one of those, like in basketball, the live play turnover versus the fast break turnover versus the out of play, out of bounds turnover. And they're not the same. They are not equivalent, because points off turnovers means how many times is in action you are just handing the ball on a fast break going the other way. And that natural hat trick for Evander Kane were 3 fast break opportunities off Calgary turnovers.
Yeah.
So if Calgary is more responsible with the puck, then they could generate the chances like they did in game 1 at home. But we'll see.
I think he is returning. I think it's official. He was on the ice in warm-ups. Chris Tanev, a defenseman for the Calgary Flames. And you talk about someone they need.
Yeah.
You need him now because clearly
they go 11-7. They go 11 forward, 7D today.
I'm looking at the updated forward lines depth chart up to the second, and I'm looking at it right now. I see Tanev slotted back with Shillington on the second pair for the Calgary Flames on defense. So it looks like it's going to be Hanifin, Anderson, Shillington, Tanev, Zadorov, and Goodbranson. What does that mean for Michael Stone? Looks like Michael Stone's one of those players. He can play hybrid.
They can put him to forward.
He can play forward and defense. I think they're going to put him as forward tonight. I see it. Stone with Lewis and Lucic. It looks like is what Daryl Sutter is going to deploy as his fourth line.
Their fourth line was getting massacred in that last game too, where they committed 2 penalties and was 3.
I think Brett Ritchie's the odd man out for the Calgary Flames. Brett Ritchie doesn't look like he's going to play a healthy scratch.
Like for this series.
Yeah.
I mean, he was valuable against Dallas, but that's a different matchup. And now you need legs. Now you need skaters.
It's going to be Dubé with Yarncroke and Toffoli on the third. Something tells me that's another thing. Toffoli's the fourth. If I was going to look at a fourth for the Flames, Toffoli, he's been here with Sutter in this spot many times, right? LA, maybe big games where they're trailing in a series. And so many times, Daryl Sutter's leaned on Tyler Toffoli in games like this. Would it put it past you to see him have a big game tonight for the Flames, Toffoli?
No. I mean, I thought Calgary was going to be comfortably winning this series, so I was wrong on that. So now, like Daryl Sutter, I'm searching for answers.
Yes.
So I think Calgary has played poorly in this series, with Edmonton playing well, and that is not a good combo. I think Calgary's mistakes have aided Edmonton playing well.
Right.
So if Calgary's going to keep making mistakes, Edmonton's winning the series quickly.
Yeah.
But it is also, despite all the fireworks, it's a 2-1 series, and Game 4 is tonight. We make it feel just because of the scores in these games. Oh, it feels like it's dominating. It's like, much like Gimli and Lord of the Rings, it still only counts as 1. It doesn't matter how it happens. It's 1 game. And
that's
you still
correct.
Have to win 4. And talk about hockey cliches and playoff mentalities. That's one of them. No matter how we lose it or how we win it, it's 1.
Yeah.
And we have to win 4. And we have to win 4 times in order to lift the Holy Grail. So, and right now we've lost 2 and won 1.
Good way of putting it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta think of it that in those terms. And this is for Calgary. You win this game, you're in good shape all over again. Seriously, you're right back where you want to be. You're going to be going home in a 2-2 series, and you got home ice back. So there's lots to be liking for Calgary, and you still got to like some of the potential that you've got here. But it starts with the start as well. You got to have a good start. I thought, even though it was scoreless, one of the most electrifying scoreless first periods you'll ever see, it was all Edmonton in that first period, and they're very fortunate it was scoreless Calgary.
I and I was very grateful for that because I was able to get over 4.5 minus 115 at the first intermission. It's almost like you're doing this by a computer-generated model and algorithm and not by what we actually saw in that first period. But you got to take the breaks when you get them. Like when they hand you a number where your eyes tell you something that the box score doesn't necessarily reflect in the scoreboard, you have to take advantage.
Yeah.
And that's where watching the games when you're live betting matters most.
Yes. I'm going to go with Calgary in the there is a bet that I didn't mention on the show today. I'm on Calgary money line first period, or Calgary money line full game, I should say. Calgary minus 105 full game. Smaller over 6.5. And this is a bet that I did not mention on the show today, but I'm going to get in on it right now. It's Calgary in the minus a half in the first period puck line, essentially. Like, to me, I think this is I think there's too much in this team to just not come out here just storming Edmonton. And there's more than enough concern that I have. When I see Mike Smith play just that phenomenal game, the last game, I'm willing to say it's not quite that way for him the next game. Not that he's going to be shit tonight, because he has had more good than bad so far in the playoffs, but it's reasonable to think he's not going to come close to duplicating, I think, what he did. He was terrific, especially in the third period. They were really peppering Mike Smith in the third period of that game. So I'm going to go with Calgary minus a half here, first period. The puck line on that is plus 160. Plus 160. Calgary Flames. This is not Calgary Flames money line first period. I'm going for that lead after the first period. So the puck line, minus a half, plus 160. I will type that in right now in terms of which is going to be a new feature of the Betcast. John, do you like it? It's our live bet screen. So people know exactly at all times what's pending.
It's all about the documentation. You know that, Ian. And you're extremely diligent in that regard. Right. Mike Smith in this series has played what amounts to being 5 good periods. He got pulled in the first period of game 1. Mike Smith in this series has played, hear me, what amounts to being 5 good periods.
Oh, we've got, I was going to say, I'm hearing you twice. I think that's our guest here.
Mike Smith in this series has played.
We have Olaf joining us here. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Olaf, we've got to turn your audio down because we hear the Betcast in the background. You know what? You got the YouTube video playing? Shut the YouTube video down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what's doing it. Yeah. No, you're good.
That's it.
There you go.
I forgot to do that. I turned the music off.
Not that I hate John Massey's voice, but hearing it twice is, the same thing being said. Yeah, it's a little odd.
It's also hearing your own voice is kind of odd. Like when it's played back at you, it's like, I really sound like that?
Yeah.
And I guess the answer is yes, I do. And we have it all on tape.
All right, there we go. So that's the added bet. That's the Betcast live bet, if you will, for me. Calgary minus a half, plus 160 first period. That's on top of Calgary minus 105 full game and over 6.5, which I have full game as well. Let's see what happens. Oh, and you all know what? It may be too late to get in on this, but Mike Smith over saves. I have that as well. Mike Smith over the saves in this game, which is over 31.5, minus 120. Mike Smith over 31.5 saves, minus 120, because I think Calgary's going to shoot a lot of pucks tonight. Anyway, Olaf Fubb, let's bring you in here. Welcome in. Introduce yourself, who you are, who's your favorite team, how's the betting thing going, all that stuff. Tell us about yourself.
What's up, dudes? My favorite team's the Buffalo Sabres. Got a Sabres cap on.
All right, I like to hear that.
Yeah, I grew up in Western New York, so that's my team. And I'm about a break even better, I would say. Still trying to get to a good cash stream, And that's why I watch you guys, man, and things are working out pretty well that way.
We have ourselves a goal already in Edmonton, and it's not the team I wanted to see score it. The Edmonton Oilers. And of all people, the fucking useless RNH gets the Edmonton Oilers on the board. I shouldn't say useless. He's not that bad, but he should be so much. And this is just Markstrom gifting it to him.
I'd pull him now.
Look at this, man. That's just a gift. A Christmas gift in May.
So much for the fast start. I'd
Yep.
pull him now. He's done. Goalies are head cases, and they do
Yep.
something stupid like that, they're done.
Yeah.
Like,
wow. Talk about starting the worst way possible if you're the Calgary Flames. And the crowd's into it. Edmonton's now got a burr in their saddle. 1-0 Oilers, 30 seconds in. Anyway, good to see you, Olaf Hub. Good to have you there.
Yeah, it should be a high-scoring game, you know. So here we go.
I sure hope so.
if you have
no doubt
over 6.5, you're feeling good.
Yeah,
It's a great start.
That's a good start for that. Shit start for everything Calgary for me. Look at that. Like, he scuffed it. He absolutely dubbed that fucking clearing attempt, and it ended up right on the guy that, basically he can only score a goal that I could score right now. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. That's about the only thing he can do right now at this stage, but just gifted by Jacob Markstrom. And somehow he's got to regain composure here and figure it out right now. Look who's here. Someone that we haven't seen for a while. He was traveling. He had a death in the family, which, again, we send our condolences to Peyton and his family for that. But happy to have him back. Peyton, what is up? Welcome back to the Betcast.
What's up, boys? I'm ready to go.
You're ready to go, and you're liking that start because I think did you like it? It sounded like you were hinting at liking Edmonton tonight, correct?
Well, yeah, because I texted you earlier, and I was like, if Edmonton wins tonight, they got the series.
They just got basically a Christmas gift in May sent to them courtesy of Jacob Markstrom just now. And Cheshire Cat sends along his condolences as well, Peyton. So there you go.
Thank you, Cat. Appreciate it. Yeah, I saw that in the chat. Thank you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So great start for Edmonton. What did you think of the Rangers game, Peyton, as well, that just wrapped up? Rangers right back in that series. Home teams won every game.
Well, I mean, I love the ending. I feel like it was like deja vu with the game prior. I mean, Trouba is so much fun to watch. He's like a modern day Scott Stevens. Kind of a hot take, but he's something else.
He's a Mack truck out there, as a defenseman, trying to run over everything in his path. Calgary with a nice shift at just now, which is good to see. You got to keep your spirits high right there after a goal like that goes in. So we'll see if Calgary, doesn't buckle. That's what you just don't want to see shell shock from the Calgary Flames after that kind of mistake from your goaltender.
Well, I mean, I'm sure like you probably saw the interview from Matthew Tkachuk when he was like, we just got to shut down one guy. And we can win this series, but I mean, McDavid is on a whole new level. I mean, he's already setting crazy records. Only him, Lemieux, and Gretzky have averaged that many points within the first 10 games of a series. So I mean, like, we're watching history in the making.
Yeah, we are. There's no doubt. 23 points in 10 playoff games. I know for a fact I've not seen that in my lifetime. Someone with 23 points in 10 playoff games and averaging 2.3 points per playoff game. That's where we're at with McDavid, McJesus, McDizzle, whatever you want to call it. For Shizzle,
McDaddy,
McDizzle.
McTitty.
Yeah,
goes on.
And I know you could have fun for days with that name. Yeah.
What's crazy is, I mean, as long as the Oilers keep on, winning series, it's kind of realistic to the fact where he could possibly hit 50 points in the postseason. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
He certainly can. Yeah.
He'd be harmed if this was a short series.
Yep.
Because, I mean, facing Colorado, you're anticipating Colorado giving a little bit more resistance because they have a defenseman named Cale Makar who can actually skate.
Do you think he's hurt?
Makar?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but I also think everybody's kind of hurt at this point.
Everybody's got bumps but you're right. Something maybe more serious with him. He doesn't seem to have that same burst in this series so far with the Blues.
And Panarin as well.
Panarin, I think, has been hurt. I think he's got some. I think it's the wrist.
Yeah.
And I think it was the wrist in the Pittsburgh series where he was, a ghost until that game winner.
Oh, by the way, I didn't have to burn my
Edmonton
Oilers shirt because they did win the series.
They did win the series.
like I said,
Right.
I
It was
would have
the
worn it
best-
tonight. I would have worn it tonight, but my girlfriend has it. She slept in it at her place, so that's why I'm not repping that right now.
No,
But
that's
you
right.
rep
You're just wearing normal clothes tonight. That's
Yeah, which
wrong
is
with
weird.
that. That's what I do every day. I don't have much hockey gear. I got to change that. I got to get some hockey paraphernalia going. Yeah.
I'm starting to pack, preparing to move. So my hockey sweaters, also because it was 95 degrees this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's going away. So I had to pull out my throwback University of New Mexico Brian Urlacher number 44 jersey.
That's what that is there. Yeah. All right.
And Brian Urlacher was a safety for New Mexico for the Lobos.
Yeah. That's going
Hey,
back.
are there any did you have any hits or like any like takes today for Zach Hyman? Because he's been like pretty clutch.
Ian's all over Zach Hyman.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's been hot. Obviously, so was Kane, but
Yeah, shots on goal score, prop points. We've got that and we've got a little bit of that for the big three on Calgary too. And Kachuk, someone just got robbed right now for Calgary by Mike Smith. A great save. That's a good sign. Very big early save for Mike Smith, and it's actually a good sign for Markstrom. He made a big save a couple minutes ago on Nurse. Maybe he needed a save like that after giving up that goal.
Mike Smith made that look a lot more than it was.
Yeah.
Which is what he usually does, right? I mean, he usually like plays it a little bit more flashy than he should.
He's a good actor. He is. He's like an actor and a goalie out there. Yeah.
What did y'all think of that hit that Luch gave him?
That was not as bad as people think it is. No, not even close. Yeah.
Even Daryl said if he wanted to hit him, he would have like just crushed him. He would have destroyed him
right through the boards and out for
yeah.
the season. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Hyman too to score first or last goal.
Yeah.
And the goal score. And I was on him last game for first goal score. He hit it. That's sweet.
Yep. That right. 1-0 goal in the second period. It was a great one. That's a lottery ticket. Olaf Fubb, that's a lottery ticket with those first goal scores. You just hope you're on the right end of it because it's more of a guess kind of flip a coin type deal with that.
Yeah, especially when it goes later into the second period, then I think the guys that aren't the top scorers have a chance because they're just out there and it happens, They already went through who's on the ice first.
Yep. Well, even Duncan Keith, he's kind of like resurrected this postseason a little bit. Like he's getting some juices going.
It's got like the first touchdown prop as well in football. It's very similar. First goal scorer prop in hockey, first touchdown score prop in football. It's more, take a shot type of deal. It could end up being a bunch of different possibilities.
For sure.
All right, we're at our first TV timeout, and obviously we got work to do. Obviously, it goes without saying for this Calgary first period. 1-0 Oilers with that just terrible gaffe by Jacob Markstrom. But, Calgary's had a couple nice shifts since then, so there's reason for some optimism for the Flames as long as your own goalie can get his shit together here a little bit. Look, Allie O'Neill was on the Ice Guys show today, and she said it perfectly about the fact that, Jacob Markstrom has had a brutal time against the Edmonton Oilers. Regular season he did. So far in this series he's had an issue, and that's why that was a legit question. John, from you about, after that goal that he gave right to Nugent Hopkins, put it right on his stick, do you have to make a change right then and there to Dan Vladar? He opted not to. So Markstrom's on a short leash. Like if there's another bad goal or some shit here in the next 5 minutes or something, you might actually see him out.
I mean, I said I would have pulled him already. So
he's playing minute to minute, period to period right now. I really do believe that.
Which is rough, but aren't the Flames in general?
Yeah.
Aren't the Flames as a team doing that?
Yep. Well, there's definitely.
Is it the mentality?
Yeah, that Markstrom turnover kind of looks like something Mike Smith would do. What's crazy is like the fact that the Flames went to 7 games with the Stars really isn't a good sign for them. And I really feel like that gave the Oilers a lot of confidence coming into this series. Like, I mean, obviously, they went to a Game 7 as well, but I mean, it's two different teams, and I think the Kings themselves really shocked everybody.
My problem was that the Kings had one line. That
Well,
always
the Oilers have one player.
Well, no, but I mean, Edmonton still has more, can generate more. They have two players.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, isn't Draisaitl? He's playing hurt though. He's not 100%.
But I mean, I speak from the other way of that. Like, Edmonton can't defend the one line of LA. Like, and I thought Calgary had more depth and more scoring. Because, I mean, and I didn't think Mike Smith was Jake Ottinger. Like, because Calgary dominated like 3 games in shots and high danger chances, and Ottinger won 1, lost 1 in overtime, and then lost 1 in overtime in Game 7. And lost Game 7.
Well, I mean, Dallas's problem was they've got like a fat percentage of their salary cap wrapped up in 2 players that are not performing to what they're getting paid for, and their best player is their oldest player, Joe Pavelski. Like him and Robertson, like really, I think they have like 40% of like the Stars' goals throughout the regular season, or something crazy like that, where like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we didn't see that big Joe Pavelski moment. You're right. In Game 6 or Game 7, he was noticeable. You could see him getting some chances, but usually you see him pot one, in a really big moment in a key game, and he didn't do that in the last 2.
Oh, I need to make a statement. So, I think 2 weeks ago when I was on, back when the Leafs were still playing hockey, I said they cannot make it any further with the goaltending they have, because every team that wins the cup has a stellar goalie. And I was getting kind of ripped in the comments, and I just want to say I was right.
I don't think Campbell was the reason they lost. I think Vasilevsky was the reason they lost.
You're not going to pin that on Campbell now. Come on, Peyton. Come on. Man.
I mean,
like, seriously.
I stick to my point. I mean, Campbell he's not like he's not a cup winning goalie. I mean, you have that like Vasilevsky. Yeah, I mean, obviously
Vasilevsky's been unbeatable, a brick wall in elimination games, and they scored 1 fucking goal in Game 7. What's Jack Campbell supposed to do about that?
So, I'm just going to say, I heard this about, it was Henrik Lundqvist's fault for years that he never won a cup.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just under that. Like, the goalie did exactly what he needed to do to put you in a position to win that series, and they didn't score.
He's not high up on my list of reasons the Leafs are home right now, Jack Campbell. That's what I'm going to say about that.
But I think like what we're seeing is like the difference between top tier players that can turn it on in the playoffs versus regular season. I mean, you have guys like Matthews, Nylander, Marner, which, I mean, they all did have like their best quote unquote postseason as far as, point production goes. But you've got guys like McDavid who are just on a different level.
Every fucking save now, Mike Smith is twirling around like a ballerina right now after he makes the save.
That was blocked before it got to him.
Yeah. It's like,
that wasn't even a save.
Yeah. Or the puck gets near him, he's like spinning around there. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right. Oh, penalty to Calgary now. Oh, a neutral zone, ridiculous penalty, like stupid, bonehead, fucking brain dead penalty. Did they just take one? Toffoli of all people.
That was, it was on Fogle, right?
That's your boy, Daryl Sutter. You're the guy that's been with you through fucking hell and back. Toffoli with a penalty like that. Let's see.
Retaliation,
Slewfoot/trip. Not Slewfoot, but it was trip. Definitely a trip.
We call it interference and move on.
Yeah.
No puck.
You can't be doing that, man. You're a veteran guy. Come on, you've won Stanley Cups, man. You can't be doing that. It's stupid. And to give this team a power play now?
Well, I
Something
think
Carolina on the
Toffoli's just pissed off because he's not putting up the points he wants to.
Or maybe that he's down to the third line now tonight too. I mean, his ice time is not, not where it's been in the past in big playoff games. To put it that way.
Wait, who got moved up because he got sent down?
They moved up Coleman. Coleman's on the second line now.
He is
Coleman with
so
Backlund and
underrated.
Mangiapane.
Coleman is I think he's so underrated, and I mean he was a huge part as to I think a huge reason as to why Tampa won the cup. But then again, Tampa is so good at replacing their bottom six guys.
Edmonton is getting beautiful chances and extreme danger every time they have the power play. It's unbelievable. I mean, they're very fortunate. It's still 1-0 at the moment.
That's good for me. Toffoli got moved down. I have a heads up. Kane to score more goals than Toffoli in the series at minus 105.
Yep.
I couldn't resist it.
Especially when Kane's going to get fed just brilliant seeds from McDavid, playing with him for 7 games or upwards of that.
Yeah, and perfect backhand passes from Draisaitl.
Well, I'll cheer that. I will cheer that at least, even though it was an Edmonton power play goal, because Zach Hyman scored for the Edmonton Oilers.
Here, this is my surprise face that Hyman scored.
Yeah,
he's been tearing it up.
Nobody is. He's been absolutely outstanding. Outstanding. All playoffs. Terrific job right there. And that's one of that. There you go. And there's Zach Hyman getting it done once again. No surprise.
Do you think Toronto regrets getting rid of him?
I would freaking think so. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I would absolutely think so. 2-0 Oilers. Well, great job, well done there, Tyler Toffoli. Outstanding penalty right there. Terrific.
What's Ian? Do you know the Oilers' power play percentage for the playoffs?
I'm gonna tabulate it up right now because I can do that.
I think it's about 25%.
And we'll get back to you on that. We're starting with the LA series. Yeah, we're looking at. Here we go. Since the LA series, we've got. It's been pretty good. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4. Wow. Edmonton's power play. Wow. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and now make it 9 times they've capitalized. 8, 11, 14, 17, 18, 19, 23, 29, 34. Yeah, 9 for 35-ish, something like that.
Well, 9 for 36 would be 25%. So just a skosh under 25.
Yeah. So a quarter of their power plays they're scoring, which is very good.
Yeah, so I think for playoffs that's got to be very, very high.
That's really good for postseason
power
play efficiency, no doubt. Yeah.
So
What an absolutely dumb freaking penalty that was. Of all people, Toffoli to pull that off. Yep.
He's usually a smarter player than that. I mean, he's got skill, but I feel like a lot of his production just becomes, between that 8 inches between his ears. Like he's a really intelligent player. So that was just pretty. I bet when he goes back to the bench, Daryl's gonna have some words for him for sure.
Daryl shouldn't have to say shit to him because he knows better than that, but he still should.
Yeah, Daryl can just look at him and then he'll know.
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely fucking such a ridiculous penalty for him to take that. Terrible.
Yeah, you can't. That's not the smart playoff game winning hockey that one expects.
No. You talk about dumb penalties that you can't afford to take. There you go. You're seeing it right now. All right. Well, now if you're Calgary, you're in a position now where guess what you got to do? Guess what you've got to freaking do? You got to open it up now. You're not even you're barely halfway through the first period. You've got to open up this game and play right into the hands of Edmonton. Because you open it up, you're going to give them transition and rush chances. And you can't play your little 5-man in the fucking neutral zone game you're talking about now because you're down 2-0. I mean, the one thing you couldn't afford was a shit start. Now, part of that was just a horrendous play by Markstrom, and that started it. I mean, of all times you can't afford that. It was right then. Yeah, Allie's best bet. It was the Edmonton team total over 3.5. And they've got 2 on the board already. Yep.
Bon Jovi. Halfway.
I love that too. Over 3.5 team total.
Yep. That was a popular bet. That was a lot of people like that. The Oilers team total over 3.5. Yep.
Well, you know what? If you're Calgary, you scored the first 2 goals in game 2, and then Edmonton came all the way back on you in that one. So,
yep.
Line coaches make very good.
Keep them coming. Keep the goals coming.
I think I mentioned this earlier. We got Tyler Harkins on the show, by the way, tomorrow. He's Jansen's cousin, Jansen Harkins, who plays for the Jets. So that's our guest tomorrow, for those that didn't know. Look at this. Here we go. Turnover in the neutral zone again for Calgary. It's like the wash, rinse, repeat, the same movie script here. Yeah. But again, they got to open up now. They're down 2-0. They're going to have this happen, unfortunately.
They don't have to open up. It's the first period. Come on.
Well, like the Flames, like they don't produce a lot of production with their back end. It usually comes obviously all from their forward. So they play a pretty typical north-south kind of style of play.
Yep. They had little bursts from, little glimpses of offense at times from Shillington. Even Gabranson had a little spurt there where he was scoring some goals and collecting some points. But yeah, long term, for the course of the duration of the season, no, they don't get a ton of generated offense from the blue line, Calgary, compared to a lot of other teams.
But they shoot it a lot. The problem is they don't have that pass to stretch you out coming from the back end.
Yeah.
I remember a couple years ago, Brent Burns, he would just, anytime the puck was on his stick in the offensive zone, he would just put it on net, and he was racking up the assist like no other. And I think that, the Flames should probably take a similar approach, just get pucks on net, which, they've done a pretty good job on. They usually get a ton of shots on net per game. They're, probably averaging, I'm guessing, 35 to 40.
Yep. I think they do. It's a high volume team in terms of the shots they generate, but right now I'm not worried about the shots they're generating. I'm worried about the chances and the shots they're allowing. And it's been that way. It's really been that way since the midway part of game 2, which is at the time that game 2 was starting to tilt in Edmonton's favor in that game.
No, you were right to point out that it was in the Dallas series. It was in games 6 and 7 against Dallas that they were allowing Dallas those chances. It's just the Stars didn't pot them.
Hey, this has nothing to do with betting. I just wanted to want y'all's opinion. Do you guys think Brady is going too hard at the games when he's rooting on his brother?
No, he's not. He's supporting his brother. I just absolutely went nuts on this on Saturday on the show. I posted. I actually clipped out just the part of that show on Saturday, the Ice Guys show, where I ranted about this. And I can't believe people were just so upset with Brady Tkachuk for being at these games and partying and having a good time and supporting his brother, saying he can't be openly cheering for another NHL team when he plays for another team. And he's got to stay committed to his training and all this bullshit in the offseason with the Ottawa Senators. I can't believe that. I couldn't believe people actually wrote opinion pieces saying that. I'd be embarrassed to have my name attached to an article saying that shit. Seriously, I would. Yeah.
I think it's clickbait, and I think it's because it's Canadian markets. If it was Dallas and Arizona, people wouldn't say shit about it. I love the picture when Brady had 2 beers in his back pocket holding one, so he had 3 on him. Dude, and here's the thing is every NHL player right now,
he's partying as a young kid. What the fuck, man?
Every NHL player that's not in the playoffs is doing a lot more than that.
Yeah. It's not a big deal at all. What the fuck do you want the guy to be? Like I said, what the hell do you want the guy to be doing? You want him to be Could you imagine he's breaking down game film of the Ottawa Senators from last year while his
Help put him
brother
to sleep.
is out there in game one playing in the postseason? I can't
Uh-huh.
watch my brother. I got to stay committed to this Senators team. I got to fix the shit I didn't get right last year. I got to watch this game film instead of support my brother in a playoff game. That's what that article made it sound like. He should be doing that shit instead of watching his brother. It's the most asinine, stupid, ludicrous thing you could ever put in writing to have that opinion. It's lunacy. It's absurd. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I just get angry thinking about it.
I know. I like it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. The person who wrote that article is probably going to be the next sports editor for the paper.
Yeah. They'll get a promotion now. All the people that actually ended up reading that crap.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it's true.
Got clicks.
Yeah, they'll get promotion because people read the drivel. Not that they wrote drivel. They'll get a pat on the back for the amount of people that actually clicked and read the drivel.
Because of the ads that were on that page.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it works these days. Yeah. We don't reward good writing. We reward horseshit writing that gets a million people looking at it. What a sad state of affairs, man. I'd say that about a lot of things in life today, but definitely.
But they're all related.
Yeah.
They're common threads.
All right, so Calgary's getting some good pressure going on here. Still 2-0, but having some good shifts here, and it's the Lindholm group that's doing it. Oh, good saves. Smith so far has been solid.
Not enough traffic in front though to be there for rebounds.
No, it isn't. That's one and done. You're right. Where's the second, third chances? It's a great point. Look at that block shot by Hyman on Tanev. That's just what he does. Another block. Oh, yes, a Pugliarvi. It's a block party. Everyone's invited. Everyone's blocking shots here for Edmonton.
Hey, is Cassian hurt?
Cassian's playing. Like you could say that about every guy. They're probably banged up in some form. But
I just saw a clip of Archibald colliding with Cassian behind the net, and Cassian went down the tunnel.
Yeah, that's. I actually have missed that moment that you just saw. So maybe that could be something.
Oh no, I'm on Instagram. That's where I saw it.
Oh, okay. No, if it happened during this game, this period, I definitely didn't see it. I was not looking at the screen the moment it happened.
All right, Ian. I'm gonna throw in a live bet.
Okay.
There will be one more goal this period.
All right, over 1.5 first period at. I know the price will be pretty good on that. I might jump on that just for a little.
Just one more goal this period at plus 105. Either team.
Absolutely. Oh, I can get better than that. Plus 120. I see it. 365. Couple other books. Yeah, so you could shop around. You might get better than plus 105. You get a plus price either way. That's good. I'll add that to the marquee here. Since we know Calgary -0.5 plus 160 is dead. So much for that one. All right, so Edmonton, Calgary, over 1.5 plus 120 first, or 2.5, I should say. First period. Yeah. There we go. All right, there we go. Edmonton, Calgary, over 2.5 plus 120 first period. So give us one more here in the last 5 minutes. God, you can tell I'm fucking OCD sometimes with this shit. Look at that. I had to actually remove the fucking marquee and reverse it so that Calgary is first, Edmonton second, road team, home team. I couldn't let it stand. Edmonton, Calgary over 2.5 plus 120 on the display.
And here I thought you were just being European.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The soccer way of doing it. Home team first. Yeah.
Well, I have a theory behind that.
Yeah.
And I think why, especially in the United States, that we put the home team second is because baseball was our first newspaper box score sport, and home team bats last and has last licks. So order matters something, as opposed to so-and-so hosting an opponent. You list the home team second because they bat second in box score order for baseball.
It's not bad. By the way, I've already got both teams to score second period in mind if this goes to the intermission 2-0. Because do we trust Calgary to put up a clean sheet, to use the soccer term, a clean sheet in the second period right now? No.
The only clean sheet will be after the Zamboni's done after the period.
Yeah.
Touche, John. Touche.
Yeah.
Ian, who do you keep on blocking in the comments section?
I don't know. It's one of these bots. It's yeah. We're always hoping one of these days, one of these, things is a real girl, real chick, but it never is. One of these bots. Yeah.
I know some. I'll text him right now. Tell him to jump on.
Yeah. No, don't say wet girls are here. Why don't you come on the stream and show us your tits, and then show us your reel, and then we'll get excited. Yeah.
It could be the girl from Dallas that's just behind the bench. That could be her.
Maybe it is. It's Rick Bowness, the Rick Bowness sitting behind Rick Bowness in the front row there in Dallas the last series.
I think it's
invite her on the show. Yeah, she's a hockey fan, clearly.
Yeah.
And we're big tit fans, so there you go. It's a perfect union. That's what we did. I blocked it, Rich, but it keeps coming back. It's like that fly. You swat it, it flies back in your face again like 20, 30 minutes later. That's what this thing is in the chat.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. You get rid of it. It's too much of a headache, and that you think you get rid of the headache and you're feeling better, and the headache reoccurs again. Yeah.
It's like Daryl Sutter.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a headache right now. He's got a major headache on his hands. They can't contain Edmonton. Goalie's screwing up with a terrible giveaway to set you back right away. And now they're getting chances, but Mike Smith is seeing everything. There's no rebounds. Where's the second chance, the third chance off the initial shot for Calgary? See, watch. We're going to see a point shot here. There's no second chance. It's either stopped by Smith with no rebound or there's nobody around to get a loose puck. That's got to change. One shot and there's no second follow-up. With no follow-up for the rest of this game ain't going to work. Calgary is really destroying them, though, in the face-off circle. I will say that. Calgary's winning their share of the ozone face-offs, which is good. But
man, the Flames are kind of playing as if they were at a strip club until 3 a.m.
Well, we know one team was the other night. Yeah. Florida Panthers. Although there's a conundrum to be said about that. Some people will say, of course they lost. They were at the strip club the night before. And then some people will say, but wait a minute, they had all kinds of shots and chances, and they carried the play for a decent amount, and Vasilevsky was just phenomenal. So there's a debate going on. Did the strip club cause them to play terrible and lose? Did the strip club cause them to play better than expected but still lose because Vasilevsky was that good?
They lost the series.
I guess we'll never know.
Game 2 and 3.
Yes. They lost it in game 3, John, with that third period where they're down 3-1 in the game, 2-0 in the series, and they're getting dominated by Tampa Bay.
Ian,
that was lost.
Ybor City has taken down many teams and players in Tampa.
Yes.
I would say it was game 2 with the turnover behind the net that results in the goal that beat the clock.
Yep. That's a really good turning point in the series. The 2-1 goal in the final seconds from Ross Colton. Beautiful feed from Kucherov. Yep.
Well, I mean, that was a fuck up by Mackenzie Weegar on that one.
Yep. That was
what's the status on point? Are they keeping that on like the down low or?
We won't know for 9 days.
Yeah, 9. We'll check back in a week, basically. But he'll have a really good chance to be back for game 1 because of all the rest they're going to get. I mean, this is going to give them all the time in the world to get back. Wow, there's a deflection, but just over the net. They're peppering the net now, Calgary, but nothing to show. There's the Coleman line, though, at least doing something here. Yep. This is promising from Calgary. This has been a good last few shifts they've had. And that's happened a lot with Lindholm lately. Another missed net, like 40 goals, but he's missed the net a lot lately.
You know what's crazy? I've seen a lot of like just wide open nets miss. I mean, it even happened earlier today in the Hurricanes Rangers game, like a wide open net. Who was that? I saw the highlight of it.
Well, he didn't miss the net.
Wasn't it Capo Caco did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
In game 2 in Carolina, yeah.
That was game 1, wasn't it?
Or game 1. I think it might have been, yeah.
Because they were up 1-0 and he could have made it 2.
I think Kreider did it as well.
Kreider missed the empty net, but then put it in.
Mm-hmm. That drove me nuts, the Kreider missed the empty net, because I was thinking as someone that really liked the Rangers in game 3 on Sunday, I'm like, that could look like Dallas Edmonton from like over a decade ago, where Dallas misses the empty net, Edmonton scores. It was like Sean Orkoff or one of those fucking guys that scored for Edmonton. That's how long ago it was. Yeah, it's time to get rid of Markstrom. I've seen enough.
30 seconds in.
I've seen enough, man. They got 2, 3, 4 fucking shifts in a row, Calgary, where they're just swarming Edmonton. Have nothing to show for it, and then they come down one shot in the net. And Kane again. Wow.
Kane, I knew he was live.
3-0. Good way to go, Olaf, though, with the fucking over 2.5. Cashes in.
All right.
There you go. Plus at
a
price as well.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah, cheers indeed. We'll salute to that. Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Congrats. There we go, everybody. Beers up. Winning bet. At least yours won. Mine's getting slaughtered here.
Push.
Kane too. He's hot.
Yep.
What a shit goal.
That was not a bad shot, but come on. I mean, that's just off the angle.
Why are you leaning? But he's leaning left.
Yes.
Stay square.
Yep. That's called confidence shaken.
Well, I said it 30 seconds in. I gotta yank him.
Yep.
Who the fuck would have thought Evander Kane would be leading the playoffs in goals?
If you told me he was going to be on a line with McDavid and Draisaitl, I might have considered it.
Yes.
Well, that's because they're both like dishers, so kind of makes sense. I mean, like when he got his hat trick,
he goes to the net. Like he does stand in front of the net.
Yeah.
Even like when he has like his natural hat trick, like those were just like easy cookies. I mean, those were just tap-ins.
Yeah.
Thank you, Happy Gill.
3-0 Oilers, and just about as bad as you could ask for from the Flames here in this first period. Seriously, I mean, geez, terrible.
Let me ask you this: if the Flames shit the bed this postseason, do you think Johnny Gaudreau gets moved?
He's not anyway.
Yeah, it's. We're not gonna go there just yet. It's first period. It is bad right now, 3-0. But even if they lose tonight, then to go down 3-1, they do go back to Calgary for Game 5, which they can conceivably win, and then they get it back to Game 6 in Edmonton, and they could steal one, and then you got a Game 7. So, a lot of times when the team's down 3-1, I say they're done, but Calgary is going back home. I could see a puncher's chance. I honestly think still that if they lose tonight, Edmonton's going to win the series ultimately. But I'm not ready to write the obituary yet in Johnny Gaudreau. I mean, we'll hold off on that for now. But they're gonna have to consider something, Calgary, if you get bounced here, because other than beating Dallas by the skin of your teeth in 7 games in the first round, what has this core accomplished? In the postseason.
Nothing.
Yep. That's right. Zip, zilch, nada. And that's kind of the same shit Toronto's been deliberating about. Yeah, it was better. Yeah, Tampa's amazing. And yeah, you fought them right to the fucking wire in the 7-game series. But ultimately you still lost in the first round for the millionth time. How can you, with a straight face, bring everybody back, the same coach, the same GM, the same core, without some kind of shakeup?
Because, does the shakeup have to be from your core? Like
Nylander is the one guy that's being bandied about as being traded, maybe in the offseason from that core.
So, I mean, like, let Tavares go to Arizona. Like,
Getting back to Calgary, who would you get rid of? Lindholm? Lindholm's value would be high because he's had a phenomenal season.
well, I mean, Gaudreau walks, Monahan. I mean, like,
Monahan, fuck that guy. I mean,
well, yeah,
get
but
the hell
I mean,
out of
like,
here.
you're freeing up positions.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
mean,
think
he's
Monahan
injured
has
too.
been hurt.
Yeah. He's
For
out
a
for the
long
season.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was injured in other ways before that. Injured in terms of effort. Injured in terms of compete level. Yeah, he had injured in terms of I give a shit about winning and helping the team win. He had some injuries there too.
Yeah, I heard he actually hurt his motivator early on.
Yeah,
and
his
been out
motivator. Yeah,
Yeah, he's been out ever since.
Yeah,
Well, he was
his
gonna
give
be
a shit
motivated.
ductor failed on him. Yep, his give a shit ductor failed on him. A give a shit ductor strain right there. Yeah,
Big old torn heartlage.
torn.
His give a damn was busted.
Yes.
So
Those are good ones. His give a damn was busted. The torn heartlage, that was hilarious.
So seeing as it's
No
intermission-
heartlage. Yeah. Seriously, that guy was fucking garbage before he got injured, Monahan. I can't even express it. Daryl Sutter had enough of the guy. He was a healthy scratch.
Calgary
Then he goes
Flames.
back in briefly and he gets hurt for the rest of the season. Yeah. That's when he got injured for the rest of the season. Sutter finally put him in like for a game or two after he was a
tried
healthy
once,
scratch
he got
for a
hurt.
bunch. Yeah.
He just couldn't handle exerting himself.
No. I mean, you talk about underachieving. He's underachieved maybe as bad, if not worse, than Nugent Hopkins for Edmonton as a first-round pick.
What's his contract left? Do you know?
Monahan?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, if he's really in the shitter, you can buy him out.
I mean, it was, what, a 7-year deal?
It was a long one. Let me see. Yeah, it was 7-year, $44 million. 7-year, $44.6 million.
But he's got one more year on it.
Yeah. So he's making a pretty good amount. Yeah, he's making more than
How old is he though?
$6 a year.
Because I think once you're over 30 for a buyout, it has to be at least 2 30-year contract. If you're under 30, I think it's 1/3.
I don't think they would buy him out with a year left.
No,
They'll just eat it.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
27 or 28. Somewhere in there.
44.625. Yeah. Wow.
Just like even
6.37 million per year. That guy is getting 6.37 million per year.
I fucking wish I was.
6.37 million for being a useless tit. 6.37 million for doing jack shit. 6.37 million for floating. 6.37 million for lazy penalties. $6.37 million for not once going to the front of the net and paying a price. 6.37 million for just jacking around on the ice.
He's got good hair.
I don't even say. I think the fucking hair is overrated. To be quite honest with you. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. Go on. Not impressed. Not impressed. I keep thinking that guy should be so much fucking better as a hockey player than he's been. But sometimes that's what happens. We thought Alexander Daigle would be a better fucking hockey player than he was. #1 overall pick. Sometimes it just doesn't work that way. Sometimes we think Alexei Yashin was going to be this dominant defenseman and just phenomenal. And he was just a marginal defenseman, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, I'm just a Ranger fan, so Lafreniere and Kakko are busts already when the likes of Nugent Hopkins and Sean Monahan can continue to piddle around in the league 8 years later and have shown that they're useless.
Yeah. Lafreniere's fine. I've got no issues at all with Lafreniere. He keeps on getting better. Give him time. Has he exploded on the scoreboard and the points and all that like a McDavid? And that's what they put him. That's what the expectations were, unfortunately, for the kid.
Oh,
McDavid and Dreiss, McDavid and Matthews-esque were the expectation levels, which is insane to put that kind of expectation on the guy.
It's also very difficult to do that on the third or fourth line, which is where he was getting most. Like, even you see the broadcasts, like, well, let's compare Lucas Raymond with him, and let's compare more. Because Lafreniere gets all that power play one time throughout the season, like Lucas Raymond's getting for the Detroit Red Wings. It's and look at where Detroit is on the standings, and look where the Rangers are in the standings this year. Let's stop trying to compare the two.
No, you can't. You can't. More depth for the Rangers, more options at their disposal. What are they going to do? Displace Kreider's? You've already got a power play that you can load up with Kreider's, Zibanejad, Panarin.
Which has looked all right in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yes.
Better than Carolina and Florida's.
They were. You know what? They've actually put a dent in that number one penalty kill of Carolina's. They scored that first power play they had tonight. They did everything but score. I mean, the puck movement was unbelievable. It was phenomenal. Yeah.
I was surprised that the Rangers were able to get passes across the seam with the man advantage. Because usually Carolina was slow today.
Yeah.
In that, with just how they were playing in their own end. That's how I'll put it. It's almost like their D was mentally preoccupied.
It did. Right. I think it did kind of look that way. They looked a step slow. They looked like they were defensively. There were a few more miscues and cracks in fact, both games in New York. You could say that about the Hurricanes, and even Ront has been amazing. He's the last person I would ever criticize for Carolina and for their issues. There was finally a goal that went in on him in that game tonight where he should have had it, like the one where the puck squeaked behind him. He should have had that.
3-1, but there were a couple before then that, I mean, he kept it 2-1 for a long time and then gives it to softy.
He's doing everything humanly possible to help you, and give you a chance. I think he's done yeoman's work in this series, picking up for. It's going to be his net. I don't buy this nonsense that Freddie Anderson's starting to skate and he's on his way back. He'll skate for a day and then some other setback will happen and he'll be out for another 2 months.
Please give me a former Maple Leaf goalie at home for Carolina in Game 7 against us.
Yes.
He looked just like Tristan Jarry. Please.
I'll be in the seniors' home before Frederik Andersen recovers from an injury at this rate.
Who recovers from injury first, Freddie Anderson or Jacob deGrom?
Oh, Jake deGrom.
I don't know.
I'll even go Jake deGrom's got a bit. And Jake deGrom's Mr. Peanut Brittle and cotton candy and plastic body parts too, but,
Yeah, but he also works with the Mets training staff.
Yes.
Where day-to-day becomes 60-day DL better than anyone.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the Mets, how are they doing tonight, by the way? They're just continuing to play some damn good ball. Let me see. They're up on the Giants, I believe. Are they? They were. I think they were.
1-1. Well, it's intermission.
1-1.
The out-of-town scoreboard.
Yeah, there you go. And that's a good time for that because I got to refill. So John will carry you for the next few minutes with the out-of-town scoreboard.
Out-of-town scoreboard?
Cool. Bring it.
Let's start on the diamond. Bottom 11 in Yankee Stadium, the Orioles have a 6-5 lead. The Braves lead the Phillies top 8 in Atlanta 4-3. Blue Jays lead the Cardinals 8-1 in St. Louis through 7. The Astros through 7.5 lead the Guardians 7-3. Red Sox all over the Palehose 16-3 on the south side, bottom 6. Angels blanking the Rangers 3-0, playing the bottom of the 4th. Top 4 in Arizona, the Royals lead the Diamondbacks 3-2. Athletics lead the Mariners 2-0, bottom 3 in Seattle. Padres with a 1-0 lead over Milwaukee, bottom of the 3rd in San Diego. Mets and Giants 1-1 by the Bay. They play bottom 3. Finals from earlier today. In 10 innings, the Rockies beat the Pirates in Pittsburgh 2-1. The Cubs all over the Reds 11-4 in Cincinnati. Rays blanked the Marlins 4-0. Dodgers all over the Nats 9-4. And the Twins shut out the woefully disappointing Tigers 2-0. Oh, taking a look at the NBA, they are just in the first quarter of the third quarter. And the Mavericks have a 20-point lead on Golden State, 70-50. Earlier today, in the first game of our doubleheader, the Rangers knotted up their series against the Carolina Hurricanes, 2 games apiece, 4-1 in the game. That's all we've got for now. This has been your intermission report. And we are approximately, what does that say, 7 minutes and 18 seconds until we get ready for the second period. So what's out on the lines? What's going on in the chat? Oh, the Yanks just tied it up at 6. Oh, there it is. We got a 1-out single by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, scoring the Manfred man. Gleyber Torres to tie that up at 6. And now Marwin Gonzalez, the official definition of a journeyman. Oh, yes, Neil Yakupov. How could I forget about when talking about busts, talking about Yakupov? That's disappointing. Final will be Tampa Bay versus Colorado. Oh, I hope not to say that it's not possible. It's very possible. Is that the most likely exacta? I did say I was against Florida, though. I had that going for me. I just had it taking longer than 4. Bad job.
So, John, dude, you were just talking about Tampa maybe going to the Cup Finals. So to win their conference, I was just thinking in my head before I looked it up here, they're going to play either Carolina or the Rangers, which could go 7 games.
Yep.
And so they're going to be well rested. And they're only favorite here to win the conference at -125. I thought that was a decent price.
Well, it's also a decent price. You probably are getting a better price there than you would get for a series price
after
either Carolina or New York. Right?
That's what I'm thinking.
And they're already there. That's weird.
Yeah, and Carolina probably has home ice if they win.
Carolina would have home ice,
but the Rangers wouldn't.
Tampa has more points than the Rangers.
What's that?
I believe Tampa did have more points.
I'm not really sure, but I was guessing. So even at that point,
I like home ice doesn't mean anything to me when talking Tampa.
Yeah, and the way Carolina's playing on the road is like.
What is the tiebreaker for home ice? They had the same number of points.
No shit.
Yeah, they both finished on 110.
Oh wow.
Regulation wins. The Rangers had 44. Tampa Bay had 39. But if it's regulation and overtime wins, Tampa had 1 more. They had 49. New York had 48. That was one of my fallbacks with Florida. I just thought there were so many games where they didn't control play and they came back. And, I mean, they had 42 regulation wins and 55 overtime, like 55 regulation plus overtime wins. That means they won 13 games of 3-on-3.
Yeah, they totally did.
And so, I mean, it's just – we don't have 3-on-3 in the playoffs. So,
no, I know. It's a good thing. And but before the playoffs started, I wasn't on the Lightning at all. I thought they run into too much trouble with Florida, and I was wrong there.
I mean, I'm a Ranger fan, so.
But now I think the Tampa's going to the finals at least, in my opinion.
I don't know.
There's a lot of hockey to be played still.
There is, but you're gambling both whom they play and how they match up with them.
And what?
And how they match up with them.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Dude, those are so fire.
So, is it worth laying on with Tampa, knowing that they're already in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yo, John, who do you got in the Rangers Hurricanes series?
Well, I'm biased.
Wow. Yeah.
So I don't wager on my team. I tend to not bet games involving my team unless I bet against them.
Well, what do you think about like the new format for like home and away? Because typically it was always like 2-3-2.
No, they've been 2-2, 1-1-1 for a while. The only ones that used to be 2-3-2 were in the finals.
They switched back. It was a while. Didn't they do it for a while and then switch?
Even when the Rangers won the Cup in '94, that was 2-2, 1-1-1. I'm pretty sure. The NBA was 2-3-2, but the NHL was 2-2, 1-1-1. Okay,
that's almost 30 years. Maybe in between then did it happen though? I don't know.
I can't. I'm trying to remember. I remember.
So it's at 2-3-2 right now?
No,
Is that
it's 2-2-1.
Yeah.
So I can't remember when it was 2-3-2. People need to help me out on this.
That's kind of the more fair way, isn't it? The way it is now. I mean, 2-2-1-1.
Right, because if you split the first two games, why should the road team be able to finish you off without returning home?
See, right. John, I've always thought that as well. Like that never made sense. It didn't make sense to me as like it's more like an upper hand for the team that has 3 at home.
So but I'm pretty sure it's been 2-2, 1-1-1 in the NHL for a while. I can't remember. Ian, do you remember home ice being 2-3-2 in series in the NHL?
I don't. Not in my lifetime.
Like, because I was even remembering back to the Rangers in '94. That was definitely 2-2, 1-1-1.
Yes, I that's the only format I've ever known in the NHL. It's not like the NBA and MLB that's gone to 2-3-2.
But
so I'm going to say no. I don't ever recall.
That's good.
So
all right, I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm up to my neck with this Flames team, and I'm taking the second period puck line.
You're going to let them burn you again, huh?
Ian, you look stressed. You look stressed out, man.
I'm going to do it. Plus 150. And it's even better than the price I got with the Rangers in the second period puck, or Carolina in the second period puck line in the last game. And I'm also going to go both teams to score second period as well at plus 120. So
that's what I was trying to find.
Yep. Calgary, Edmonton, both teams to score plus 120 second period. And for better or worse, hopefully Markstrom gets out of this first minute without giving up a goal. But there we go. Calgary, there we go. All right, put it on the screen. There we go. That's what I've got anyway. Both teams to score second period. Calgary puck line second period plus 150. Well, I mean, come on, plus 150 to win the period. They're down 3-0. They've got to throw everything at Edmonton here.
I mean, see that Daryl Suttler has
finally a save from Markstrom.
The Coleman line starting.
How much do I hate my life?
Believe me, I was asking that place in that bet too. How much do I hate the fucking Flames if they don't even get this done for me? That's the
draws are plus 850.
Yeah. Draw. Oh, you're thinking draw. Like we've seen, we did see, 6-6 game one. Remember? Edmonton was down 3 goals, tied at 6-6, and then Calgary ended up winning 9-6. But 3-goal comebacks have happened in this series.
And
Well, I mean,
that's-
especially in like just overall this past year within the NHL, like scoring has been up like no other. So like a 3-goal lead really doesn't mean shit going into the second period.
That's right. Oh, it was a collision at center ice there.
I wish I was in Canada.
Yeah,
because you guys get the broadcast a lot sooner. I'm like 30 seconds behind again. As always, fuck.
it's ESPN in the States. I know that, and it's
Yeah.
I think Bob Wischusen's back on the play-by-play for that series. Yeah,
it was Buchagras.
it was Buchagras for Game 1 and Game 2 because Bob was at the PGA Championship.
Yes, he
That's
was.
apparently the
I was
reason. Yeah.
lamenting that.
I love Bucci. I think he's great.
Bucci loves hockey. He's a good hockey, like knowledgeable guy, but for play-by-play, he's got work to do to improve there.
I just think that he's too slow for it at the professional level. He just feels behind the play too much.
Yeah.
And they tried to sync him up, and they tried to give him a chance because they had him. The audio was always ahead of the video that they were transmitting. Also,
Do you think there was? I thought that was just a technical fuck up that they just the audio and video was out of sync. That's ESPN just screwing up here, which is unacceptable in my opinion. You think they were maybe purposely doing that to help out John?
no, I don't.
No, that can't be.
But come on, of the conspiracy theories you've heard, that's not the worst one.
No, it isn't. But yeah, I mean, it's not crazy because you're right. It seems like, hey, the puck's going out of the zone and it takes him 5 seconds before he mentions it on the play-by-play. Yeah.
I love Matthew Tkachuk. He's like such a valuable rat. He's like getting into it with McDavid. I love that shit.
Well, I like the way that I like that he's got offensive game. He can throw the weight around, scrap every now and then. Multifaceted player. But now we need his offense. It's nice to throw hits and be in scrums, but now we need a little offense out of you. You were a 40-goal scorer after all this year.
Well, I think Tkachuk's one of those players because he's so like well-rounded. If he knows like his game's not going to be producing points within the game, he can rely on his like physical play and being a pest as well, which I like that adaptability that he can bring to it. But yes, you are right. Ultimately, a 40-goal scorer should be putting up points in the postseason.
This is a remarkable display, though, by Edmonton. I mean, they just had one of Calgary's defensemen falling down flat on his keister.
Yeah, I didn't bet the draw. I don't hate myself.
But let's give Markstrom credit. That was an enormous save he just made to keep it 3-0. He's battling at least.
Are you talking about the save?
They don't want highlights to mean anything because they want parity. That's everything the NHL stands for.
Yes.
They want crapshoot. They want drama.
Yeah.
They don't want the best team to actually be rewarded. Haven't we noticed that? The playoff matchups don't do anything to help it. The schedules don't do anything to help it.
Yeah. See, they can't get any rebounds, man. Not one fucking second chance here all night, Calgary. Not one. Not one.
I mean, that just means that Smith and the D-men are doing their job.
And Calgary's not doing a good enough job getting to those places. Edmonton is doing a good job. Smith, good rebound control. They've boxed out nicely. The Calgary just can't
Very
get
easy to control rebounds when the shots are at your chest.
Yeah.
Despite how Mike Smith has made them look.
Nurse has been pretty quiet, like point-wise, in the postseason.
But he's been damn good defensively.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, John. He kind of did make that shift. But like the regular season, like as far as D-men go, he was like, top 10 for points. Obviously he had McDaddy feeding him and helping him out in the point side of things, but Both of these
Hey,
teams
what do you
don't
think?
have much production from their back end.
What do you think, boys, about over 2 goals this period? Is like plus 165 right now to
I
get
will
over.
not talk you out of that because look, Calgary's got to open up even more now.
Something's got to clip pop here.
Yeah. You're going to get chances. It's just a matter of are you going to get those goals. But you're going to get chances. You're going to get shots. You're going to get rush chances. You're going to get transition because Calgary's can't sit back. I mean, that's the sad part for Calgary and that fucking horrific mistake by Markstrom in the first minute. You know, that he didn't even give his team a chance to maybe set up some kind of little 5-man in the neutral zone scheme here to slow down Edmonton, settle into the game, and then maybe get a lead.
Ian, what you sound like is that Markstrom already fucked the team in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
He gave Edmonton a goal.
Yeah, he
It was
gave
so
them
bad he allowed Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to score.
Yeah. Like this is, and he's getting paid a shit ton of money too. That was a big money contract he got from Calgary. You got to be better than this right now.
You want to come out to get a good start. Like that's always going to be the message coming from the coach out of the locker room. We want to get off to a good, solid start. We're going to put the pressure on them, and you give that up in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely incredible. That's just the worst thing that could possibly happen for Calgary in a game that they badly needed it. Yeah.
I'm seeing over 1.5 for this for the second period now at minus 105.
Wow.
Even.
Yeah.
I got to do it.
All I know is Calgary, you know, it's still 3-0 even period. Nothing's happened yet. Oh, look out. Wow. A near icing, Edmonton beat it out, and McDavid almost had like a glorious chance.
Shocker, right?
Shocker, yeah.
Yeah.
See, it looks like they can't get away from Edmonton. I mean, it's just the skating abilities of these teams are massively different.
What I've noticed from like round 1 to round 2 is all these teams are playing so much more like systematically and
Yep.
playing pretty disciplined as well for the most part. But I feel like Tkachuk is just not playing his game. He's trying to be something he's really not.
We need offense from him. Get some chances. Get some shots. I mean, that's what we're looking for. Get in there. You know, get the puck. You know, all that stuff.
Yeah,
That's what I ripped him for running around chasing after Klingberg at the beginning of that Dallas series. It took him until game 6 to finally say, "Hey, I better just play some hockey now." Finally, man, Calgary's hanging on right now. Get the damn thing out. There you go. And they almost got called for too many men. Terrible line change. It's like freaking Keystone Cops at the bench there. Some guy hopping over the bench like there's a fire or something. Get down, yeah.
But it's an improvement for them. It didn't result in a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah. Baby steps, right?
John, I
Baby
love your optimism. Wait, did
people used to describe me optimist?
Did Kane sign a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal?
Did someone put fucking duct tape or crazy glue under the skates of Calgary's players? I mean, they're falling down left and right over and over again. Yeah.
No, a guy from Edmonton put his stick in there, which is why Calgary, I think, is going to the power play.
No, I mean, after the trip on Lindholm by Hyman. Hyman's going to get for a trip on Lindholm. But after that, like after the penalty was already called, some guy at Calgary just fucking falls down his own. Yeah.
Pretty much sums up their series.
Yep.
They just fall down.
Yep.
Opportunities, great chance, playing your rival.
Yep.
And you just fall down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you guys are so far ahead of me.
I was going to say, if you're just seeing the penalty now.
I just saw the trip in center ice.
Wow.
I just saw it.
I wasn't even trying to spoil. I thought I had let enough time pass by to say it.
No, I appreciate that, John. But fuck.
I've kept my mouth shut on all goals tonight because I don't want to be the one spoiling.
No, I love that you're catering all that towards me. That means a lot.
I'm a fat guy. I'm like a good chef. You gotta adjust the menu to the customer's desires.
That's right. There you go. That's
It's the playoff.
Yeah.
The problem is that institutions want me to teach like that too, and I'm more uncomfortable with that because I thought I was the expert, as I finished my PhD in a field. But I digress. The customer's not always right. I know better in this case. But that will get me fired now, so it's okay.
You can, the live goal scorer props are few and far, but like there's only a few books that have live goal scorer props. I know DK does. Yeah.
Yo, Ian, my guy Taves on the Avalanche keeps on producing. I called that like weeks ago.
Yeah, another goal for him last night. He's always good for goal. Usually a point. Like if you've been betting Devon Taves points, they've been good.
So wait, is Gerard out for the
season? Broken sternum.
I figured because it was his sternum, right? That he cracked. Yeah.
How friggin' not lucky, but how much of an embarrassment of riches is it for? God damn it! What a save by Smith. I mean, wow! Did he even get a beautiful chance and he stopped? Like this is something from Smith right now. They got to score though on this power play. They have to. I mean, you need it to come through for you right now.
Come on, you know what's going to happen. Calgary's not going to score, and then Hyman's going to score coming out of the box.
Coming out of the box. Yep, that's a great call right there. It's probably exactly how it's going to play out.
Didn't that happen like earlier this series?
Yep.
With
game one, I think, during the 6-6 comeback.
Yeah.
It was a game two also. I think it might have happened more than once.
Bingo. It's about damn time.
Spoilers, sweetie.
Oh yeah, shit. I forgot we got a guy that I forgot we got a guy that's going to see the goal in about 10 years from now. Yep. Forgot about that. Yeah.
No. I don't want to be a bitch.
His waiting for goals is like my waiting for Stanley Cups, 54 years later.
Yeah.
They show the Rangers fan in the commercial, the old guy, and I'm like, wow, he's actually looking for his third, huh?
Yeah. He waited. Oh, that's just wow.
That's a great shot.
That's phenomenal. Hey, you know what? You got to give Mike Smith credit. I mean, right now he's playing like that's the only kind of shot that's going to go in. The first time he robbed Lindholm on that power play was since it's going to take a good shot to beat him.
Sam Rose was kidding when he said this one will last a lifetime.
Okay, I just saw the goal. Oh my god, I'm like a full minute behind y'all.
You're getting slower. You might want to refresh that feed,
dude. Well, I mean, the Flames defenseman did a hell of a job of keeping the puck in. Like yeah, those Flames, they were gates of that blue line. And yes, John, I'm gonna refresh it. Thank you.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005.
Did you say we got a goal, boys?
That draw at plus 900.
Yeah, 3-1.
Sweet.
3-1. Yep, there you go, Olaf. 3-1.
Wait, 3-2. 3-2.
I was waiting for you to see it. Yes.
I just fast forwarded. What do you fucking know?
So you weren't even on the you were like rewound on the DVR type of deal, and you weren't even on the live broadcast.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck me. What do I know?
Yeah. Way to go, Mr. Techie. Yeah, great job there. But
he was trying to emulate John Buccigross.
Seconds behind on your feed the whole time. Yeah.
He was doing his best John Buccigross.
How'd I do?
Over 1.5 for the second period hits.
Dudes, that's why I went outside. I'm very superstitious. I had to go outside and burn one and come back, and there we go. Very superstitious.
I'm texting a Flames fan. He's going nuts now. Flames fan going nuts. 3-2. So I held off on the reaction that time, so I wasn't a spoiler. So 3-2. Michael Backlund getting that goal. 3-2. It's a brand new hockey game. So we're definitely now in very, very solid position with the Calgary puck line in the second period. Now we wouldn't mind Edmonton scoring just for the both teams.
I hit my second period over 1.5.
Very good. Yep.
That I got live at 13 minutes.
Nice.
As I was watching it click, I was like, come on, I was going to play it at minus 110, and then it was at plus 100 like 30 seconds later. I'm like, all right. Now if it's 1-1, I'll take 2 goals in this period.
Now I'm free rolling at 2 goals if I get the third at plus 190.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn. Over 2 was plus 190 by the time I got it in. It's 10 minutes to do that still.
Absolutely, yeah. Olaf's the second person in my life that I've seen now, along with I believe the other guy that I think of. The Gas Station Sushi is his like chat name, and he's over on Pub Sports Radio. You know, we've seen him. He's been on a lot of the horse racing streams, and that they both have that Bruce Arians look to them.
Oh,
Really amazing, yeah.
All right,
a little Bruce Arians look to you, yeah. Not as much though as a Gas Station Sushi. He is like a spitting image of Bruce Arians. It's crazy.
Hey, Super Bowl champ, I'll take it.
Yeah, of course. They got to give you a replica Super Bowl there. That's what they should do. Yeah, send one to you. Yeah.
And you're damn right, occupancy. Backlund does go really hard to the net.
That's what they need. They need net front presence. They need crease crashing. How the hell do you expect to score goals and beat a goalie that's feeling it and not getting it and making every save and a defense that's boxing out if you're not going to crash the crease, get to that net
Drive
front.
with speed.
Yeah, and with speed, you're right. So it backs up the defense.
It's playoff time. Greasy goals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
especially in the second round on. Like, you got to earn every fucking goal you get.
Yep. No, this is a big time.
Otherwise, you're Florida and you get no goals.
That's right. Yeah.
Whoa.
Florida's just a terrible. I mean, I don't even. I'm at a loss for words. What did the Phillies just take the lead on the Braves? They just did. Holy fuck! I hate to interrupt the hockey with a baseball update, but I have the Phillies as a pretty big underdog in that game. Believe it or not.
Yes, they did. Thanks,
Kenley Jansen. Not a Dodger anymore, but still doing Dodger things, blowing games in the night.
Walking a homer. That's nice.
Yeah. Big save there for Markstrom just now on a one-timer, or not a one-timer, but a pretty good shot from Barry. And Jimmy Murphy, Tyson Barrie, every time he shoots the puck, I'm sure Jimmy Murphy's heart is in his throat because he recommended plus 600 Tyson Barrie to score a goal tonight on the Ice Guys show.
I think Tyson Barrie only has 2 playoff goals in his entire career, so I could see why those odds are in place.
There you go. You're learning, Peyton. You're right. Yeah.
I'm taking notes.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm on Pornhub right now.
We will get Peyton on the Daily Show again. We're overdue to have him back on the daily 2 p.m. Eastern show, but
I know I miss it.
We've been guest heavy. You've been bumped the last month for like Bobby Ryan and Derek Roy and
fuck me, right?
yeah. You're falling down the food chain a little bit.
Yeah, I fell down the totem pole.
Yeah. We're supposed to have one of your pals, Daryl Bootland, on a couple weeks ago, and he said, I can't do the show. I'm caddying. So what a fucking character he is. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Booter is a wild card.
Yeah.
He's I got some stories I can tell you
yeah.
off camera.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And even your old pal Sean Avery, he's doing all these videos on his social media about the playoffs, like these clips, and he's like dissecting every play and all that. He's like social media hockey analyst right now.
Dude, he made me mad. I texted him a couple days ago because like he owes me a gift, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll send it to you." I never got it.
That's why you know why he's busy doing this stuff
Yeah.
he's doing during the playoffs. Like he's like dissecting plays and like, oh, this is what the D-man should have done this and da 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 da. Yeah.
I mean, I really enjoy his breakdowns.
They are good. You got to, and they're entertaining. Well, everything he does is probably entertaining.
He actually, I mean, I don't know if this is like public knowledge or not, but whatever, I'll say it fucking anyways.
Whoa. Power play.
Yep.
He actually interviewed for TNT.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew they'd probably look in that direction because they wanted someone like him or a Biz Nasty, that kind of. Gaudreau nearly scored a goal, but in his own net. Unbelievable. Yeah, TNT ended up getting someone with the little pizzazz and Biznasty, but yeah, Avery would have been in that category of analyst in the studio too, definitely. Ruffle some feathers, although he'd ruffle feathers even more. Like Paul Bissonnette's more of an entertaining, charismatic, but happy-go-lucky, funny guy. Sean Avery's more of a we're going to ruffle some feathers and we're going to say shit some people may not like, but we're saying it anyway kind of guy.
He kind of reminds me of like JR.
Yeah.
But like more edgy.
And a bit of a better player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that.
It's like, let's try to find a Charles Barkley. You know, like that's the difference with like Bissonnette and Avery when you add people that are like characters. It's like, yeah, but they were fourth line enforcers.
Yeah.
Like they actually weren't good players.
Well, it's ironic because like because you know like TNT can be a little bit more edgy with their guys, but like I know Biz, he's got pee-pee whacked a couple times for some of the stuff he said, but like that's what the viewers and listeners want to hear is like the funny edgy shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the funny edgy shit in the NBA comes from Charles Barkley, who's a dream team member and one of the top power forwards of the last 40 years.
Yeah.
Whereas NHL players, it's coming from a fourth line goon.
Yeah.
Fair point. Fair point.
You see what I mean? I mean, I like what they're doing. Who they've assembled. I like that little the crew. Liam and Paul and Anson Carter's done a nice job. Rick Tockett's good. But you're right. When you're looking at NBA, you're looking at Shaq, Hall of Famer, multi-ending player. Charles Barkley, Hall of Famer. And then you look at it. You got a fourth liner. You've got a kind of a depth forward in Carter. You've got a
fired head coach.
Yeah. Just the accomplishments in their sport compared to the accomplishments of the NBA guys in their sport on the other TNT panel. It's a little different.
But I feel like hockey players, like their personalities have kind of been suppressed.
Yeah.
And I think Biz does a great job of like bringing the best, not the best, but like bringing Gretzky's personality out and bringing Tocchet's
which he's actually done, managed to do. Yeah.
The problem with these NHL top players is the same reason why the NHL has all these other issues around it, is they force conformity, not rocking the boat, don't have a personality, don't have individuality, then nobody has the guts to say anything when somebody on their team is getting fucked up.
No, that's completely true. They're like two like old school like conservative like
conform or else. Don't rock the boat. Don't have any individual personality.
Yeah.
Suppress all I for we and me. So it's even the advertisements. All these clips of everybody saying we, and there's no I.
Yep.
And it's just like, well, everybody stays in line. Then you have shit like you had in Chicago.
Yeah.
For an assistant video coach.
Yeah.
Who then?
Who's got to speak up because God forbid we rock the boat.
Yeah.
God forbid we don't defend a teammate. It's that side of the NHL, and to me, it's related to the suppression of identity, taking away and that happens from when they're juniors.
No, you're right. It starts at a young age, about like 14, 15, 16, and then that's the culture that's like built, and you're funneled in that tunnel to operate that way. And I mean, like you see so many different like funny videos on TikTok of like normal people simulating a hockey interview. It's like, oh, we get the pucks in deep, we battle hard in the corners, shots on net. It's like just so scripted. And it's like, dude, like this is fucking boring.
Yeah.
Like bring some personality out.
And he's done that. Bissonnette succeeded in the area that TNT brought him in for. To add a little color, a little life, energy to the broadcasts. Yeah, the studio
Continue
show.
on that, on my rant and vent. Think of how the Russian players have been portrayed. Because God forbid they have a personality. It was even like Ovechkin on why he can't succeed in the playoffs. Is he was too flashy when he's one of the heaviest hitters that the Capitals have had since he's been on the team.
Yeah.
And he's the problem. And he doesn't play playoff hockey. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's ironic because the Russian players have always been like typecasted as like the villains, but if anything, the Russian players, they actually broke the barrier for all Europeans to be in the NHL. So there's like a weird dichotomy behind that.
There's a real issue, by the way, just comparing this to baseball for a second. The Toronto Blue Jays local broadcast has arguably the best play-by-play guy in the sport, if not all sports combined, in Dan Shulman, who does play-by-play for the Blue Jays during the season. And oftentimes he's paired with Pat Tabler, who was the guy that played Major League Baseball, even played for the Jays for a bit. And here's Shulman as the play-by-play guy, who's not really supposed to do analyst shit. He's supposed to call play-by-play, but Dan Shulman's just so good. He's got all these great stories and anecdotes about the team and certain players, and he's talking about Alek Manoah, a few, weeks ago, talking about how he's working with the bullpen coach and, fixing things and looking at video and looking at doing all this stuff and just how much he loves his team and how much he wants to win and how much, blood, sweat, and tears and hours he puts into working at his craft. Dan Shulman says, and it tells you what Alek Manoah wants to be for this team. And Pat Tabler's only comment, like he's supposed to chime in, what do you think? Yeah, he's a baseball player. And that's often what you get, with a guy like that. And that's all he said. Oh, well, thank you for that analysis, Pat Tabler. I mean, here's Dan Shulman just giving us such a great little story on Manoah, and all you can say is, oh, he's a baseball player. And he does that all the time. When talk about a good player, someone that works hard, he's a baseball player. Pat, I thought he was a football player, Pat. Maybe a hockey player, soccer player, maybe. Yeah, I didn't know that.
And Buck Martinez could go on a lot longer, both as as an analyst.
Yeah.
When Buck's in there, Shulman and Buck is one of the best booths around, period.
Yeah.
And
Buck's a good analyst. Buck's not a great play-by-play guy, but he's a very good analyst.
I love Buck's swing and a drive.
Yeah. Although that is funny.
Here we go.
Where's my bottle?
And obviously, this is not the time to talk about Buck's faults. We're wishing him all the best as he battles cancer right now, and hopefully he gets out of it fine. No question about that.
Wait, when was he diagnosed? I didn't know Buck was
Beginning of the year, April.
It was very early in the season because he's been off Toronto Blue Jay broadcasts on television because of it, because he's doing the cancer treatment right now.
Oh, shit, that sucks.
Yeah. And people in the States know him because he did lots of national television baseball for years, TBS and, playoff games. And
yeah, didn't his dad, he was a broadcaster as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. I think you're right.
How very Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, it probably blew it, right?
Of course they did. And Swanson led off the bottom of the ninth with a double, and then Cunha hits a fly ball to center that Roman Quinn drops. So it would have tied the game after a wild pitch advanced Swanson to third. But Quinn drops the ball, and Cunha gets to second, and then Contreras singles. Boom, 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 just like that. Braves win 6-5.
Yep, that's right.
They are such a beer league team.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Philly's got a beer league bullpen, I can tell you that.
They defend like a bunch of beer leaguers too.
Yeah.
All right, Ian, whenever you're feeling it, go ahead and do your play-by-play because I'm horned up for it. I miss it. I haven't heard it in like 2 weeks.
Well, as long as I'm not throwing off someone that's maybe a little 5 years behind us watching the feed of this game, but
no, I'm on. It's 4.5, not 5 years.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I misjudged there. Yeah. All right, here's a pass back in front. Rips the shot, one-timer from Pugliarvi, and it's stopped by Markstrom. No rebound, and he'll hang on to the faceoff. 2:15 to go, third period. 3-2 Oilers, although 2-0 Calgary here in the second period, outscoring the Oilers as they have gotten themselves back into this game. So unfortunately, we started just as the we got a stoppage right after. Yeah.
More sustained pressure from the Flames later in this period, but Edmonton really coming back in the one-timer there and forced the face-off to the left of Markstrom.
Yeah, it sounds like Ian and John Massey needs to be a broadcast pairing in the NHL in the future. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sounds like it. All right, Toffoli, right wing side. Chips it in. Past Duncan Keith. They go into the corner. Toffoli winds it around behind the net to Mangiapane. Banks it back to the point. Tanev holds it in there. Flings it around behind the net. Backlund there, being pressured again by Nugent-Hopkins. Back to the point. Tanev can't hold it in, and it comes back to center ice. He'll flip it over to, looks like Lindholm will flip it in down back into the Calgary zone. And I think they're going to call this on a delayed offside right now with a minute and change left here in the second period.
In the latter stage of the second period, really the second half, Calgary has tilted the ice in the favor. They've gotten the 2 goals. They've had a couple of power plays. They've sustained more pressure. But even when Edmonton's had chances, it's been odd-man rushes, and they've had one-timers and high-danger opportunities against Calgary to try to get back to a 2-goal lead.
And John, because of that, I think this third period is going to be very fast-paced.
Yeah, there's both teams to score in the third period. Even if this one doesn't cash here in the second, I come right back to it in the third is probably what I'm going to end up doing.
Come on, Edmonton.
So your trip to Colorado, Peyton, wasn't a vacation or pleasure trip. It was family related, right? I know you were there, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little bit of both. Like my uncle passed away back in November, and we just now had it wasn't a funeral. It was like a celebration of life kind of thing. But I mean, it was gorgeous up there. It was like 20-something degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius. Snowed the entire time up in the mountains. I mean, it was gorgeous. And I was trying to find some Wi-Fi to watch the games while I was up there.
Which makes sense because the Mets-Rockies game got postponed due to snow last weekend. I remember at
well, it was 95 degrees in New York City.
Yeah.
It was
low climate change. Yeah.
Yeah, it snowed every day I was there. I was there Thursday through Sunday. Every day it snowed. I loved it because I don't get that down in Texas. I went from like 101 degrees down to 20 degrees, and it was amazing.
Yeah, and it looks like that snap of the beer can means it's MDR24 rejoining us on the Betcast. Welcome back. It's your second time with us. How are things?
Good. Thank you.
All right, awesome
Thank you.
stuff. There we go.
My this crappy laptop, it works pretty well. I mean, if you heard the beer pop.
Yeah, it is pretty good sound at least. That's for sure. No, good to have you back. We'll do a little play-by-play here. 40 seconds to go in the period. Darnell Nurse in his own zone. A pass up through the neutral zone, but it's picked off there by Rasmus Andersson, and he will just recoil and wait for his teammates to change. 30 seconds left here in the second period. Calgary maybe setting up one last dash. Andersson to the center ice line, shoots it in. Smith holds it up, but it's Calgary that gets in on it first, but it was overskated, and it ends up on the stick of Evander Kane, and we've got play called and a penalty coming up here, and it looks like it's going to the Oilers. Darnell Nurse flashing. And it appears like we will have a Calgary power play with 17.8 seconds left in the second.
As Coleman was looking to get position in front of Mike Smith, who was getting back in his cage on the play behind his net, Darnell Nurse just came over and just tomahawk chopped Coleman's stick right in front of the crease. And it was an easy call for the official. Hand went up right away. And Calgary with the potential to turn this power play over into the third period on a fresh sheet of ice with the final 17.8.
That's one of those penalties. Where,
John, that was great.
It's one of those penalties where as soon as you see the evidence and the broken stick, they call that every time. That's. Just,
I mean, I know what Nurse was trying to do there.
Yep.
You just put a little bit too much muscle behind it.
Yep.
Man.
As you're taught, go from underneath. Lift the stick. Don't come down like this. This is seen. This has evidence. This doesn't get called.
No.
He broke his twig, huh?
Yeah. Too obvious. Too easy to call that. Definitely. Way too easy to call it. All right, we have arrived at the second intermission, and we have got ourselves a hockey game now.
All
After
right.
a 2-0 second
Hell
period
yeah.
for Calgary. 3-2 in favor of the Oilers as we head to the third period, and we'll go 1-1 split with our live bets after the first. So Calgary puck, and actually I'll be profitable because they were both a plus price, plus 120 and plus 150. So I actually profit even though they went 1-1.
Was it 150 or one? I thought Calgary was 160 because it was better odds than Carolina in the second period. I thought that's what you said.
I got 140 on Carolina, 150 on Calgary. That's what I got anyway. Maybe there was better out there, but plus 150. We'll take it. It's profit.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to John and of course Peyton and Ola.
What's up, MDR?
Had some chats with all of y'all, and very cool. Very cool.
What's up,
Hey,
brother?
MDR.
What's that?
I was just going to say, MDR, I think Peyton and MDR were on in the same betcast last time.
I believe so.
I remember. Yep. I remember that.
So I stepped away to get another beer. So I will be right back.
That's all right. I'll be doing that when you get back. I'll get another refill before the third period, but which is coming up, by the way, 3-2 in favor of the Oilers. I'll be on both teams to score third period, 100%. Not even it's always in these 1-goal games. I'm interested in that because you've got Calgary having a push. If Edmonton goes up 4-2, then you've got empty net possibilities, and even if Calgary scores, Edmonton could easily. Do you trust the game to go to OT? Although I will say this, John, did you bet that draw or no?
Nope.
No. And
plus
now it's starting to look like
900
damn.
like that.
Yeah. Plus 850 it was at the time, right?
It had drifted to 900 because they had
Wow.
gone 5 minutes into the second period without anybody scoring.
Wow. That was sitting out there. Oh,
That was
gosh.
definitely sitting out there because I was staring at it for a couple minutes. I then did bet the over 1.5 in the second period at plus money. So I did still turn a profit, and this game is not tied yet. So,
Yeah.
But you ain't getting plus 850 or plus 900 on a draw now.
Oh, definitely not now.
Where is this third period? Total third period. There's both teams to score. Come on.
I'm surprised. You got to give Markstrom some credit, a lot of credit.
You do, MDR 20. Yeah, you do. Because when you look at it, he had a
You can
horrible
just call me
gap.
Mike if that's easier, man. Sorry.
Mike? Okay, that's good. Some people are picky about that. I've heard someone say, they didn't want me one time, a long time ago, to say their real name on the air, just their chat name. And they really got pissed off with me that I mentioned their
Remember,
name.
I said witness protection program.
Yeah.
Me too, bro. Yeah,
I
me
might
too.
or might not be Mike, whatever, but
Yeah.
that's cool.
Okay, Mike. Here you go. Mike, you're
That's all
right,
good.
though. Because Markstrom had that horrible gaff, and
It's
in the
amazing.
second
It's a
period
great
when it was
period.
3-0, he actually made some nice saves when it was 3-0 for the Oilers still. And
They haven't bailed him out yet.
don't bail him out yet. He's got to shut the door. No more piss poor bad goal. And the Kane goal was bad goal. I will say that 3-0 goal he should have had. So I can't give him all the praise, but at least when it was 3-0, he shut the door and he's given them a chance to come back. He's got to do it now in the third, though, Mike. Or else we're going to be tough on him again.
I'm a big time parlay guy, so I have a lot of things rolling. And
Yeah, you've got that Rangers puck line and Edmonton puck line parlay.
I do at plus 875.
Yeah, still very much alive.
Nice.
Of course. Yeah.
It's alive.
I'm surprised the Oilers did not score in the second.
Right here, too. I didn't think they'd shut him down.
When's the last time they've had a scoreless period, Edmonton?
No fucking way.
Last game, first period.
Yeah.
Right, first period.
First period.
Yeah.
I have an answer to that. I know that one.
Yeah, I
And
remember
they had,
that one too.
they had a million chances that period,
Yes.
too. So
Yeah.
a fortuitous scoreless period defensively for Calgary.
Fucking.
How many shots did Edmonton have in that period? Like, as I'm trying to think about the period. It felt like 3 dangerous chances. How the hell is Kansas City scored 4 runs against Zach Gallen?
Yes.
Markstrom, 13 saves. Smith, 18.
There you go.
So it's 20
Not
shots.
a lot.
16
Not a lot.
shots. So they have 7 shots in that second period.
Kachuk, 1 shot. Lindholm, 2. Goudreau, 2. Hannafin, 2.
One of Lindholm's is a goal, right?
No. Yes. My bad.
I was going to say, I think Lindholm and Backlund are the Calgary scorers. And then Nugent Hopkins on the gift, and then Hyman and Vander Kane. So what are the chances that Evander Kane gets signed by the St. Louis Blues?
What?
Oh, he's a free agent after this year, isn't he? Wasn't it a one-year deal?
You think he'd end up there?
Well, we're not racist. See, we're signing a black guy.
So do you guys watch?
Oh, they're right to quell the
Hey.
criticism of them just shunning aside the whole Kadri situation.
Yeah.
There's now I see that it's an ulterior motive, other than he's a freaking great player right now and he'd help you.
I have over 6.5 also, of course.
Yeah.
Now it's just a question of, do I add to it
Yes.
and look at 2.5, or maybe wait for a 2? I don't mind the push.
What's that?
Just waiting for I don't see both teams to score in the third period.
Or both. I didn't even look at both yet.
That's what I just pulled up on MGM.
So it's just plus 100 at MGM.
Plus 100.
Oh, I'll wait.
Yeah, that's not too good. I'm like, what?
Fuck, man. I'm a bit scared. I'm not gonna cash out, but I'm a bit scared that the Flames really come on here.
Well, they've got all the momentum. It's just Markstrom could piss it away with one shit goal, though, and that's the thing I worry about. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm worried about that. Like he was good in that period, but I still remember the gaff, and I still remember Kane's goal, which I think he could have maybe stopped.
See, like I would consider Flames plus, even though I have Edmonton puck line, I would consider Flames at plus 240, and parlayed with the Avs tomorrow. Moneyline.
Yep.
I mean, I do shit like that all the time. I mean, and I'm successful. It's stressful, but successful.
Stressful but success. I like how you did that. Stressful but successful. Yep. It's got a nice
True
ring to
Walt Clyde Frazier there.
that. Yeah.
I heard once someone described wagering for a living or something, or as the hardest way to not work for a living or something like that.
Oh, it is damn hard. None of this shit is
Fuck
easy.
yeah, it's hard.
Do you see me moving on up from this little place to the fucking mansions? No.
To the penthouse?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've been in the same damn place for 8 years now. Yeah.
you can't leave your.
It's a day-to-day job. I tell people that this is not something to just you live high on the hog and you're a millionaire. This is a day-to-day job. You grind it out. You make some money, pay the bills, keep the roof over your head, keep the food on the table.
Isn't the goal of life just to break even?
Yeah.
Not in debt.
A little play on words, but I'll put it in the chat. Encyclopedia. Dude, you're good. Your knowledge is freaking deep. You're very keen.
No, I appreciate it. No, that's I appreciate it. Certainly work hard. We certainly work hard. It's not just work hard in terms of the capping side. That obviously it goes without saying. We're capping the card every day, multiple sports. That takes time, but we're putting even in more time to prepare for all the shows, so that we're like I know the info, I know the teams, I know the matchups, I know what bets I like. But then you also want to present all the info to the people, so that even if you don't want them to just agree with you. You want to give them the info. You want to give them numbers. You want to give them a little synopsis and analysis of each team. And, this player's doing this and that player's injured and this team doesn't match up well with that team. And that show prep that goes into that so that other people can make betting decisions based on some of that info they hear. It
Your
has
knowledge
nothing to do with my opinion on the game. Yeah.
Your knowledge, though, is so deep. I
Yeah.
mean, not only do you basically seem to watch every game, but you know the post-game freaking comments, and even in the reg season, and it's just impressive. And you'd think that's fucking, impressive for one sport, but you're that way in many sports.
It's lots of hours. It's forsaking, a serious relationship, which has been something that's been in place for years now for me. But it is what it is. When you have the time to devote to it, which I do, we're able to put our all into it.
And it's hard not to get in a bad mood when you lose, to be in a bad mood. It's hard.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Definitely hard. Yeah.
Well, who wants to lose? And I say that, and I don't mean to be an asshole and sound like an asshole, but there's no way for me.
I give Prez a lot of shit. And but I put in his chat today. I said, rather than bet a single $200 bet, I'd rather place $10, $20 parlays. I mean, that's just the way I rock.
Yeah, you're a parlay guy, definitely. And everybody's got their own style and way of going about it. And because you're a parlay guy doesn't mean you're wrong for doing that. It's just you're comfortable with. Maybe you do well with it. And it sounds like you do, actually. So, and at the end of the day, I don't give two shits what other people do. And that's no disrespect to anybody. But, if it works for you, that's all I would tell people. Don't ask me if you should bet the way I do. Bet whatever you're comfortable with, whatever's most profitable for you. What I do is most profitable for me. It's not always that way for everybody else, though.
So, Ian, I suck at situational betting, so that's why I don't take sides a lot. I'm more of a totals guy.
Right.
But I listen to you, and at the end of the day, but sometimes if I don't get scared off by some feeling I have or something, I'll go against you, and because it's coming out of my pocket in the end. So, we make our own decisions, I hope, but with your, insight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Always with that insight. And I appreciate that. Like I give you my opinion, but like I said, when we're breaking down a game on the Ice Guys, it's not just I like the Rangers, and I'll say why I like the Rangers, but I'll also give maybe a few concerns why the other side might be something you might want to consider. Usually I'll do that with most games. Like I said that about I like Calgary against Edmonton, but what did I say on the show today? Obviously, I'm betting on what I think is going to happen in a better Calgary performance tonight, not betting what I've seen the last couple games. That's Edmonton taking this team apart.
Ola, I like your background a lot better than a guy who's really well respected. Big Ragu. If you notice, Big Ragu has a De Niro deal right behind him.
Wow. Oh, he has a what?
A De Niro poster.
Yeah.
De Niro.
Oh, okay. Oh, dude, I'm a Who guy. I love the Who. If you know anything
shit, I like that better.
There you go.
If you know anything about me, I've seen the Who 6 times. My favorite group.
Who are you?
Their story is cool too.
Yeah.
Well, they used to be the loudest rock and roll band when I started listening to them 40 years ago.
Them and Motorhead.
Yep. And then these are all my ticket stubs on the board from mostly concerts, but some sports ones in there too. The good ones, like Stanley Cup game or something. I finally got them out of a box. What am I going to do with them?
Have you been asked how long you listened to the Ice Guys and how'd you find them?
No, I haven't actually, but I'll tell you, I listened to you guys quite a while ago when it was just Alex and you, Ian, and Andrew, I think. Then you guys went to that, what was it called? Where you pay or something, and anyway, I lost touch with you there, and
you never had a pay stream, did you, for content? I mean, didn't you always do?
I forget what you call Patreon. I'm sorry, whatever it was.
That's it, Patreon. Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
But anyway, so I lost touch with you, and especially the Sabres weren't doing any good. They would get eliminated in almost like the first month from the playoff round, I swear. And Anyway, they so and we couldn't even bet here until like 2 years ago in Michigan. You know what I'm saying? 3 years, 2.5 years, whatever. So I've totally been tuning into you guys after I found you guys again for over 2 years now.
It's great to have you back.
Good
Definitely.
time, man. It's a good time. I love it.
No, it's great. It's like I say, we want to grow the brand, keep growing, get more and more viewers, listeners, and we are. I mean, we've got a pretty consistent ascension, to be quite honest, regarding the show, and it's been phenomenal to see it. So, yeah, we're definitely happy about that. So I'm not getting the best price, but I'm going to jump in now. And look, I think we're due for an overtime game potentially in this series. So at plus 280, I'm going to jump on the draw.
Wow, I like that. I like that.
I'm going to jump on that. And I'm also going to be on, as I already mentioned, Calgary, Edmonton, both teams to score in third period.
I can tell people something. Ian's play is not 280 at MGM. It's somewhere else because MGM's 240 on the tie.
Yeah.
You know, I just
MGM's tight.
insulted that move.
MGM's tight.
I like it because they have a ton of options.
That's what I was just saying.
I'll buy a goal here and there, you know, and take team totals over 2.5 instead of 3.5 and parlay them. I do shit like that.
Dexter Rojas, do we live bet Calgary? You might. You could. You might. I won't. I've already got Calgary. I don't want to add on more. I'm good with the initial pregame money line bet. I'm good with that. Just hopefully they come back.
I'm checking Bet Online. See what their price is. It'll be better.
I'm just disappointed Olaf hasn't gone full tilt into like Hazel Park and Northville Downs. I mean, even Jackson Raceway's closed.
What, in Michigan?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Northville's not far from here at all. Good times.
I lived 2 years in Wisconsin, and that's freaking cold. I'm guessing Michigan's pretty cold.
Sure, it's similar to Buffalo and probably Wisconsin. Well, but you know, I'm like a Sabres fan, but I root for players more than teams. I think because I see a lot of University of Michigan games. So you know, Andrew Kopp, he's popping like crazy.
Oh yeah, he had a great fucking game today.
He's a Michigan boy. Yes, it's
yeah,
definitely Michigan Wolverine. Yep.
Yeah, he potted a goal and 2 assists. He's been such a great pickup for the Rangers.
The Rangers have been a different team since Mott's come back. Since he came back in the lineup in the Pittsburgh series, they've been better killing penalties. They've been better closing out games. They've hit the empty net.
Yeah.
He's just depth, and again, instead of Johnny Brzezinski, you're watching a guy who can skate and apply pressure on the other team. As this third period is about to get going.
It is. So there you go. Just to recap, draw plus 280, Calgary, Edmonton, both teams to score, plus 110 here in the third period. And since Olaf brought up the Who, we'll do a little karaoke to get us going here in the third period because we're betting all night, and the Ice Guys are all right. Ian's got a booze box. Ian never sleeps at night. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little squeeze.
Oh, I love it, Ian. Fuck yeah. I was hoping you were going to do some Who.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball from Soho down to Brighton. I must have played them all.
Yeah.
As Calgary begins this third period on the power play, carrying over the Nurse high stick.
And actually, that shot pinballed out of the zone. Sure plays a mean pinball.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
Ian, I'm loving your over 6.5 for this game so far.
Could we not say that till we actually see the thing win? I mean,
I'm not jinxing it.
Yeah.
I'm not jinxing it.
You sure about that? I've seen.
That doesn't feel
third
like a
periods.
jinx.
No.
I would call jinx if it doesn't feel like that was the jinx.
I
think
we
get goals.
What
We
a
get goals.
golden opportunity here with this power play, which is down to 48 seconds. Let's do the little brief play-by-play here. Back to the point. Here's Gaudreau winding up, passes it across the seam, and he didn't get all of it. That was Lindholm letting the shot go, and it trickled in on Mike Smith, and he'll hang on for a face-off. 40 seconds left in the power play. Just didn't get all of it. God damn it, man. It was a great pass by Gaudreau. Or actually, I think Keith might have gotten a piece of it with his skate, and then it slowed it up and rolled in on Smithy.
Can you put the chat on the live feed?
Oh, you mean some of the chat comments? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, you can see.
Oh, or I can do it, I guess.
Yep.
I can do it, I think.
Wow, good chance Mangiapane that was stopped just now. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I can do it. All I had to do was hit a thing.
We don't have as many chat comments, as the Pub Sports radio show, so it's easy to keep up with it here. Yeah. Oh, Rich H was at the Who's first farewell tour. Wow, there you go. An 82 at Seattle's Kingdom. Okay, so we got someone else that's seen the Who.
Oh, sweet.
How many farewell tours ago was that?
Who's that? Rich H?
Yeah.
1982. Sweet.
Yeah, 1982,
wow.
Seattle's Kingdom. I think they've had a few since then. As a Canuck fan, Mott Starr is a rock star. Townsend with the windmill guitar strokes. There you go.
Yeah.
So Rich H has some Who background as well.
Yeah, Rich, the first time I saw him was 79. I was 18, and I drove from Buffalo to Toronto at the CNE Stadium and saw Jay Giles, Hart, and the Who.
Oh.
And the thing about all these tickets, it was $19 to see all those groups.
Oh.
Wow.
19 Canadians?
Drop in the bucket.
American.
Fucking A. Jay Giles I had on cassette tape. I was born in 73, so I was 9 in 82. Way into the Police as a little kid. Ian wasn't quite born. He was born in what, 83?
Oh, yeah. 85, yeah. You need a haircut, man.
Me?
Yeah.
Dude, I already got one.
Oh, shit.
Ian,
Okay.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. Told you, when he's got those black glasses on, it's Owen Power reincarnate.
Dude, I can't fucking find them, and it's pissing me off.
Yeah.
I checked everywhere.
Professor glasses. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm about to go back on Amazon and pay another $9.
Yeah.
Well, hit a bet and pay for them.
Okay, so what I did with the tie, I thought, hell, well, why not? So I threw it with the Avs money line tomorrow for plus 390. I mean, I kind of, that's what I do sometimes.
Nobody's going to give St. Louis a chance to, not that they should, but.
I mean, I'm betting against
Avs?
myself because I have Edmonton puck line, but the way I do it and the numbers, it works out. I mean,
yeah.
It works.
I'm going to check that out.
Markstrom is such a fumble fuck goalie.
Yeah.
Fumble fuck.
Calgary's having a nice period, though. I will say that. This is good. They're finally Edmonton's kind of like being quelled in terms of this waves of attack that's been an issue for Calgary the last two games.
Well, you got to make it difficult to move through the neutral zone, and Calgary was making that way too easy by turning the puck over.
Don't turn it over is a good place to start. Have three guys in the neutral zone at all times. Have your forwards right there.
How many books do y'all utilize?
8 to 10 for me, minimum. And that's minimum.
Jesus Christ.
8 to 10 minimum.
Oh yeah.
This is professional, serious shit, Peyton. I mean, that's you got to have options. You got to have
totally.
Well, I'm in the goddamn South in Texas. We don't have those options.
No, you don't. That's true, and that's what we're waiting on with you. I mean, is to Texas to get their butts in gear.
I'm in the Wild West. I'm in
God,
Jersey.
Texas is so jacked. I lived in Texas for 20 years, from about probably longer than that, but from about 86 to
2006.
around there. But anyway, a long time. Dallas, Houston, and then Austin. So, but that is crazy. They're so backward. Austin, sure, keep it weird. How about keep fucking marijuana illegal in Texas? It's just crazy. And the betting, that's just F that state, man. That's why I left.
Well, you know, Ian, since me and you linked up, I've been keeping track of like my Monopoly bets, and I'm way up, and it's
frustrating because you want to actually get in on the sports books and get putting the action in, putting the real money in down on all this shit, and you can't do it.
Yeah, it's pretty agonizing. Because I'm like, well, I could have made X amount, but well, who fucking cares? Because I can't, because I'm in Texas. But whatever, it's a matter of time.
What's been your bet though? Sides, totals, props? What specifically? What have you been veering more toward?
I've been pretty solid on player props. Like I'm actually very good on player props. I would say about 65% hit.
That's pretty good.
As far as like, you know, just straight up game, like winner, 75-80%.
Now you're including like big favorites with that percentage, right? Like, there you go. So like the minus 300. So that's the thing.
I mean, it's easy for me to do that when I'm not actually putting a real dough, but
that's right. Yeah, you're just, writing down your opinions on the games, who's winning exactly.
In my little black book, keeping notes.
But that's good. You're doing good with shots on goal and player points and all that.
Oh
the player prop side. Yeah.
But it's every quarter of the season changes so much. Your mindset has to like change with it, because like the first quarter of the season is so different than the last quarter of the season.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Then playoffs is just a totally different beast. That's what I've learned thus far.
That's what I say about college basketball, because you have non-conference college basketball November and December, and there's going to be teams that just crush it in non-conference and teams that get crushed in non-conference. People think when conference season begins, those two things are going to continue. The teams that did well are going to keep playing well. The teams that stunk are going to keep playing poorly. And it doesn't work that way. And once it gets to conference season in college basketball, you have to treat it like two totally different seasons. And if you do that, I think you put yourself in a better spot.
Yeah, and that's what I like noticed with the NHL is like the first 20 games, it's like a feel out process, and then you get like the meat potatoes. Games 21 through 40 is like getting for a playoff spot, and then like you hit the dog days in February, and so it's it's pretty. I mean, there's just so many variables to keep in mind. It's it's fun for sure. I happen to be so in tune.
No, it's good. I'm glad you're doing well with it. I'm just disappointed you can't put the mucho dinero down on it yet. That's very disappointing.
My Wells Fargo account is pissed too.
The one thing about Ontario now is they're all flocking in here in droves. DraftKings and FanDuel and BetMGM and PointsBet and BetRivers and.
Oh yeah, I mean like I know like Barstool has been really trying to tap into the Canadian market.
Yeah, they're probably going to end up here pretty soon too.
Has Barstool's app jacked with your stuff at all? Like, just, what I mean? Just where a computer jacks up and just, it's, like, I don't know, we'll jump out of that whole, like you're in the app and then it jacks your whole, jacks my iPad up where it restarts the fucker. So I was like hell with Barstool.
Oh, you mean the app was causing your phone to glitch, huh?
Well, my iPad.
Or iPad, okay, yeah.
By the way, Olaf, you said superstition earlier, right?
Yeah.
I just lit a fucking Mojo candle. Someone in the chat, said they need Padres team total. I got my D-backs. I got 4 out of 5 on this parlay. Now we need Padres team total.
All right.
Well, I mean, I'm more concerned in the chat because Trance said if the Oilers don't score within 2 straight periods, he's going to burn his Wayne Gretzky rookie card.
I think you
Holy
got to be in a
shit.
trance to make that kind of threat.
I
Whoa.
call bullshit. Ain't no fucking way you're going to burn that card.
He doesn't party. He won't do it.
Yeah, he won't do it.
Won't do
Nope.
it.
No
Won't
balls. No balls.
Oh, Peyton's calling you out, Trans Canada.
Hey,
buy
look,
into that.
I already had a bet with John that I would burn a shirt. Luckily, I won, so I didn't have to.
I also said it
But
wasn't.
would
that
you have
bad.
done it if you had lost? So we could
Yes.
do
Is
it
this-
down on you. Yeah.
I
If this
would
game
have.
stays 3-2, the Oils
They'll lose.
score 4-2.
Ian,
I mean, there's
I-
and I you know,
Ian, I
Well,
was
they
on,
have to have it
I was
empty
on
netter.
camera. I said on camera, I will take a video and I will send it to you and
That's
John.
right. You did. You did. Yep, you did. Now I remember now. Yeah. You did.
another
Thank God.
parlay I have rocking, and you'll see I bought down to over 5.5, and then I had first period over 1.5. So I parlayed that together at plus 100. You know, I just do stuff like that. No, I also do big parlay. You know, like I said, I got a baseball 5-way.
Yeah.
At plus 680. That I've won 4 legs. If the Padres and I bought them down. Padres, all I got is team total over 2.5. All right, back to hockey. Sorry.
So,
Well, I just noticed that they showed on the Rogers broadcast that there's a Flames fan that got down on one knee. A Flames fan who's a guy proposed to an Oilers fan that's a girl at the game. How nice is that? We can all get along through this very, very contentious battle of Alberta.
Plus, Allie has over 3.5. Come on.
so as a
We
compromise,
still need one goal for. Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It'll go.
To compromise.
Mojo candle. I like Bet Rivers. They don't have the best numbers sometimes, but I like the way that website operates.
It's very
I like
smooth. The
DraftKings
interface
too,
is good.
The sponsor. I like DraftKings.
Yeah.
I like
DraftKings.
Kane or Hyman to score here, you know?
Yeah.
I want a team to score.
Oh, good. The golf odds for the Charles Schwab are up. I'm going to get my golf picks probably from my golf guy tomorrow. We had suffered a heartbreaker there with Will Zalatoris on Sunday. Not as heartbreaking, though, as the people that had Mito Pereira.
Wow. Okay. So Flames to win is plus 525. Flames to win in regular time. Well, it just dropped 100, but it was plus 1800.
Wow. What a save just now. Markstrom. Wow. On Draisaitl. Best save of the night, bar none, by him.
Wow.
Right there.
And Ian, you were talking so much shit about Markstrom.
Well, I said, he had a nice second period, but he was shit in the first. He was terrible. First goal and the third goal were brutal. But he had a good second. I said, well done, but he needs a good third. Well, he just made a big stop. Give him his team a chance here.
But his team hasn't come back to cover up the mistakes that he made in the first period either.
Yeah.
Both teams averaging 3.5 goals, I believe, in the playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think Edmonton's averaging 4.5, 5 in this series.
Well, I mean, both teams are
Oh,
averaging.
that's right. That's
this
right.
game.
Sure.
Oh my
Didn't they go
God! Oh my
5-5?
fucking God! You're not gonna believe what you're just either seen or about to see. Oh my goodness!
Michigan goal?
Oh,
Frickin' God! Holy fuck!
What the fuck is going on?
Holy shit!
Oh my fucking God!
Here it is. Oh, that's unbelievable.
From way downtown.
Anderson, a clapper from inside his own blue line, and it floats in on. And just when we're giving Mike Smith all this,
What?
Oh,
Mike
hold on.
Smith.
Hold on.
What?
shit.
I was trying to keep myself together.
You are
I don't know
freaking
how
kidding
long.
me.
What the
Right as I said, Calgary and Reg plus 1,800.
That's gone.
Yeah.
And that's gone.
Reg Flames 450.
Smith pisses me off.
Fuck. Should have fucking played it.
That's unbelievable, man. How does that go?
Yeah, you were calling,
Go
man.
in. How does it go in? How does it go?
Hey, you know what? Markstrom had a huge fuck up in the first 20 seconds. I guess Smith just wanted to get even.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Well, you
so.
remember
Yeah.
about that whole making the easy saves look flashy?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you needlessly increase the difficulty of shit, you screw up.
They're going to win this goddamn game now, Calgary. I've got that feel now. Yeah.
Oh, if the series turns on that.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Yeah. John,
That's going to be stuff of legend if Calgary comes back and wins this game in this series, won't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
He's got to somehow. Oh, my gosh. Calgary's just buzzing now. Oh, it's gone right to their feet, that goal. For as fortuitous and lucky as shit as it was.
Remember when
like
Peyton-
8 minutes left, and you're gonna pull that shit in a crucial game. What an idiot!
Come on, McDavid. Fucking do something.
Oh, he will.
Hey, if they bail him out, it'll be forgotten.
Good Lord!
But if Calgary wins this game, that's the
That will
top
not
point
be
of the
forgotten.
series. Yeah.
It's like every game, Smith has to just give up a dumb fucking goal. Every game, he's got one that's like, here's a fucking freebie. Every game.
But at least in this one, it's a break even with Markstrom.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, what if he falls apart now? What the,
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, this is playoff hockey, boys. Woo!
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. Wow. Yeah.
This is making me just absolutely.
But this is still not like the Battle of Alberta that I thought that we were gonna get.
I thought this was the only type of Battle of Alberta they could play.
Well,
Yeah,
lost in the
I
trend.
thought this was going to be,
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
so back in the bubble when they played each other like fucking 9 times, every game was like super physical, balls
Yeah.
out, fights, hits, and this playoff series has replicated none of that.
They're not really those teams.
And poor John.
I know.
with the
I know.
plus
I just want them to be.
Yeah. Plus 850, plus 900. I know John's thinking of that right now. Yep. And on a betcast, knowing we had one of those before with LA Edmonton, and
And I said it, and I was looking at it, and like I had it pressed, and then I'm like, Calgary was looking so bad, and then bang, 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 and my baby shoot.
wow, stunning there. That's all I can say. Stunning.
I mean,
We might be about to. Well, there's still time though. 6
That
minutes.
that goal was like whenever Nicholas Lidstrom scored on the Preds in the playoffs. He did the same thing.
Yeah.
Like years ago.
I love that. That's not the first time I've used that tweet this year that I just posted a few minutes ago. Mike Smith, just Mike Smith. Yeah.
Yeah, you should hashtag it.
Yeah.
but again, it's only tied, and each goalie's had a gaff. So
I think we see 2 more goals in this period, and I don't know if that results in a tie or a puck line, but I think we see 2 more.
well, we know over 6.5 is a winner,
Oh,
Hell
yeah.
and not lose.
All that won. 5.5, 6.5, we won.
I mean, that's look, Mike Smith, brilliant in game 3. Really, really terrific at times tonight. Most of tonight, he's been great. And then that happens. I mean, it's some of the shit with him that you just cannot wrap your head around.
Shout out to my buddy Lance in Philadelphia. Yo. Sorry, lame.
I never thought that Markstrom's goal would not be the worst goal given up by a goaltender tonight.
Come on, Edmonton. Jeez.
It is kind of nice that we're tied now, and the game's there for the taking for either team. The goalie mistakes and fuck ups have been sawed off now.
Hell yeah.
Yep. See, that's where you missed. Look at that job by Tanev. No time or space for Yamamoto. Right up on him, blocks the shot. That's how you do it. That's what they missed without Chris Tanev in the first 3 games of this series. That's how it's done, folks, defensively.
Oh, I didn't know he was back.
Yep, first game back tonight. Yep. That's what you do. You don't just back up. You stay strong. You keep a good gap, close gap between you and the player, the forward, and you block the shot. That's perfect.
Yeah, he ate that shot.
Yeah.
Well, the Lightning have been eating shots for breakfast.
In that first game, Shesty ended up with 30 saves.
Yeah. See, and now Markstrom's stopping. I don't want to say everything, but he's been really good in this third period.
Also, Edmonton hasn't had, what are they? They're now up to 5 shots in this period?
Yes.
They
Calgary's starting to get to their structure. And you know what? They've got more activity and bodies in the neutrals. And they don't have all 5 guys like I suggested, but they've got more bodies now finally in the neutral zone. Yep. Which is, I think,
Not
what they
nearly
wanted.
as many blind back passes either today.
And turnovers, yeah.
And shockingly, the turnovers going down as a result of just looking where you're passing.
Yeah.
It's a novel idea. They are just going to float everything to net now, too, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah, everything.
Like skipping stones.
It's not a bad play by Gaudreau there. Just flip it in nice and soft on Mike Smith there, yeah.
Hey, he's been all right with velocity. Let's try the changeup. Knuckle puck,
right. Yeah.
I mean, it's the old saying: you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yep.
Fuck. I need a beer. God damn it.
Well, you might have a lengthy intermission in 3.5.
To refill. That's what I'm thinking. I'm nursing this one home till the end of the third, and then we're going to refill. Yep. Cheers. In what could be another late night potential. But a lot of these overtime games on the Betcast have been close, or they've been quick enders.
Oh, sorry.
I'm a quick ender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we just had some action in Edmonton. And of all people, well, this goal was legit for this time. This goal was legit for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Fucking go.
Yes.
Both teams score third period. Winner.
Yep, we'll cash that. There we go. Well, at least we're going to get one of the two, and it's profit. You know, it won't be much, but it'll be profit, even if the draw loses. Yep.
Damn.
Very, very nice job elevating that puck. 4-3. Wow.
Nope.
Yes. Edmonton team total over.
And that was your 6.5, Ian.
Yeah.
Big goal.
I said 2 more goals.
Yeah.
Come on, puck line. Fuck it. Come on, baby. Come home.
Picked a good time, Nugent Hopkins, to come alive and remember that this guy was a first-round pick at one time. Yeah. And now a penalty to Calgary, too. They've just compounded the issues.
Wow.
How about
high sticking?
How about 3 more goals for Edmonton to get me my 7 at plus 900?
Yes.
That's not a bad bet. I'll play that with Calgary in this series. I'll play it every game.
Yep.
At plus 900, you know, because
he is
the
leaking
correct
up
score. The correct score stops at 6.5, 5.6. So any other score plus 900, basically. Yeah, I'll play that every time.
Yeah, I was looking for that. I couldn't find it on my
MGM is the only one where I saw it.
Either team to get to 7?
Yeah, it's any other score, and they stop it at 6.5. So any 7 wins.
Okay, I couldn't
Plus
find it.
At plus 900.
Hey, for the hell of it, it'd be a shot.
Yeah, why not?
Well, do you think? I mean, it's a double minor. Do you think Calgary's going to pull their goalie for 5-on-5?
Of course they have to. They got
Yes.
no choice.
I mean,
they always do that.
like
Yep.
they have the five
Absolutely.
goalies.
Absolutely.
Teams will always do that in that situation. Yeah, absolutely they will. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like I think like 2 weeks ago when I was on, I was saying like teams have been pulling their goalie with like 2, 3, 4 minutes left if they're down by 1 or 2 goals.
4 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been so many just like
Daryl Sutter will not pull the goalie that early, though. He's one of those old dinosaur coaches. He's going to wait until the standard.
So on a double minor, if they score in the first 2 minutes, that just knocks off 1, and there's another 2 minutes.
Another 2 minutes, yes, that's the way. It
And
works.
if they score at 2:01 into this double minor, then it's over, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, Ian, the first coach to start like pulling the goalie super early with like 5 minutes was Patrick Waugh when he was coaching the Avalanche.
Yep. He was the one that really started the whole movement. I mean,
Yeah.
it really wasn't a normal occurrence in the National Hockey League seeing a goalie pulled with 3-4 minutes left in a game. And then Patrick Waugh started doing it, and it's been like a regular thing ever since.
I saw him like do it like as far as like 5 minutes left.
2 goal. I can't believe I'm seeing a 2-goal game in the playoffs from this guy, Ryan Nugent Hopkins. Yeah.
I mean, he was kind of due though.
Yeah, we've been saying that for 2 years, kind of do in some of these.
Well, he's doing it when it matters. That's great. He only has 4 goals this playoffs. It's kind of shitty.
Allie's
There's a team total. Yep.
Best bet 1.
Yep. There it is. 3.5 over.
Plus money. First best bet.
Oh, wow. A couple of big chances for Calgary, shorthanded, but Smith with the save. Give him credit. That's big. That shows a little mental perseverance and toughness right there for Mike Smith. You know he's probably embarrassed to shit when he gave up that goal.
I mean, he's got plenty of experience trying to bounce back from shit goals.
Yes. He knows what that's like. Yeah.
It's a skill he has. And shake it off. It's usually only 1 bad goal in a game.
Yeah.
What puzzles me is that he continues to like overplay the puck his entire career. It's like has his goalie coach or his head coach said, "Hey, like stop playing it. You're not as good as you think you are." Kind of thing.
He is good at doing it. It's just, I mean, when you play it so much, shit happens.
But I feel like he just like wants to be a forward so badly, he just overdoes it.
Wow, 2-on-1. Oh, he wanted the hat trick, Nugent Hopkins, and he didn't even come close to hitting the net.
That's the Nugent Hopkins we all know.
Yeah, it's the guy we know well. Yeah. The pixie dust is worn off. Oh, we'll give him credit, though. I mean, well, the 1 goal was like, it's really, come on, he's really scored 1 goal tonight. And it was a big goal, a huge goal. Could be the game.
With all the people we've seen miss completely empty nets, you can't say that.
Still thinking of Kako, huh?
Or Kreider.
Or
Or Nietzsche's.
Yeah, Nate just missed one. Yep. That's the problem, too. I mean,
so skilled.
Look at this. Oh, see, he's looking for that. He's at least getting chances and shots. I'll say that. He's been more active tonight. You got to give
him down by the net
him credit for that. Yeah. This is probably the best game he's played in like ever.
5 years.
I don't know about that, but at least in years, yeah.
It is one of the best games in this professional.
One of for sure. And especially considering how big of a game this is, you can go up 3-1 in the series if you win.
His facial hair is so fucking bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like a little kid's little mustache or some shit.
It's like a little fucking rat.
Yeah. See, now the Flames got to get Markstrom out. Yeah, there it is, empty net. Net empty just to get back to even strength here with 45 seconds left. Can they game the zone now? Yep.
Damn.
Stayed in play. It's bouncing around. Kept it in.
Oh, by the way, that goal that Smith let in, that was shot from 132 feet away.
Yep. And there is the dagger through the heart, at least for this game, of the Calgary Flames, courtesy of Evander Kane.
Yes! Yes!
N as an empty net goal.
Oh, if that holds, I have him and Hyman for last goal scorer.
Wow.
So
Last
if Kane
goal
holds.
of the game. Yeah, it's probably a good chance of that with 20. I shouldn't say that, but 24 seconds. It's looking favorable. Let's put it that way.
And McDavid is still averaging 2 points per fucking game.
Did he get 2 tonight?
I think he got the assist on Kane's goal. Yeah, he did.
Oh.
He got it.
He did. Yep. So he's got 2.
Oh, yes.
I
Yep.
played.
Woo!
I parlayed Rangers Oilers puck line.
Yep.
So I did it at 2 different books. One I got at 875, the other one at 900.
I heard you say puck line, man. I heard it.
I don't feel as bad about the draw now.
Fuck, I won yesterday double puck line parlay.
These puck lines are hitting, aren't they, boys?
Dude,
They
he's
are.
A,
And another
he's a,
one.
He's
Yep.
a big parlay guy.
New York and Edmonton was my first flinch. I heard convincing arguments for Cal and Carolina. It scared me a bit, but I just stuck with the way I felt when I woke up.
That's what you got to do.
You got to give the Oilers credit. Huge, you got to give the Oilers credit. Huge resilience. Yeah. After
In hockey, you just feel like I knew Calgary could step on the gas. I mean, I would have played over 2.5 all day at a big minus, probably minus 200 something. But anyway, I figured Edmonton would, I thought this was an over. And like I said, Edmonton not even scoring in the second to get to 5. I knew Calgary had to score like at least 4 to win.
And they didn't quite get there. But boy,
Ian, you're great at strategy. What do you think they did differently, Calgary, to, I guess, play better tonight and be in it?
Yep. It's still been a great series. The series has had everything, though. I mean, it's been unbelievably compelling, and even tonight, another great game. Looked bad early for the Flames. They battled back. Crazy ass goal going in on Mike Smith, but that's huge. I can't say it enough how huge it is for Edmonton to win that game after that goal went in on Mike Smith. If Calgary wins that game after that goal goes in, it's a total series momentum shifter. Very possibly it is. I think for sure it is, but at the very least, it quite possibly is. But now instead, they bail them out. They help them out. They get the win at the end there with the Nugent Hopkins goal and the empty netter. And now it's just a footnote.
Now it's something they can laugh about.
Yeah, something they're gonna have a big laugh about it. Mike Smith saying they're gonna have a big freaking ha 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 moment in the dressing room celebrating this win about that goal going in.
Ha ha ha! Don't fucking do it again.
Yeah, that too maybe. Yeah.
Alrighty. I've got to sign off because I got to be up in 6 hours.
Yeah, we are. We're going to wrap it up in just a couple of. But actually, you know what? Since you got to go right away, John, we'll give you the last chance to say final words and final thoughts for the night. So have at it.
Final thoughts.
Including a big Ranger win, which I know thrilled you.
Can't you tell how thrilled I am? My final thoughts. Tampa Bay is sitting at home waiting. Colorado might be sitting at home waiting tomorrow. Calgary is in a position where they might be sent home while they're home in Game 5 on Thursday. And the only series you know that is going to be 6 is between Carolina and New York. So, I mean, this second round for matchups that we were excited by at the conclusion of round 1 really isn't living up to the billing that we had and have been significant mismatches. I think the St. Louis Colorado series had the chance of being 2-2 without the Binnington injury. But Houston was a step back, and Colorado, it's just, I mean, they were all over St. Louis in the first period yesterday, and didn't have the lead, and then immediately thereafter said boom, 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 boom. And St. Louis scored late in the second period a couple times to make it close, and then Colorado just put it away in the third. And I wouldn't be surprised if Colorado does the same thing. Maybe St. Louis in the first period to play again tomorrow, figuring that they need to come out ride high or die. But I think Colorado finishes tomorrow. So that pretty much leaves you with 2 series to be played on Thursday.
Yeah, I'd love to give St. Louis a chance tomorrow night, but at the same time, I think St. Louis kind of got under Colorado's skin with the running around that they did, especially toward Kadri.
I think Colorado would just want to put them out of it. I think Colorado's mad at them now. I didn't think Colorado had that chip on the shoulder. I thought Colorado was clearly skilled. I thought Colorado.
Hey, shout out to Rich H. Sorry, I know you got to go, Massey, real fast though. Rich H. I nearly played, just because I'm a ding dong, I nearly played exact score parlays of 5-3. I would have won. I was going to play 3-1 in New York Rangers, and then I was going to play around like a 5-3 or 6-3 Avs tomorrow. Anyway, it was a 10,000 plus 10,000.
Wow.
For
100 to 1. Yeah.
I mean, people play goddamn fucking scratch off tickets.
Yep.
I mean, Jesus, play $1 at 10,000. I mean, come on.
On some of these props, exactly. Better shot at it.
I mean,
sure.
better shot than exact score on 3 games, but I still looked at it. I didn't play it, but I got the 5-3. I mean, shit, I should have played it.
Yeah, that's pathetic facial hair on Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Absolutely terrible. That's another story. That's right, because they're interviewing him now after the game, and it's brutal.
Thank you for acknowledging my comment, Ian. I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely it was. Josh Lucero, I know you were in the chat, and you just saying talk to you all tomorrow. I don't know if you're still here, but Josh, thank you for joining us in the chat. We appreciate it.
Right on, Josh.
The Betcast before, great stuff. All right, John, we'll let you go. You got stuff to do, get sleep to get. So thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
Massey.
Glad I could help out.
There it is, John Massey. Have a good night.
You, John.
He's great, John. John's one of the greats of the Betcast. He's just got that great, low key but funny,
he's fucking hilarious.
Sense of humor that's just dry as shit, but it's great. He's got the best. John Massey, great stuff. Olaf, let's get some final words from you. First time on the Betcast. Hope you had fun with us.
Dude, I loved it, Ian. Be able to talk hockey with you and have a few beers, man. It's just amazing. Good time on Tuesday night, man. You're allowed to have this much fun.
You're going to have twice the fun next week because conference finals are going to be next week. We're going to do 2 days of Betcasts per week next week because we just got
awesome. And this was a great game, guys. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was an awesome game, man.
It was.
Yep.
The whole series has been great. And tonight, another great game. Best series bar none in the second round. This has been the Battle of Alberta. No question about that. So, yeah, you're welcome back, Olaf, anytime. We're happy to have you. We're glad you have fun. We're glad you bring your booze with you. That's what it's all about. Hopefully make some bets, win some bets, which you did. Congrats on the Evander Kane last goal. Huge price. I know you were thrilled with that. What was the price on that again?
Well, 12 to 1 or 14 to 1.
Wow.
$10 you win 140.
Not bad at all. Not bad for a night's work on the Betcast. All right, awesome stuff. And Mike, final thoughts.
You're talking to me, right?
Yep.
Sorry, I was looking at Bet Online for a second. Good night, a good evening. It was cool. Yep. It's always cool hanging out.
Oilers puck line got there. Yep. Through the parlay.
So, yeah, I'm positive on the day for sure. The Padres have 2 innings against the best bullpen in baseball, I guess. Fucking 2.5, you fucking cunts. Thank you guys very much. Very cool chat. It's kind of a fam. It's kind of a loose fam, but very cool. Very cool. I just wanted to show up and say, hey, man.
No, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us on the show, or on the Betcast, rather. Great stuff. Mike, you're welcome back, of course, as well, anytime. And Peyton Clark, who, I think he's been on almost every Betcast since he's been brought into the Ice Guys family here. Actually, I think, we started the Betcast in February. I think Peyton's joined the fams well after that. But since he's been part of this group, he's been on the Betcast most weeks. So I know he has fun. And Peyton, what's up? And what did you think of the night?
I loved it. I was texting you earlier saying if Edmonton wins tonight, I think that series is a lock. Even though I was kind of skeptical about the Flames Oilers series to begin with, just because the Flames were so highly touted, thought they were going to come out stronger. But after seeing them play against the Stars and then what we've been witnessing these prior 4 games, I think the Oilers are going to win this series and move on. With the Hurricanes, Rangers, next game's at home for the Hurricanes. I believe they're still undefeated at home. So I definitely said that series is probably going to at least 6-7 games. By default it's going to, but I think it's 7 for them. Colorado
Canes right now are priced at -140 money line.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
And I think the Avalanche are going to come out tomorrow and wrap up the series against the Blues. I was kind of disappointed with the Blues Avalanche series. I really thought that was going to be a little bit closer, kind of like everybody's expectations with the Blues.
Tampa, Florida, which didn't happen either.
That was a huge letdown as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been a really interesting playoffs this year. I think there's been a lot more parity than what was anticipated, but nonetheless, it's playoff hockey, so who doesn't fucking enjoy it?
There you go. And Peyton does have a Twitter account. Not sure he uses it, but he does have it, and you see it on the screen right now on there, Peyton_Clark.
All right, Ian, I get the hint. I'll start using it.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Put those 65% winners that you say you're getting on that Twitter on a daily basis. There you go.
It's not a fallacy.
You'll build a following too. If people will see that
I'll
you're posting them, there you go, and you're going to build a following.
I should Twitter more.
Yeah,
I should Twitter more.
Yeah, that's just a thought. You created one, and it's just sitting there like a stump. Not.
Can I don't even know how Twitter really works. I don't know how to direct message one person versus sending it out to the universe. It kind of pisses me off they don't have how to use. But can you change your name once you set up your Twitter? Can you change your username or no?
You can't. And when you set up the account, yes, you can. You can change your You can change your first name and last name.
Well, I just mean the screen name or whatever.
The screen name.
Handle.
I don't. That's a good question. Know that. I never have looked to change it.
I tried to do that, and I suck, and I couldn't do it.
Because I think my Twitter.
I don't think you can. I honestly don't.
MDR 222444 or something. So it's kind of stupid, but
yeah. No, it's okay. It's whatever. Bobano's kind of stupid too. Quite honestly, it's a stupid kid's nickname, but it stuck with me all these years, and I still use it. So it is what it is. It's just rather than at Ian Cameron or at Ian or at Ian C or whatever. I use Bobano. That's the name I use.
Is it Ian Michael?
What? No. What?
Is it
my
Ian
middle
Michael?
name? Middle name? You mean?
Yeah.
It's Thomas.
Oh, I thought you said IMC.
No,
Hey,
Ian.
Ian, Rich H was asking if you're gonna have a guest on for tomorrow.
On this, I mentioned Tyler Harkins is going to join us tomorrow. Yep, that's he's a pro hockey player in the Southern League right now. SPHL right now is where he's been playing the last year or two at college before that, and he's the cousin of current NHLer Jansen Harkins, who's playing for the Winnipeg Jets right now. So there you go.
Sweet.
Tyler Harkins tomorrow. We've got couple of guests late in the week as well. And we've got, actually, I think Thursday and Friday as of right now, I'm pretty sure we're guest free on Thursday and Friday as of right now, which has been rare.
Oh,
No,
man.
Friday. DJ's going to be on Friday. DJ Mitchell actually is going to be on the show on Friday. He's been on a couple Fridays before. Mr. DFS lineup whiz, knows the line combos and the D pairs and who's moving up. He's great with that stuff.
Yeah, I like DJ's stuff.
DJ's Mitchell's stuff with that is great. He'll be on Friday with us. So we do have a guest Friday. We have Tyler Harkins tomorrow. I believe Thursday we're guest free. Saturday, as of right now, I believe we're guest free. We do have someone on Sunday as a guest. And then we've got Carl Alsner next Thursday, June the 2nd, I believe it is. Yeah, June 2nd. Carl Alsner will be joining us, Capitals, Canadians, defenseman for a very long time. So that's what we got on tap. We're going to bring Derek Roy back, hopefully one more time. We're going to bring back Bobby Ryan for the Stanley Cup final. He already said he wants to come back for a Stanley Cup final preview show before that starts in June. So still lots of guests coming, but it's and lots of shows still coming. Although once we get into the conference finals and certainly the Stanley Cup final, we won't be on every single day because we'll have those off days with no games. We're getting to that stage where we got to worry about, not having a show every single day because we're going to have certain days with no games. We're getting to that time of the year, unfortunately, if you're a hockey fan.
Yeah.
It is what it is. All right, we're going to wrap it up. We thank everybody for joining us here on the Betcast, and thanks to Olaf, thanks to Mike, Peyton, John Massey. We had DJ Mitchell earlier tonight on the Betcast. Everybody that joined us in the chat, we appreciate it very much. And again, tune in tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. We're back for our daily edition of the Ice Guys on Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you join us for that. Thanks, everybody. Have a great Tuesday night. Betcast will be back next Tuesday, though, and starting next week, we're going to have 2 Betcasts a week for the conference finals and for the Stanley Cup finals. So,
Hey, can I do a Dutch?
oh, you want to do a Dutch? You want to say, stay fresh, stay blessed, and all that? You're going to do that for us?
I'll try to rock it. I'll probably forget the words.
Here we go. All right, I'll even do the zoom up on you. Here you go. The spotlight is yours.
Everybody, let's stay fresh, stay blessed, and stay putting these motherfucking bunkies to rest.
I love it. Well done. Bravo. That deserves
Let's
an applause
go.
there by Mike. Awesome. A little Dutch boy fresh from my good friend from the Pub Sports Radio NBA Pub Hub show. Awesome, Mike. You killed that. Very good. What a way to wrap it up. Thanks, everybody. Good night. We'll see you again tomorrow for another edition of the Ice Guys presented by the Hockey Podcast Network.
Great meeting all you guys.